location.
Alchevsk.
If you're hitting Alchevsk, you're saying, that's a very good indicator that something is going to happen, or it already is happening, or will happen shortly. It's just because they're on a ridge doesn't mean it's impossible. It's preferable. You'd rather be coming down it, but in this case, they have to go back up it. And again, this forces and makes a situation where all of those Russian troops in the Bakhmut pocket there, they're going to be almost surrounded except to the south. So what that means is you have to go away now, and you should go to the south. That's where this could be going. It's an incredible. I suspect they had many options or ideas of where they would go. The Ukrainians had many contingency plans, and at one point, I assume they decided based on the ability to exploit a certain area that was the best route to go. Meaning the Russians either weren't strong there, or the Ukrainians were able to win the firefight in those engagements. So they pushed through there. Don't know the reason why, but that's what we're looking at now.
So might we expect a Ukrainian move to the south as well to cut them off on Route 66, P66, because you've got all these wetlands around Boryvska and Bilohora, so there's a suboptimal line of retreat there. So yeah, they kind of have to go south. Do you think we could see the Ukrainians coming in from the south as well? Do they have the forces to do that?
I don't think they would, and I don't think they could. At this point, P66 does cut off right before that main east-west artery, and then there's about 4 or 5 kilometers of smaller roads. Not preferable to move brigades down if you're trying to cut off another force, and those forces would be superior. So I think it's giving the Russians a route to escape, or to kettle them and to to use artillery on them in that area as they do escape. There are choke points, so you could have indirect fire, direct fire coordinates on those escape routes, which would make Russians leaving very, very hard for them to leave. And the amount of forces required to secure Lysychansk, if it was me, and the Ukrainians are very intelligent, I suspect they're going to consolidate at Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. That would be the best gameplay. Bring in follow-on forces to clear south going into Bakhmut. So the Russians would be facing a wall to their west, and then a strong Ukrainian counteroffensive coming from the north. I'm not sure to skirt. They wouldn't have a good time skirting all of those Russian positions if they went down the P66.
So
let's go to
when it's strung out along a road, how long is a brigade in kilometers, or is that a difficult question to answer?
So no, it's not a difficult question to answer. It depends on a lot of issues. I mean, they have rules of frontages, and 10, 15 kilometers. A brigade could go maybe 10. Some people say 6. That's pretty tight. Yeah, you have a platoon at say 100 meters. It depends. It's also mechanized. Yeah, you're in a vehicle, so you have more flexibility. But then there are choke points where you have to get bunch in, and you have to go tighter. And other times you can go wider. So it's not really conducive to big brigade frontages in that smaller area. And that's just the nature of the beast, right? You have to adapt to the circumstances and the situation.
So if the Russians are withdrawing south along P66, they're going to be completely dominating that road. They're going to have to do a sharp turn as they get towards Hirska, where there's the T-junction, and that's going to slow them down. So this is going to be
artillery fire on that junction, which I suspect there already is.
So this is going to be a highway of death type thing for the Russians.
It could be, but they could also just break up and go through the fields, which I suspect they will. But all their soft skin vehicles, whatever support vehicles they have, are very much at risk.
But then they've got the problem with the wetlands and the river and all of that stuff. Yeah, this is not a good situation for them.
No, and that's why I said a week ago, if the Russians were smart, they'd leave that pocket right now, right? Because if they do get any sizable Ukrainian force to their north, in Bilohorivka or towards Lima or towards Lysychansk, then it's really bad news for them.
And these roads on the sorry, I've got loads of questions about this. And these roads to the east of Sperodonetsk, Luchansk, particularly to the southeast, are these?
I think it's the 32 or the 23, H32 or H23. What is it?
Yeah, talking about the T1309, and there's a road
that's from Lysychansk. I'm talking about the south end of where Bakhmut is. There's a large highway that goes east-west. It's called H something, H32 or H23.
Sure. Okay.
I'm in the garage. I don't. I'm just. Can you name that road for me? I'm just trying to remember.
There's a T0504.
No.
From Bakhmut through Popasna. No.
Lower south, more further south.
E40.
No, I'll find it. I'm just in the garage. I don't want to wake anyone up. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There are several roads that head. There are larger roads that go east-west. I suspect the Russians will try to get to that so they can get out.
So these roads to the east of Sperodonetsk that kind of go east and go southeast, are they not fit? They're not fit.
No, they're not going to be. They're not going to have a chance. There's only one brigade up in Sperodonetsk that we know of, LNR, Motorized Rifle Brigade. I'm talking about the big chunk in Bakhmut. If you go 15 kilometers southwest of Sperodonetsk, Lysychansk area is where the biggest concentration of Russian troops are. And then you go down about 5-10 kilometers from there, you're going to see an east-west route. That's where the Russians have to get out. You have to take my word. Yeah, it's there. Now, P66 doesn't actually. It actually stops and veers almost due east before it gets to that road. Now, that would be, if it went straight down, it'd be great for the Ukrainians to come down and cut off those Russians. But I don't think that's a good fight because they're just it's very tight for Ukrainian forces to orient themselves, and there are friendly fire issues because they'd be facing due west into 10 kilometers to the west are all the Ukrainian positions, right? So the best way would be to push them from the north in like an extended line almost.
Fantastic. Thank you, Huda. Dermot, unless you've got questions, I'd like to go to Roy.
I'm good.
Roy, welcome up. Very good morning to you.
Hey guys. So apparently the Ukrainian cyber forces just breached the Wagner's website, and they got a hold of all the personal information or PII for all the Wagner mercenaries. This is a really good thing because Wagner themselves couldn't actually be considered as legitimate combatants on a battlefield. Even the Russian government considers them as mercenaries. So if they are captured on the battlefield, I really hope they're being treated like, I don't know, the LAPOW in Japanese hand during the World War II, or Soviet POW in German hands, or vice versa.
Well, so, at the end of the day, that doesn't really benefit anyone, does it?
But on the other hand, I think there's also a way of using these special POWs. We know we had a few international volunteers who were captured by LNR and DPR. If Russia wants to trade them with them, that'll be fine. If Russian don't, we will treat these Wagner POWs the same way that Russians and DPR and our collaborators, the way they treated international volunteers POW. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
No, it wouldn't be wonderful. It'd be immoral and unethical, and the Ukrainians won't do that. They'll treat them as PWs, and then when it comes to they won't be transferred in prisoner exchanges. They'll be prosecuted for domestic terrorism or terrorism, probably. And why? Because Ukrainians aren't animals, and if they succumb to the desire to behave and treat combatants, whatever their status, then they'll be just as bad as the Russians, and that's not what they are. So, what would their first course of action be? They're going to see combatants in some kind of uniform. They're not going to just say, "Well, you're not Russian, so we're going to execute you, or we're going to beat you up or castrate you." That's insane. They would treat them and process them like all PWs, and then in back in the rear when they're being investigated, they'll be processed like any other common criminal. Whereas Geneva Convention stipulates what a country can do, or how what information a country can glean from a captured soldier. Those conditions wouldn't apply. It doesn't mean that you're allowed to torture and castrate people because they're not wearing the flag of another country. It just means that the protections afforded to those soldiers of a country are not granted to those mercenaries, or in this case, they're just criminals. They would probably be put into a regular prison and treated accordingly. In a perfect scenario, you're not putting PWs in prisons with rapists and murderers, and but in this case, really the same thing. But in this case, the Ukrainians, it would behoove the Ukrainians, obviously, and it's also propaganda win for the Russians if God forbid the Ukrainians behave like they did. Even though the Russians do it themselves, we all know that they're hypocrites and liars. That the country doesn't care about how it treats prisoners. Would they care to trade Wagner mercenaries from all over the world for PWs? I doubt it. I don't think they care at all. I think what will happen is a critical mass of an enormous number of prisoners would be the ones that will make a distinct impact on Russian public opinion. If the Russians find out that there are, say, 20,000 at the end of this war, if they find out there are 20,000 Russian PWs, I suspect that would be a good threat to Russian stability, internal, domestic, public opinion. But yeah, that definitely a big old hard no to that comment about mistreating even mercenaries. It benefits no one. It is immoral. You don't fight immorality with other forms of immorality. I hope that answers the question. I think Florida had his hand up.
I would add to that as well, Roy, that there are practical military considerations to this as well, right? You want enemy forces to surrender. That's something you want. You want them to know that they'll be treated with a certain amount of humanity if they choose to give up the fight in a militarily hopeless situation. So if word spreads quickly, right? So if it becomes known among Russian soldiers that and even Wagnerites that Ukrainian forces are not treating captured Wagner troops with humanity, then they're far less likely to surrender. So aside from the morality and the humanity, there's also a number of very pressing practical military reasons why you treat prisoners decently. You gain absolutely nothing from mistreating prisoners, regardless of whether they're regular Russian armed forces or Wagner mercenaries. Yeah, I would agree with Yehuda on that. No, Florian.
Very interesting. Yesterday, I had a very long thread conversation with a lawyer from the Polish army on what Wagner troops are. I can forward that. And by the International Convention Against Mercenaries, by their definition, if a Wagner soldier is a Russian national, he's not deemed a mercenary, he's deemed a regular Russian soldier. And then the Geneva Convention applies to him. If the mercenary is the Wagner soldier is a non-Russian, let's say a Kazakh, then he's treated as a mercenary. And under Article 108 of the Geneva Convention, Protocol 1, mercenaries are not subjected to the Geneva Convention. But he said for all practicality, Ukraine will treat them as prisoners of wars, and all Russian nationals that fight for Wagner will be treated like Russian soldiers. And he's really in the know. If you want to have him and discuss the legal aspects of the Geneva Convention and all other conventions around that, like the Convention Against Mercenaries. So we had a long chat on this, and I think his position is clear. And if you read Article 1 on the Convention Against Mercenaries, in Article 1.c, it states a mercenary cannot be the national of the nation fighting. It's very clear. And that makes Wagner de facto a Russian force. And there's also no plausible deniability with respect of Wagner. That's very interesting. You also said Wagner and all actions of Wagner are the same as the Russian army because of the exclusion principle that if nationals fighting for such a group, don't know how to call them correctly, they're deemed as Russian military.
Yeah, I mean, I understand all that aspect, but I just think that wouldn't that be great to use them as leverage. So some of the volunteers in the International Legion can be traded swapped back, because that is going to be a very credible.
But that's
Oh Lord,
ship.
no,
but
stop,
this is a
stop,
different
stop.
this is a
Florian,
different question.
Florian. Roy, you said you want to be a Marine officer, right?
Yeah, I mean
Okay, then stop. Then if I were you, I'd stop talking. You're embarrassing yourself, and you're going to embarrass the outfit that you want to join. That's not how officers behave. That's not how officers should talk. This isn't a joke. It's not funny. It's not. Wouldn't it be nice? No, it wouldn't be nice to be an inhuman, immoral monster. And that's what the difference between us and them. And especially if you want to, if you're in this ROTC thing to be a Marine officer, they're not going to take you if you have attitudes like that. I'll tell you right now. That's my free advice to you. We're going to drop that because this is not a forum to talk about committing war crimes. Or would it be nice if? No, it would not be nice. Please stop. Florian, over to you.
Yeah, I was just arguing through the conversation that Wagner soldiers are regular soldiers, even though it's a strange way they do it by the various convention, and they will be treated as POWs by the Ukrainians. And that Polish guy was very clear about that, and he was in the know. Just to support your view, and legally it's clear: Russian nationals fighting for Wagner are deemed Russian soldiers.
Thank you for that color, Florian. I think we can. I think we're in danger when it comes to the Geneva Convention of going down a rabbit hole with a convention, though still in force and updated, is kind of its time, right? The Geneva Convention is not the only piece of law that governs how you treat prisoners. You're also covered by domestic law. I believe the Ukrainian domestic law. I believe the European Convention on Human Rights will have something to say about this as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, regardless of what the Geneva Convention said, it was of its time. It has been updated, but ultimately, it's not the only fount of law governing military behavior. And we can fully expect the Ukrainian armed forces to abide not only by the international conventions that govern this in a kind of high level way, but also by their own domestic law. And the values and standards of their own armed forces as well, because that's another hugely important source of guidelines governing the behavior of soldiers, particularly around prisoners. And I would echo Yehuda's words of advice to Roy, mate. If you want to be an officer of Marines, you need to adjust your attitude to this. This is not a good thing this is not a good train of thought you have. Florian.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, one of the POW captured by LPR, I have to say that he's also a Marine. I saw his picture. He was a Marine captain. Like, it broke my heart that the Russians were thinking of executing him. I almost cried when I saw that. Like, that pisses me off. That makes me really want to say a lot of bad words I should never have said. But it takes there's no such a thing called ex-Marine or former Marine. You earn the title, it's with you, it's in your DNA. It's when Russians is thinking of executing him when he properly fighting on the battlefield, being captured, and did his duty, and that makes me really, really pissed off. It makes me want to do the same thing for them, even though I know I shouldn't. And I'm glad I don't have the ability to do such a thing. That's why I wonder if there's any way they can swap him back so he wouldn't have to face a firing squad in some dirty pit in somewhere in LPR or DNR.
Just a short comment. Why would the Ukraine do something and endanger its reputation and its Western support? It won't. Sticking to the rules is essential that we root for Ukraine. Sticking to all the conventions is essential. And I think it's essential in winning the war. They go high while the Russians go low. And foreign national fighting for Ukraine is deemed a mercenary. But also the Article 108 really says you cannot simply sentence such guys. They need to go through a normal court and so on. But we know Russia doesn't care about the rule of law. It's very clear. But it doesn't mean we should leave it because they don't. I mean, this would be utterly wrong, to be very clear.
yeah, what Florian said. There's processes and procedures and treaties and conventions there for a reason, and they shall be followed to the letter. Darrow.
Hey, good morning, Doman. Morning, everyone. Afternoon to you guys, because it's getting close anyway. Roy, I just want to say this. As a former Marine, we are loyal. That is above all else, our loyalty to both our country and the laws within our country. Those stand out. Although there have been people over time that have um, tried to do otherwise, they were all prosecuted for doing so. You got to take this a lot more serious. Um, it. You have that Marine Corps flag behind you in your profile, and to say this, it's not a good look. So while you're in school and you're training or reserves, however, whatever you're doing at this point in time, I would cease and desist any other breaches of protocols such as this. Okay, just as a word of it, you don't want to discolor that flag behind you, nor the stars and stripes. I just want
Thank you, Darren.
I just want to be very clear about that. Okay, thanks, Don.
Oh, thank you. It's good when it comes from the third.
From another Marine.
And from
right?
a Marine.
It's not the way, whatever Daryl says, obviously true. And your emotions, Roy, I'm sorry to say, are important. Constitution of your country is more important than your feelings. And I think even that Marine in captivity, he would agree with Daryl as well. All right, let's not belabor the point. Let's go to Shanghai.
Shaggy.
Good morning. Yeah, it's very civilian to want to be all Old Testament, to get all Old Testament on your enemy's ass, as it were, and visit unto them what they visit unto you. But it's very New Testament and military following discipline, from what I've seen, to follow the laws that you've signed up for, follow the laws that you've taken an oath to follow. So yeah, while your personal thoughts and feelings might be very civilian. I mean, I might want to just bomb the ass out of them, but you can't just do that. You can't just torture them because, well, you basically signed up to not do that, to follow the laws that you've agreed to follow. And that's what I wanted to say. It's civilians do that. I do that. I get mad and I get emotional, and I might spout out things which are not within the Geneva Convention, but a military person shouldn't. That's it, really.
Yeah, the rules are there to be followed, right? They're there for good reason.
Absolutely, for practical as well as moral reasons. Florian, thank you, Shaggy. Florian, let's have a final word. And
follow the rules for pure self-interest because they protect ourselves. We shall follow the rules that protect our civilian lives, that protect our civilian populations. For no other reason than yours personal interest. Stick to the rules, they protect you. And the military rules are the rules for a very extreme situation, but they're grounded in the same philosophy that protect us, for example, our freedom to speech or defense through a lawyer and so on. Trying to get rid of the rules is utterly irrational. And that's my stick to the New Testament out of your own personal self-interest. Nothing more, nothing less.
thank you, Florian. Think ethical. Welcome up.
Yes, because of the moniker, I have to decree that Yehuda has spoken the word for this young man, and I would listen and obey what Yehuda has given you. Drop it. Learn some ethics. I studied the Geneva Convention. 2 years of my life. It's a worthwhile document to maybe have at your bedstand. So if you're intent on being an officer in the military of the United States of America, you had better listen to those who have a little insight into the treatment of prisoners, maybe have even seen and felt and experienced their angst and fear, and maybe give them hope that there is another and better way, which is what the Ukrainians are establishing in Europe. So behold, you've heard the word from Yehuda. Listen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, shall we have a look at some headlines?
Let's.
Think ethical. Your mic's still hot, mate. Thank you. Okay, so very quick news roundup. Now, some news from Izium. Ukrainian forensic services, they have exhumed 146 bodies at the mass burial site near Izium. This is coming from the regional governor, Ole Sinehubov. He is governor of Kharkov region. The bodies include 2 children. Of course, there have been Russian denials, but the investigation is ongoing. I believe it was mentioned on the space yesterday that French police have sent some experts to assist in that effort. Did you hear similar, Doman?
Sorry, was I? Okay, there we go. Yes, I have. And the French gendarmes, I believe, were helping a lot out in areas around Kiev and Chernihiv previously as well. After those areas were freshly liberated, so it's a thing that they've done before. They know what they're doing. Of course, they have previous experiences from other parts of the world as well. All of that together. Of course, nothing can prepare you for something like this, I would say.
Absolutely not. And I understand wasn't there some sort of European police force, cooperative police force set up to investigate war crimes in the Balkans? Was that a French-led shout?
I don't know if it was French-led, but they certainly had a very large contribution to it.
Fantastic. So, with thanks to the French authorities and to the Ukrainian forensic services, hopefully we will see some details emerging and some justice following the apparent massacre near Izium, near Izium, rather. Now, in other news, the governor of Luhansk, Sergei Haidai, he has said that the leadership of the so-called Luhansk People's Republic are beginning to panic. Now, there have been reports of kind of arrest squads detaining men on the street, drafting them into the army. The internet has apparently been blocked. Mobile phones have been blocked to control the spread of information about Moscow's military setbacks. Now, do we know much about the information picture in occupied Luhansk? Is it? I mean, I assume it's been pretty tight, but are we getting much in the way of detail from ordinary people in that particular province?
I have to say that there has been some conflicting information coming out, including that communication infrastructure has been deliberately limited by the Russian occupation authorities. So there seems to be less stuff coming out than normally would, because it's literally not being allowed to come out from many places. I don't know how systematic that is. I don't know how systematic that is in terms of time, nor in terms of geography, right? But at least in some parts, at least for considerable parts of time, considerable areas for considerable chunks of time, the outside world is disconnected in the first place. What they do have is Russian television. It's great, isn't it? It's exactly what you need when you want to understand the proper, correct, whole complete picture of what's going on in the world. Russian television.
Absolutely, yes. A notoriously trustworthy source of information. I should stress that I am joking. Now, in further panic news, in these occupied COD republics that they have in eastern Ukraine, Denis Pushilin, who is the Moscow, who is the head of the separatist administration. I don't want to say separatist; that's not the right phrase. Russian puppet administration in Donetsk.
Occupation administration.
Occupation administration. That's the one. Now he has called on his fellow occupation administrator in Luhansk to combine efforts to launch an urgent referendum on becoming part of Russia. Now, this is something, of course, they did in Crimea. There was going to be they were planning one, weren't they? They were planning one in Kherson Oblast, but of course that all went horribly wrong for them. But Donetsk,
No, they were planning about 7, I think, in Kherson Oblast, but for some reason keep postponing them.
Yeah,
couldn't possibly have anything to do with the people there not wanting to be a part of Russia or an independent state, or definitely couldn't have anything to do with all of the infrastructure keep constantly being struck by a mix of partisans and HIMARS.
Yeah, well executed artillery strikes will play havoc with your fake politics, won't they? Imagine trying to organize an election under the shadow of HIMARS and having to fake most of the detail. Must be an administrative nightmare. But anyway, so reports of political panic in Luhansk and Donetsk, the occupied regions of eastern Ukraine. Roy Lee, you've got your hand up.
All right, just want to say I will accept that all the criticism that was thrown at me earlier. I was a little bit emotional, especially after seeing the mass grave in Izium, plus the previous issues with that Marine being captured in Ukraine. Also, there's the news that apparently I think it's like the second time the 64th motorized infantry brigade of the Russian army has been destroyed by Ukrainian army. So this is very interesting. The 64th brigade belongs to 35th CAA. 35th CAA was already in early June being declared combat ineffective after facing 93rd brigade, the all-famous 93rd Ukrainian mechanized infantry brigade, and being destroyed in the Donbass, and also earlier took heavy casualty in the Battle of Kiev. And seems like Russians wanted kind of just usually rotate their frontline troops from time to time, but this 64th brigade, they didn't rotate it. So I think everybody kind of figure out that Russian kind of just want to keep them on the front line. So just let Ukrainians do their dirty job to kill these people, and so nobody would know the truth of the Bucha massacre, since they are the perpetrator. Since they are the perpetrator of the Bucha.
I was waiting for you to come to this part. The 64th Separate Guards Motor Rifle Brigade was to a large degree responsible for the genocide and genocidal acts that they were perpetrating in Bucha, the mass rapes, torture, killings. And after they retreated, they were awarded in April this year the status of guards, which is an honorific, let's say. It's like a battle honor of sorts, Tim. And the rest Roy explained. Many of them were killed in the fighting both around Izium and to the north of Sloviansk after that. And they have effectively ceased to exist.
Yeah, so not only the 64th, the entire 35th Army group was reduced to the skeletons already in the early June, because this unit has been on the front line and hasn't been so when Russian pulled out of the Kiev and Chernihiv Oblast, most of their troops had time for recuperations for, especially for the VDV and the First God Tank Army. A lot of these troops were reinforced, at least in some way, replenished partially with their losses and replace their lost equipment. But this unit, 35th CAA, they're from Far East, and it seems like they did not get replenished at all. By the end of the June, it seems like there's less than 100. So the Ukrainian declared there's less than 100 combat effective infantrymen in the 35th CAA. Consider a Russian combined arms army, even during the peacetime, they barely over to 20,000. Like, if you are reduced to only less than 100 combat effective infantry, you can imagine what's the rest of the unit look like. Their logistics, their heavy equipment, their command structures is certainly decimated.
Thank you, Roy Lee. Yeah, the guards thing. It's not quite a battle honor. I would compare it to the title Royal. So when a Commonwealth military unit does a particularly good bit of fighting, or is of a particularly august vintage, then it may be called Royal. But the problem we have in the armed forces of the Commonwealth realms, including the UK, is that everybody's been around and fighting for so long that basically everybody is royal now. So there's kind of an honorific inflation going on. Yeah, the guards sobriquet does indicate an elite force, and they have been, shall we say, acquitting themselves in very, very far from an elite way so far. Okay, thank you, Roy Lee. Moving on with the news. Now, Russians have been Russianing around another nuclear power plant in Mykolaiv. I'm going to need help with this, but Pivdenokrainsk.
That was almost perfect. Pivdenokrainsk, yeah.
Oh, that's nice. I'm getting better at this. Pivdenokrainsk nuclear power plant in southern Mykolaiv region yesterday was struck by some sort of Russian attack. The blast landed 300 yards away from the reactors and damaged some of the power plant buildings. But Energoatom, the long-suffering Ukrainian state nuclear industry, has said that none of the reactors have been damaged and that they are working normally, as we would expect. The attack also damaged some hydroelectric power plant nearby and the transmission lines. I've not heard any reports of blackouts in the last couple of days, so I'm guessing this was a big nothing ball.
Yeah, it's an attempt to do just that. We were discussing it in some depth yesterday, actually. It's an attempt to damage Ukrainian infrastructure. It's an attempt to perpetuate fear in countries to the west of Ukraine. And it's an attempt to possibly damage the hydroelectric dam, because it's a complex of several power plants together. It's a nuclear power plant as well as a hydroelectric plant next to it. It's on the river, of course, it makes sense. It looks like they might have been targeting the big, initial substation just outside it, but slightly missed. That's my best understanding of it. I might be off, of course. Douglas, think ethically.
Yes, I just, for one, want to accept the apology of Roy. That was a majestic act and very an apt, good start to your career as an officer. So thank you for your apology. I accept it.
Thank you, Douglas. It's very what somebody would have said, New Testament of you to say that. Tim, is there anything more about the nuclear power plant that has to be covered? So for anybody who doesn't know, the word Pivdene refers to southern. That's why, for example, southern Bessarabia, which is the bit of Odessa Oblast to the south of Moldova across the Zatoka Bridge, is called Pivdena Bessarabia. There's a port close to Odessa called Pivdeni. same reason. It all just means southern. And if you read Ukrainian Telegram, you come across OK Pivden, that's the operational command south, because Pivden is south. So that might help you in remembering why it's called Pivden Ukrainians. It also has a Russian name, Yuzhno Ukrainians, and Yuzhno also means south. There's also a port called Yuzhne, which is the same port as the port of Pivdeni, just in two different languages. Tim?
I thought pivdo meant beer.
That's pivo. No D in that.
Because I was imagining, Ukrainian beer nuclear power plant. It's kind of a slightly alarming name for such a facility. But as you say, it means south. So yes, thank you very much for that. No, I don't. I think this was another nothing burger. They fired at it. They missed. It damaged an office block. Took out some power lines. Doesn't seem to. Doesn't seem to have caused any major electricity issues on the Ukrainian the incredibly resilient Ukrainian power grid. I don't know how they manage that. Do you know, Dermot? Is it just like super competence?
I think competence is one part of it. Dedication is the other. They know it's coming. They know what to do. They know how to do it, and they go and do it because they know how important it is that they do go and do it. I think that's really what it's about.
Sure. I mean, living in Estonia, another famously well-administered place. My country place, we do get power outages, especially in the stormy season in the kind of early spring, and it does take them a couple of days to get the power back on. So we do sit there in the dark with oil lamps for a couple of days, it takes a while, right, for them to respond and for them to fix stuff. Ukraine manages to do this during a war with apparently very limited impact on the grid, which is
the thing is, Tim, it's a little bit different in that when there's a storm in Estonia, there will be multiple points of failure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Estonia has quite a bit of forest, right?
We do have trees, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a storm, a bunch of trees fall into a bunch of different bits of the power lines, take them down. Often this is obviously in Estonia, it won't be in hilly areas, but it will possibly be in quite inaccessible areas. Power line running on a narrow strip of land, not next to a road, possibly a bit of forest, bit of marsh, bit of lake, something like that. Then it's a pain to get there, and it's hard to get everything done. But it's not just one point of failure. There's 24 points of failure that all have to be fixed before the whole section of the grid is on again, right? Difference here is when Russians strike, there's usually one big point of failure. Now, that point of failure is usually a substation, but it's more or less in one place. And often they can bypass it more easily as well, because yes, a large chunk will be dependent on it, but you know what I'm kind of getting at here. I hope, Tim. No, it's different. It requires what it requires is 100 people or 50 people all working together, but it's in one place and it's usually relatively easily accessible. And yes, they require a lot of stuff, but it isn't all of these distant countryside electrical engineers that need to go around and fix all manner of places in all manner of ways.
Absolutely. Riley.
Oh, real quick. So seems like I've been following a lot of M777 in Ukraine, since that's one equipment that also being largely used by the United States. And it seems like Ukraine actually likes the Western towed artillery a bit better than the self-propelled gun, because it seems like the German-made PZH 2000, a considerable amount of them already having breaking down issues. So the towed artillery seems more simpler and easier to be serviced and maintained. And as long as you have a good fire control system, usually they will do as well as SPG, even though the ability to maneuver is less, but also reduce the chance of breaking down. And also, Ukraine being a fully industrialized country before the war began itself, have a lot of mechanics and able body to do a lot of work. So, and I have seen a lot, even though we did see some M777 being destroyed, but we're also seeing Ukrainians fixing some M777 themselves and put them back into the operations, even harvesting parts from the broken down 777 to maintain the current fleet. That's really remarkable for what they've done with these very limited supply of the Western weapons. It's really respectable. It does show what a true industrialized country do, even though you can have your industry being destroyed, but the people, the mechanics, you can't take their knowledge out of their brain.
It's a little bit more complicated, right, when it comes to the SPGs.
I agree.
It's that's great, Miskim. If you'd be so kind as to mute your mic, put your hand up, like Wendy's doing up there, that'd be great. It's a little bit more complicated when it comes to the SPGs. Those Panzerhaubitze were so used; they were firing many hundreds of shells a day, sometimes in excess of 500 shells a day per tube. And that, of course, and at max charge, whatever the correct terminology for that is. That's why they simply came through their operational cycle a bit more quickly than normally they would. The M777s haven't been exposed to anything like the same rate of fire because simply they can't be run at the same rate of fire as a Panzerhaubitze. That's why they've not been breaking down as much. Also, an M777 being a much simpler system, there have been replacement tubes sent already because they did actually wear out quite a few. And of course, it's much easier to replace that on an M777 than it is to do anything on a much more complicated piece of equipment. They serve different roles, is something CJ keeps saying. As a 82nd Airborne Artillery officer who might know these things quite well, they serve different roles. They have different purposes in the battlefield. Both are very important. Both the towed artillery and the self-propelled artillery are very important for Ukraine. All of these 155 systems are incredibly important. Actually, I think we've seen a case of what is it, L119, Tim? Is that the designation of the 105mm system?
No, it's the M119. It's the M119, but British call it the L118 for some odd reason.
Okay, well, whatever the things are, those things. One of them actually.
We make it. We get to name it.
There we go. One of them actually suffered a catastrophic end to its barrel because it's been used so much as well. So it happened, which is fine. They get fixed up, which is also fine. As did the Panzerhaubitze, and there's 4 more Panzerhaubitze on their way from Germany, as announced yesterday. Why? Because they like them. Ukraine also ordered 100 newly made from the manufacturer. Why? Because they like them. There you go. Tim, any thoughts on this, or shall we go on to Wendy?
Yeah,
I have some thoughts on this.
Miskim, could you please whack your hands up and we'll get to you. My thoughts on this is, having operated the L118 light gun, albeit in a saluting role, these towed pieces, they are, a decent gun crew can get them in and out of action in a matter of seconds. I mean, it should take you around 30 seconds to go from limber to firing. So the speed advantages when it comes into action. I mean, I'm not a gunner, so I would defer to CJ on this, but the speed advantages don't seem to be enormously significant. I think what you do get with towed artillery is, as Roy Lee says, there's less to go wrong. If the worky bits of your self-propelled gun, if the engine breaks or you throw a track or whatever, you have to take time to fix that, and it requires very specialized knowledge to fix that. If you have a towed piece, you can bring up another vehicle and tow it with another vehicle, and I think that gives that gives them in certain circumstances an advantage. Yeah, I mean, as you say, Doman, they are used for different things.
Yeah. Also, I think people need to realize PZH 2000, when they were designed itself, it's being a very heavy equipment, like a top heavy equipment. It's on the chassis of the Looper 1, but that turret is definitely bigger than what Looper 1 should be carrying, even though Germans designing a very clever way to make it balanced, but still, Ukraine themselves don't have the production line for the Looper 1's
It's a Leopard 2, not the Leopard 1 base.
Looper 1's chassis
Nope.
for the PZH 2000. You can check it out. I remember that they used a different engine, but they are the same chassis. I promise you. I knew it. Like both Gepard and PZH 2000 used the Looper 1's chassis. I do remember that because I mean, also I remember that because I used, when I was a kid, I made a model, 1 against 48 model for the PZH 2000 and Looper 2. They're totally different. I remember that. I when I was a kid, I liked to play with them, so I even remember how many wheels they have.
Wendy.
Thank you, Terman. Thank you, Tim, for your wonderful military insight. And I was just thinking how the resilience of Ukraine's nuclear power plants against constant Russian bombardments. These emblematic buildings are, Ukraine has consistently shown examples of progress, and particularly progress in this case, of terms of energy independence from the tyrannical state that exists to its eastern border. And this ties in, I think, a little bit to the examples that it has been setting with POWs. We've just seen this more evidence of Russian war crimes in Izium, and despite the sentiments of revulsion and demands for immediate justice, Ukraine has consistently shown itself to be the side in this war which is the more moral armed forces. This is about progress versus regression. This is values versus immorality, humanity versus inhumanity. These things, the former of which the enemy sees as weaknesses, but these to us and to Ukraine and to across the free world are strengths. So Ukraine has consistently shown that it is more moral, and doing this all despite being the country that has been invaded and is the defending nation. So this is simply inspirational, and with its the resilience shown in its nuclear power plants, this is yet another example of Ukraine showing the world, showing the free world what is possible in terms of energy independence, what is possible in terms of human rights and the treatment of human beings. So yeah, I thought that tied in rather nicely. So thank you once again for this space. I unfortunately have to hop down to continue the Wendyization of Europe, but I'll try and join you chaps later on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy.
Oh wait,
Mishka.
wait.
Oh,
Thank
Ivan.
you, Damon. I think you're right. It was the Looper 2's engine. My fault. It's really my fault. I'm sorry. I am very sorry. I think I mixed up.
You shouldn't have doubled down.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I mixed them up with Gepard because I do remember Gepard was using the chassis for the Looper 1. I mixed both of them up. I am very, very sorry because I am sorry. I am. Okay.
Thank you, Roly. Mishka, sorry for the wait, but we do like to take turns. Mishka.
Oh, I appreciate that. Well, I have deep concerns. Since 2014, Russia has really predicated and sexualized a lot of the monuments they've removed from their own places that have to do with corporate relationships, but not only corporate, military relationships amongst global enterprises and different governments. And that involves China, that involves Taiwan as part of China, but also at this point, India and, of course, America. How can you speak literally, how can you speak to me against what Russia did? Because I'm not for what Russia did, but how can you speak to me against what Russia did by removing Steve Jobs' monument in 2014 after the annexation of Crimea?
I'm sorry.
I think I can try.
Yeah. Okay.
It's very simple. This isn't about. No, I think I know what you're getting at. No, I think I know what you're getting at.
If you think you do,
This isn't
and you
about monuments. No one cares about monuments. I think I do. I'm pretty sure I do.
No,
this isn't about
pretty sure
monuments.
that
This
you,
is about Russia.
I'm pretty sure that everything
It's very simple.
about
This isn't
Russia
about
and
monuments.
their attack
This is
about
about Russia
Ukraine.
committing genocide against Ukraine. That's all there is. Yeah. It's very simple. It's not to do with monuments. It's not to do with anything like that. It's to do with Russia intending to dispossess people in a neighboring country, that is to say Ukraine, and to kill them, and to torture them, because they don't subscribe to the Russian perverted version of history, nor the Russian perverted version of what they think that the present should be. That's why. That's all there is. Russia thinks it deserves to have an empire where it once had an empire. Russia thinks that it deserves, that it's only right to subjugate the peoples that it once previously subjugated, more than once in many cases. That's all this is about. I'm not going to go down some harebrained theories of how they might be right or how they might not be wrong. Not interested. Moving on. Tim.
I really struggle to follow that. A Steve Jobs monument in Donbass? What?
Yeah, no, it's look, sometimes you get odd conspiracy theories and you move on and don't think about them.
I somehow always suspected that Apple was behind this whole thing.
It's all about the big watermelon, Tim.
The big watermelon. Roy.
Oh yeah, so I'm sorry. I gotta. First I gotta apologize for Delman for doubling down the PCH.
It's okay. We can move on. It's okay. It's
Okay,
not that
I'm
big a deal.
sorry. I'm sorry. German Army's equipment. Like Germany did a really good job using their chassis for their MBTs for different purposes, from their Gepard, even their Roland 3 uses the chassis from one of their light tanks called TAM, which developed the chassis from the Marder, which is very respectable for they use their universal chassis. Unlike Russians have to swap some of their chassis stuff to make new stuff for their chassis. For example, the Russians made the TOS-1, they used the chassis from the T-72, but they used the chassis from T-70, but also changed the engine for it. Okay, so what I want to say now is actually just a few hours ago, one of the senior defense officials in the DoD, U.S. DoD, just said it's absolutely on the table for United States to provide tanks with Ukraine. So if a senior DoD official said it's on the table, we can basically think right now probably Ukrainians are learning how to service and maintaining the ATG 1-500 engines in the United States somewhere in Fort Benning, possibly. Marines don't have them anymore, so probably for Army. And some Ukrainian Army soldiers probably already being trained in the US as we speak right now, because it is a very sophisticated piece of machine and requires very extensive training for that. And I can definitely tell you that they will also need to learn how to use the M88A2 armor recovery vehicle, because Ukrainians.
And you know, Ray, at the end of the day, I'm impressed by the size of the tables that the US DoD has that can support an Abrams. They must rival the ones that Putin uses. And secondly, I hope they get off the table and onto a row ferry across the Atlantic ASAP.
Yeah,
but I agree with you on the technical bits. I'm sure you're right. They need the right recovery vehicles, but I'm sure that they'll provide those.
Yeah, I think currently the issue is because I think, if I wasn't mistaken, that 116 Abrams that Marine Corps just did in last year, they were not sent to Ukraine. They were not in storage or anywhere in the United States. First, they were sent to some Army National Guard units. Then they were actually sent to Poland this year when Poland gave Ukraine their Abrams. Oh no, their T-72 and the PT-91. United States supplied some Poland some M1 to not only to give them to use, but also give them to train on some the Abrams platforms, since they bought a couple hundred of them. So there's that, and the Abrams needs to goes through I assume Abrams United States are going to give to Ukraine are probably at least up to the standards that Australians or Saudi Arabia or Morocco, even at least some early batches of the Australian M1A1 AIM model baseline 2, basically non-DU armor and non-DU rounds. There's at least they have to be up to that standard. Still, it's a really good news, and I am very surprised that we have a table at that size, but I hope we can just do it in a timely manner, because if I wasn't mistaken, in 2020, United States promised Taiwan with 128, then reduced to 108 M1A2T Abrams tank. And the first production batch that will be given to Taiwan will be waited until end of 2023 and early 2024. The last batch was scheduled to be delivered in 2028, and that's being given that these tanks will be taken out of the graveyard, modified, upgrade, and sent to Taiwan. So I am not sure how long is it going to take for Ukraine to get their hands on their Abrams. I mean, at worst, some Taiwanese tank will be sent to Ukraine, but to be honest, I am very concerned for that, because both places are very, very on the verge of the conflict, and I don't know who's in more desperate needs for these batch of the tanks.
I mean, I'll say something pretty straightforward. Taiwan is an island; it doesn't share a land border with anyone. It's much more difficult to roll stuff across. And I hear they have some real swanky anti-ship missiles in the meantime. So that's very helpful. But yeah, I can see your worries, but it's I think pretty clear which army right now needs tanks specifically a little bit more. Florian,
a short remark: get Mr. Scholz on the table and have him look what's on the table.
I don't think you need a very strong table for that.
No, but he should see what's on the table and then see his. And I wonder how if this is really true and coming out, how he's gonna argue now. I think what mental gymnastics he has to do now. I'm looking forward to that, in the sense of being entertained.
I concur. Absolutely. It is time. It is time for these things to get on that ship, get across. What more does Ukraine need to prove? Nothing. They've proven everything they possibly can prove, right? So let's get them the stuff they need to win. And I'm sure CJ would agree with that. I think CJ would be very happy parachuting some stuff into Ukraine, trying to supply Ukraine with what they genuinely need, especially now.
Oh yeah, and also people keep forgetting, people keep saying that we have like what 3,500 Abrams left in our storage, even after selling to you for Poland. But we only have one production plant in Ohio that's may currently even producing any Abrams. I'm talking about producing means refurbishing old Abrams and turning into this M1A2 SEP 3 or 4 standard. It's their production force is very small. Congress almost closed it in last few years, and for President Trump's credit, he actually kept it open, and he even visited there, which I really respect for that. For President Trump, who was not particularly smart about military weapons, but still he saved the plant, he saved the production line, and now when the rainy day actually come, I'm actually even glad we even still have a main battle production line in the country still running.
Sometimes running so well that CJ gets taken in by an image, don't you, CJ?
Well, that, and in 2025 we'll start, the building and use of the MPF for the sort of lighter tank too. So the Abrams won't finally have a partner for the first time since the Sheridan was retired. So we will definitely see. I assume it'll be made in a similar place, but actually I have no idea where the MPF will be made. But I'll get back to everyone if you're waiting for more tank news.
No, CJ, actually, we were talking about artillery a little bit earlier. And Roy was positing that the M777s are performing better for Ukraine than the Haubitzer are performing. And I said, well, they're both doing pretty well, and they're used for somewhat different purposes, so somewhat different sets of tasks. What do you reckon, CJ? There's some criticism about how often the Panzerhaubitzer need to go back for repairs.
I mean, I'm not sure there's really an answer to that, for better or worse. M777s outside of Izium at the end of April, the first batch that went through played a key role in keeping, Russians contained in that city. So, if Germany was, they ended up taking their sweet time to get those systems in the country. But when they did, of course, they were very effective. But if you didn't have the 777s in April in Izium, then, maybe Russia breaks out of that area. Maybe they take more land. So it's really hard to say definitively, one system is more important than another in that regard. In terms of the maintenance and repairs, it's pretty much par for the course. I think people, having seen all these Russian vehicles and Russian artillery pieces driven into the ground or overused, they weren't really aware of how often NATO puts their equipment into services. So the fact that they're actually going out of rotation after, a couple thousand rounds or whatnot, and I know the press said 100, but I don't believe that to be true, because that would be for the Panzerhaubitzer 2 or 3 missions, right? So that doesn't make any sense. But the fact that after a couple thousand rounds, it's getting maintained is very standard. And the fact that they actually have enough guns to do that is a great sign that they're in a much better place than they were in April.
Yeah, and now getting 4 more.
Wait, also you can also have a considerable number of the FH-70. That's actually a very interesting piece of equipment, and we have a lot of storage of, and not in the United States. European countries have a lot of them they made during the Cold War. There are some of them were even exported to India and a lot of other third world countries. Maybe
CJ can give us a comparison between the two. CJ,
exactly.
FH-70 versus M777.
Well, I mean, FH-70 has the main difference is it has an autoloader, so it shoots a little bit faster. It also has the ability to be slightly motorized, so it can, drive around a bit. But I don't know, the N777 can definitely take more rounds and is a little bit sturdier. So even if it's slower to shoot, I would take that over anything. But then again, I'm biased because I'm currently in an M777 unit. So what do I know?
Thank you, CJ.
On this, could we go back to basics a little? Could you talk us through the kind of use cases for towed versus self-propelled artillery? Like, do they have radically different applications on the battlefield, or are they just different ways of achieving essentially the same thing?
Well, I think to put it pretty simply, right, because some people some artillery experts like Thomas Steiner, who's Italian, of course, he's used FH-70s. He's trained with Americans. I'd recommend his work any day. He thinks towed are antiquated, but kind of from my point of view, as a fire supporter, not just an artilleryman, it's about the joint firepower, right? So when you get in a situation like a JFE or a joint forcible entry, like I'm in the 82nd Airborne, we do airfield seizures. Towed artillery is so much lighter than self-propelled howitzers. You can jump it out of a plane, right? And this is something that not every artillery piece can do. And so when you have a lot of different uses and a lot of different aircraft, the amount of things you can do with artillery increases exponentially. And so this is something that people who don't have this capability don't really consider, right? They look at, well, self-propelled howitzers are faster, they can shoot longer, they're therefore superior. And well, in those two regards, sure they are, but the fact is that they don't require as much maintenance as self-propelled howitzers. They, don't need an engine working. They don't need fuel. They become less resource intensive. And so if you look at Ukraine as a perfect example of why both are very important in different aspects, at first when Ukraine was going through a severe fuel crisis, right, their civilians did not really get much gas in April and in May to drive, especially in the Donbass, but in other areas too. The military needed every drop of fuel it could. And so this is a situation where 777s showed up and, they didn't need fuel. They were very resource light. They came with their own trucks. And that basically meant they were really easy to integrate. But now you have a situation where not only do they have more fuel, but they can rotate guns to the back for maintenance. And they have obviously so much ammunition that they didn't even get it in the last aid package. Well, because they captured so much, but they also have.
They also got some from Spain.
Yes. So it's a situation now where they, they have the flexibility and mobility. They're not really threatened by aircraft, so they can drive them around a lot more easily than they could in April or May. So they kind of have a time and place, but in this war, it's very interesting to see that they've had a time and place together, and that's not something you normally see.
So you couldn't deliver, say, I don't know, AS-90 out of the back of a Chinook or something like that. It's just simply too heavy.
Yeah, I mean the 777 is also very heavy, but you can still get it through. You still jump it, and you can still hook it up to a Chinook at least. There's I think maybe some of the 105 millimeter self-propelled. Again, this is getting really into the weeds. You can hook up to a Chinook, but again, it's really the fact that all these vehicles are armored that makes them not capable of being swung load or airdropped. That's what makes it so difficult for, it's like the VDV, right? They have these armored vehicles allegedly, but even in the case of Hostomel and other battles in Ukraine in the opening days, they didn't bring them. They didn't swing load them, right? They're just giant targets when they're hanging under helicopters. So they went and hit Kyiv without any sort of vehicles, and then they have a situation where they can't accomplish their mission. So it is, to me, still a very important equation, even if it seems like a very old school thing to consider an airborne operation. But hey, it's my job, so I have to consider it as important, right?
Yeah, I mean, 777 is only 4 ton or so. Even the Humvee can tow it in emergency time, and even the Blackhawk sometimes can lift it as well in the emergency time. Not recommended. I mean, you're recommended to always use an LMTV to haul this 777, but you can use a Humvee if time really requires you. That's why even the airborne troops use it.
That's really great, isn't it?
Yeah,
really
actually,
fantastic.
there's actually one of the good argument for that. U.S. Marines, we used to have M109 during the Battle of the Quezon. The U.S. because Quezon is close to the DMZ with North Vietnam. U.S. Marines in Quezon did not only use one M109, they also used the M107. It's howitzer, used 175 millimeters caliber.
Right, that's okay. That's not gonna go to Ukraine. It's okay.
I know, but
I'd really like to go to Florian and stop listening to a list of letters and numbers that don't mean anything to anyone except for you. I'm very sorry, but this isn't the point. It isn't about reading off of a table or memorizing a table. When we ask CJ things, we ask him things because he's an artillery officer who has direct experience with operating these things. It's a little bit different. It's not about knowing the specifications. It's about understanding how they're useful. I'm very sorry, but I really would like to go to Florian, who's been awfully patient, then to Fiona, and not listen to what happened at Quezon, because that's not going to happen in Ukraine. Florian.
As much as I like that the American tanks are coming, there's something to be said that the German ones should come because of its better sustainment. The German Leopards and all other equipment is basically distributed among Europe. 11 nations, for example, Poland can repair it. And I'm really hoping that the German equipment comes because it's closer to Ukraine. Germany has still the second largest engineering industry after China in the world, and bigger than the US. And in order to have sustained, continued fighting of these vehicles, you need this support industry and the supply chains, and they're much closer to Ukraine. And that's why Germany is so infuriating, because it could sustain it. And that's why I think the Americans have to pressure them probably to some deliveries. But for Ukraine, and I'm not arguing the merit as a Leopard is better than Abrahams, I don't even know that. But from the point of supply chains and logistics, Germany being closer, German industry being big, and many European countries run the equipment and have specialists and maintenance experts, it would be much better if the Germans come in, because that would, I believe, and please argue with me if the view is wrong, a more sustainable way of supplying main battle tanks to the Ukraine. So as a point of consideration.
CJ?
Well, I was just going to ask, I didn't catch the first part, Florian. Did you mention how Lithuania is helping repair the Panzer howitzers?
No. Poland has repair shops for Leopards.
Okay. And no,
Because
all I was going to add on to it is, this is, you bring up such a great point, right? These countries, not like Germany, France, and UK, they don't have a lot of equipment, right? Like the Baltic states that only have a few. They've not only given a lot, but they're also contributing in terms of maintaining this Ukrainian equipment when it comes out of theater and, to the rear, which ends up being inside of NATO itself. And this is, to me, just as important as Germany and these other countries giving these main battle tanks. So this is a really important part of the NATO standardization that you're getting at, because it's really beneficial when you're working with Germans and working with the UK, when not only are the calibers the same, but really the maintenance in the rear is very similar. So I think that's a great point as well. If we ever can get this Leopard situation figured out with Spain or Germany or Greece.
Yeah, but plus think also German manufacturing and engineering industry are tightly interwoven with the Polish ones. A lot of pre-manufactured easier stuff comes from Poland, like I think it's called pig iron pieces for engines and so on. So that's why there is this hub of skills from Germany to the east that would allow it to repair, sustain, improve things in an almost organic fashion. And then there's another economic point. Germany is heading to a recession. That would be an excellent way of bringing work to German companies or its Eastern European suppliers. Plus, it would be massive advertisement for Krauss-Wegmann if the equipment performs well. That's what I also don't get. The Germans are looking into a deep recession. So why don't they take the chance to improve their economics and play in a field of their strengths? Not saying anything against the American tanks.
I think this is exactly the argument that should be put forward, right? This is exactly the argument that should be ideally swaying thoughts in Berlin. CJ, touch on that. Go ahead, and then I really want to go to Fiona, who's been waiting incredibly patient.
Well, I just really have a question for the Europeans in the room, and maybe the same could be said for the Americans, giving the older models of the Abrams. Is there maybe a reluctance, kind of the opposite of what you were just saying, Florian? Is there a reluctance perhaps to provide this much older gear in the fear that it might not perform very well? I mean, there's no expectation that a 50 or 60-year-old tank is really supposed to be better than the newest Russian tanks. Just using that example. I wonder, does that play into it at all? Because, of course, the newer German gear and the newer American gear would wipe the floor with a lot of the Russian gear. But I wonder if that's maybe holding people back from giving these things, knowing that they're supposed to be better and they maybe don't perform up to expectations. Is that a consideration at all?
No, I don't think so. It's pure politics. You're again in the field of rationally thinking how to perform in the field and sustain it. I think this is not even debated.
I concur, Florian. It is just that. It is just the politics. Fiona.
Good day, everybody. And Doman, thank you for your brilliant hosting. I just wanted to make a few points. The one was I was very happy to see the Russians removing their subs from the Black Sea, from Sevastopol. And the other thing was I'm also very happy to hear about progress around Lysychansk or Luhansk. And then my final comment, coming back to Roy and PWs, I know you want to steer away from this subject, but in the heat of battle, it's all very well here on the panel talking cool and calm about treating PWs according to the Geneva Convention. But there are situations, I'm sure, for the poor men on the ground. And I commend the Ukrainians for the restraint when they've just seen their comrades being blown to pieces and then having a bunch of Russians surrender and having to switch off the adrenaline and do the right thing. But I personally, if I was in the position of coming across one of these Wagner types or these Russians who'd harmed my loved ones, believe me, I would tear them to pieces. And I just wanted to express my admiration for the military who are so well trained that they manage to control themselves. And then also, obviously, special forces and partisans don't always have the luxury of taking PWs. And I just wanted to express my understanding and admiration for the work they're doing, which is extremely difficult.
Thank you,
And
Fiona.
yeah.
Oh, was there? Sorry, I was going to ask CJ to explain a little bit more about the training they go through and the training that I think he takes a lot of part in exactly that. You know, how do you make sure that you act correctly under all circumstances? Would you like to go to that, or is there another point you wanted to make? I wasn't sure, Fiona.
No, I just want to say that I'm in awe of the Ukrainians and all those who are helping them. And I'm not a military person, and you guys, I have great admiration for you. But believe me, if it was me, and my loved ones have been turned into meat, I know what I would do.
Thank you, Fiona.
No,
CJ,
just before we move to CJ, could I just
Sure.
jump in on one thing with a little clarification? When it comes to withdrawing submarines, there are 4 Kilo class submarines in the Russian Black Sea Fleet. They have not been withdrawn as such. This is something we've discussed a bit on the space. They have simply been moved around. So Russia has 2 major naval facilities in the Black Sea. They are Novorossiysk and Sevastopol. The submarines have simply been moved from Novorossiysk, where they tend to be rearmed.
From Sevastopol.
From Sevastopol, where they tend to be, rearmed, etc. They've been moved to Novorossiysk, where they tend to be repaired. So it's not a withdrawal as such. It's simply Russia using another facility for a different piece of submarine thing. So it's a bit of a nothing burger. But thank you, Fiona, and Dermot, please take it away.
Thank you, Tim. CJ, can you please talk us through a little bit of what kind of training you go through to make sure that the law of armed conflict is always going to be followed to a letter, what you're told and how you're trained to always be in a position to observe the rules fully and comprehensively.
Yeah, so real briefly, there's 2 things at play. There's first LOAC, which you mentioned, which is law of armed conflict, which is, generally covers war crimes, but it's pretty big picture, right? It covers topics, from the Geneva Convention and the IRC and a bunch of other international organizations, but it doesn't necessarily help a soldier make a split-second decision, like Fiona was talking about, that is sometimes difficult. That's, at least in the US, we call the soldier rules, and they're very specific in terms of how to treat POWs. And I think Fiona's right. It isn't an easy thing to do, but you notice that the more training you get, the better they tend to treat POWs. And that actually applies to both sides generally. Again, I'm not here to give Russians any sort of credit, but if you look at what happened in the Bucha investigations, tells a very interesting story. And that story is, the VDV who came in first were very concerned with actually, attacking Ukrainian military units. And as the rear echelon units came to the front, the conscripts, the treatment of Ukrainians got much, much worse. And this is exactly to Fiona's point. The more training you get and the more disciplined you are, generally the better you treat prisoners. Of course, there's still atrocities committed by the VDV, so I'm not trying to give them an excuse. I'm just trying to show the spectrum. And this is the thing that's so important. When Ukraine gave out 10,000 AKs to the civilians to defend themselves, that's out of necessity. But if you have situations where people have to defend their homes, they're going to do that, but it may not be done as with as much discipline. And luckily, with some very rare exceptions, Ukraine has upheld all of the standards that is very important internationally, but also for their own morale. What I would say is, though, at the end of the day, and I think we skirt around it, which is good, is that there's absolutely no tolerance for any sort of that behavior. No matter whether we're from the sidelines watching or not. But the reason that the U.S. and other countries are so willing to give so much aid is because Ukraine is is not only defending themselves, obviously, but they have upheld these standards to the highest degree in the most difficult situation. And and I was thinking back to my experience in Afghanistan, or any sort of the relevant U.S. experience for the last 80 years, even World War II, with the exception of maybe some American Pacific Islanders defending their homes. There really isn't. It's not really a comparable example for many in the U.S. at least. Europeans perhaps slightly different, but every Ukrainian knows people that have died, or has family that has died. So it is definitely a very different experience. So I'm not here to preach about how they should treat people differently, but for the most part, 99% of the time they have, and that's really an incredible thing to watch, and just shows you how much we should support them and how well they're doing.
Thank you, CJ. And see, this is what's really the most important thing here, right? It's the confidence that Ukrainian forces, the Ukrainian soldiers, are going to be following the rules to a T. Right? This gives them also an additional level of a moral high ground, and it's very important that they follow it, and they do follow it. That's the other part. We've even heard of I think it was 17 Wagnerites being taken prisoner at once over either last night or the night before. Everybody who surrenders gets taken prisoner, gets taken, and is treated accordingly to the provisions of the various Geneva Conventions. Excesses are not tolerated, whereas in the Russian military, the excesses are the norm. So that's the big difference, and that makes that's a civilizational difference, perhaps. Tim, would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I would say so. I would echo CJ's comments about training. In the British Army, even in the British Army Reserve, you do receive very extensive training on this. And I would add that a prisoner has a particular appearance and a particular nature, and so when you've taken prisoners, the prisoners are they've just lost a battle, right? They've probably not been particularly well supplied. They've been fighting for a long time. They look bedraggled. When they are taken prisoner and processed by your subunit, they will be they'll be disarmed. They'll be stripped of their equipment. They may be bound. They may be hooded. They may be they may have their boots taken away. Although the British Army forbids hooding and taking boots away. They cut a pathetic figure, right? They cut a pathetic figure. They are obviously, they've obviously ceased to be a threat, and they just become human beings. And I think that is a powerful barrier against atrocity in war, because the prisoners, they, not to put too fine a point on it, they look like crap. And so a humane person does not instinctively bear ill will towards the weak, and I think that's quite a powerful barrier against this kind of behavior. But I would commend the professionalism of the Ukrainian armed forces, simply because there have been known atrocities on the other side, and they're fighting an existential war for their country and their people. So their professionalism is it cannot be overstated.
Thank you, Tim. Roy.
All right. Okay. I wasn't expecting people to jump in me on that war crime comment, but okay. So another thing that CJ said something that I kind of want to gently push back a little bit, just not much. I huge respect, sir. Okay. So, Germany also actually have their Krauss-Maffei Wegmann company reduced to no longer producing Leopard 2 anymore. The Krauss-Maffei Wegmann has been for the past few years only upgrading the existing Leopard 2s to the standard of either Leopard 2A6, Leopard 2A7, or recently the Leopard 2A7V. They've been doing that. Like they've been upgrading all the European arsenals of the countries' arsenals of their own existed batches of Leopard. Like for Spain, they will upgrade some Leopard 4 Spain got to the Leopard 2E, Leopard 2 Español, means a Spanish version of Leopard 2. Some part of them were made in Spain, but most of them core parts components are still made in Germany. They're upgrading to the Leopard 2A6 standard, and Sweden have some Striv 121. That's basically Leopard 2A4. They're upgrading them to the Striv 122B. They're only upgrading them just like what America is doing now. They're doing upgrading to the existing stockpiles, fleets, or whatever. And Leopard 2's production numbers are way smaller than Abrams. Like Leopard 2 tanks were only produced 3,200 or so, and that's not including the foreign-made or with component made by Germany that's being foreign assembled, like the Spaniards ones and Turkey ones. The Turkey have a cooperation with Germans make their own Altai tank, and that the Turkeys also have some technology from Korea. So the Turkey's own thing is a little bit more weird. But in Europe, the actual real Leopard 2 series from A1 all the way to A6, which is which is the last type of Leopard 2 that's brandly newly made. That's only 3,200. And US currently have 3,450 Abrams in storage or stockpiles. Oh yeah, some of them were in the readiness reserve storage that's storing up for some rainy days. And a lot of them were just early production batches, even some IPM1 or M1 with 105 guns. And Abrams had a much bigger production number. I'm talking about, I think the total production number for Abrams is 8,900 or so, or 9,000 or something. It's around that number. It's a huge number. It's a lot compared with compared with Leopard. So it's actually making more sense for America to producing it. But yes, like logistically speaking, Germany is definitely much closer to Ukraine than, let's say, the GE in Oklahoma to make parts and take them to fly all the way to Europe and take them to Ukraine. But also, United States do have some pre-deployed storage units of the Abrams and other equipment in Europe as well.
That'd be really convenient, wouldn't it be? Because you can just put it on a train from Ramstein or wherever else it's kept. Also, I have 7 angry Swedes who want to tell you that they don't have Leopard 2s, they have Stridsvagn, whatever 1 to 2 is in Swedish. And there's a difference, and they won't stand for it. Florian.
My main argument is only the sustainability in sense of maintenance is better, because the Polish already do it. And it's integrated in the Baltics. And the engineering supply chains exist, and they're massive, because Germany is still having a massive engineering industry and also the steels industry. And that's why I think it is better to sustain Leopards, regardless how many ever were made or if they're still in production. There's enough in storage, and that's why, and they're closer by. I think the Americans need to supply something to get the German moving. But if you think, I hope not, but if the war would last another year or something, sustainment of the German arms manufacturing being closer to ground would be higher and cheaper and faster.
And the other thing that isn't, carry on,
regardless on the merits of the tanks, which I cannot compare. I have no knowledge about that.
Exactly, and let's consider this as well. once Ukraine prevails, once Ukraine restores its territorial integrity, it will be important for Ukraine to be strong and sustainably so, and that will be important for all its allies to the west. So it having a better equipment that's more easily maintained, more easily supplied, more easily backed, that will take away a whole lot of need for these things in countries further west. Because I mean, Florian, you're not going to be attacking Germany from Switzerland, are you? I don't think so. So it's really only one vector by which Europe has to fear a land-based invasion of any sort, and that's from Russia. That's the only thing the tanks could be used for in a defensive setting. So if Ukraine uses them instead of Germany, that should be all right.
Yeah, and in the long run, once Ukraine is successful, and there's a discussion if then Russia collapses or not, but if it doesn't collapse, there needs to be a deterrence, a conventional deterrence of Ukraine against any further attacks that needs to be muscular enough and sustainable.
Precisely. Then John.
Yeah, I heard about the angry, and I got angry actually. So how dare you say that we have Leopard tanks? We have Stridsvagn 122. And I can give it to you in the Scandinavian triad. So in Swedish, 122. In Danish, 122. In Norwegian, 122. I think that's the correct one, the last one.
Yeah, 122 is what I'm familiar with, but the Swedish one confuses me because you put the tens in front of the ones like some sort of maniacs, and I think Martina will back me up on this.
Yeah, like in English, 22. Oh, you mean yeah, and Danish and Norwegian they put the 10th at the end. Yes, correct.
Thank you, John. Yeah, I mean, if Sweden wanted to send some of those, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. I really wonder what the re-export restrictions on them are, because I really wonder how the contract was set up. Whether for and I'm sorry, I'm going to use the alternate language version because I still don't know your numbers. Sorry, then John. But the Stridsvagn 122 is obviously a type of a Leopard, right? It's based on a Leopard, but depends on how the contract was written up, whether Germany would have the re-export veto on it, like they do with the actual Leopards elsewhere in Europe, that the third countries in Europe have. And I'd be very curious how it's written up and what the capacity for that being sent would be, because that nobody could claim is not a modern Western main battle tank, because it very much is.
Wait, so in my defense, I have defended myself here. It's strip 121 is just a Leopard 2A4, isn't it? And strip 122 is just a Leopard 2A5. I mean, the Swedes themselves even sending the strip.
The amount of money that the Swedish government spent on the upgrades, they will not allow anyone to say that it's the same thing. It's as simple as that. The finance committee in Parliament would lose it if they were told it's actually the same thing as something much cheaper. No way, right then, John?
Yeah, I mean this is the kind of thing you lose selections from. So yeah, I agree.
There we go. See, that's how it is. We need to be careful. We need to keep the Swedes on board and not cause them to have domestic issues. Martina.
Yeah, I would say don't call a spade a spade. As an exception to the
definitely
rule.
not. No, don't call a shovel a spade, I guess is the way to put it. Here, Martina.
Good morning, everybody, or good day, I have to say, at least for the German or European people. So my understanding is that on Thursday, the CDU party will bring a I don't know exactly how you call it, but some kind of document, and then the Bundestag is supposed to elect or decide whether to send more heavy weapons. So they kind of want to force the Chancellor Scholz to send heavy weapons. And my understanding is that it's going to take place on Thursday. I don't know if we have already discussed it or if anybody knows more about it, but my feeling is that
we have certainly not. I would love to hear more about it, and maybe between you and Florian, you can tell us more.
Yeah,
Carry
I'm
on,
not.
Martina.
I'm not so great with the politics and how it works and who decides what and when. But maybe Florian knows. So
yeah, there's a
Florian,
motion. It's called technically a motion to the Bundestag to consider arming Ukraine with tanks. Mr. Röttgen, who's the Speaker of Foreign Policy of the parliamentary group of the Conservatives, talked about it yesterday on Phoenix. He had this discussion with Wolfgang Merkel, who's a very leftist, peacenik professor, probably the worst of the worst. Usually when I hear Merkel, and that has nothing to do with Mrs. Merkel. And he was talking about that they filed this motion. The problem is they did that before. And I don't think the stoplight coalition will break over that. I think the Greens and the FDP will vote this down with the SPD. I think it's a pure symbolic gesture, increasing pressure, because they did it before. I don't think it will yield anything. Sorry. I'm not very optimistic.
yeah,
Florian,
The Social Democrats, the SPD, in my view, now stands for security policy destruction. And it is so tightly against this. And the problem is Mr. Scholz is not arguing the why. Nobody understands his arguments. It's a series of nonsensical excuses that get ever dumper. And I feel really, really, in a way, played for fools. I don't know what the real argument is. They're really fearing this escalation argument. Is there something else? Are they really believing there's a Russia to do business with it? He's not arguing. He's bringing excuse after excuse after excuse. And I think we'll go on. He's a deeply indecent man. I have lost any trust to them.
Yeah, me too. But don't you think? So I'm kind of still hopeful. I don't know. I think the difference is to the one they did the first time. I think the first time they just said heavy weapons and maybe have not specified. So therefore, Scholz kind of can say with the 5 Geoparden or whatever he sent, he did that. But now I think they want to specify and say battle tanks and Schützenpanzer.
It's more specific. You're absolutely right. My problem is the following. I think Mrs. Baerbock would really behind the motion, but then the coalition would fracture. And I think Mrs. Baerbock has made her career more important than the security of Europe or the life of the Ukrainians, and that's the problem. And
So
Mr.
is the
Habeck,
selection like an open or is it like hidden? So could she? So will everybody see who votes for what?
The coalition itself can immediately force a motion that this is a public vote and not a secret vote. And in this way, they will ensure that the coalitions will vote it down. You would even need a majority in the Bundestag to make it a secret ballot. So it's very, very hard for the CDU to force that measure. I'm very doubtful. I think it's a political stance. Mr. Röttgen and Mr. Merz are showing where they are. They got their people behind it. But the chances of success are very, very small because the coalition I think the coalition in Germany still have not understood that this is a wartime situation.
So, Florian, we've heard individual people from the FDP and the SPD and the Greens kind of speak out against the inaction that the German government has had. There's just not enough of them in the Bundestag to vote with the opposition on this, right?
They're not enough. And the main mission, especially on the Green side, is not, of course, they're pro-human rights and everything. and I don't doubt that. I think Mrs. Baerbock is sincere on that. Nonetheless, the sort of the change to a green, climate-friendly economy is much closer to their heart than, for example, keeping on the nuclear power plants. And sorry, I said it sounds very hard, but for them, the Ukraine is a nuisance. It's just unnerving them, because actually their mission is something totally different. And the SPD on the other side, I think, is in this endless defense of the 20th century's old industry fossil model with unions and everything, and cannot make up its mind that the world has moved on to a service digital industry. And that's why it's a very odd coalition also.
Got it. Thank you, Florian. Okay, so there's not enough. That's frustrating, but okay.
And they don't see that it's elementary threatening Germany. German
I think
reporting
that's
about the
probably
whole
the biggest
thing.
problem here.
Germany doesn't feel threatened by it. A part of German society feels far more threatened because of the gas is not coming. But they not feel threatened in the way that it threatens democracy, the way of life, the rule of law, or even the European Union. The same way France. Whereas all of Northeastern Europe and the Scandinavians and whatever, the Romanian, feel deeply threatened. And this is also my feeling, but it's my personal feeling, even though Switzerland is far away, but it's my feeling that this threatens our way of life in the most fundamental way in the last 70 years.
And this is the realization that's missing. This is the clincher. This is the crucial realization that's missing in Germany and in other countries as well. It's not just Germany, but we have lots of Germans here because we have a lot of Germans here who feel strongly about this as well, and that's why we end up talking about it quite a lot.
And I think the German public has come around. There was a poll yesterday. 52% of the Germans are in favor of leopards. Around close to 60 in the West, and under 40, almost 70% are in favor of arming to the Ukraine to whatever it needs. 70% of the younger German population is for any type of weapons to be sent now. I think Mr. Scholz is fighting rearguard actions because he's a deeply inflexible, and to be honest, I suspect he's not a very intelligent man. Because the way he's arguing, he has so much trouble in changing positions. He seems not very smart in thinking things through. He seems like a really old-fashioned bureaucrat.
Like a real German?
Yeah, of the worst kind.
Okay, so Domen, I gotta apologize to you. I think definitely Sweden know a thing or two about armored warfare, since they actually test every tanks out after the Cold War. If people didn't know, the Swedes basically bought every tank, like one prototype from each country, like T-80U, Abrams, Leclerc, Challenger, and Leopard 2A5 to Sweden to test them out, what their ability is, and even firing them at each other and figure out which one is better. And the Swedes picked the Leopard 2. And I think that's definitely a smart move, and I definitely respect that. But I do know that Striv 122 are very different from the Leopard 2A5. I take that back. It's based on Leopard 2A5 at most, and I take that back. Even though they're based on the same platform, but like with the amount of modification upgrade they did to them, it's completely too tank.
It's simple. The John spend way too much money in taxes on those 7 metric tons of extra stuff per tank for it to be the same thing. It would be unacceptable. Thank you, Ray. Chris. Chris, how's the Malamutes?
Sorry, yes, I was just malamuting. Sorry, this is just like pure, almost pure gossip and that. But I was reading something a while ago about how Baerbock, is that how you pronounce the name? Baerbock had gone to see Putin and Lavrov and they were like, well, Putin wouldn't see her or something, I think it was, and then Lavrov was like so rude to her, you know, when she was, I don't know, when she was pitching whatever she pitches, you know, and that really upset her and potentially changed, you know, some of her mind. Bit gossipy, but I just thought.
But she stand her ground in the press conference, as opposed, for example, a few years back to Mr. Borrell. She stand her ground and argued very clearly.
Did she? Okay,
Yes,
interesting.
she's very strong on the sense of human rights.
Yeah,
I think she's also a human rights lawyer, but she's not very good holding her position. She's flipping for my way too much, and she has very, very little experience. Basically, from universities, she went to the Bundestag forever, did party politics, but she has never run the company, never worked in the upper echelons of a ministry or a larger bureaucracy or something. She seems very unexperienced in sort of real world large stuff.
she keeps going to Kiev, right? She's been there quite a few times now.
Yeah, 2 times.
Is it only 2? Okay.
Yes.
One more, and
the
she
first
gets the frequent row user card.
Okay, well, I just wondering maybe somebody's given her an education anyway in Kiev. Sorry.
She's still probably the best of the lot.
Okay, there you go. Then.
And I still think her real world sort of skills are lacking. To be also to over her, but Mr. Scholz is very, very experienced, mostly in bureaucratic manners, but not in leading and formulating strategy. He seems to me like a straightforward administrator. Administrate and do the bureaucracy on what you have at hand, but don't change anything. Because change, we are Germans, is always bad.
You know how sometimes, Chris, you say in Britain, right? We have a sort of foreign policy prime minister. We have a very domestic policy prime minister. Well, let's put it this way: Scholz that definitely didn't want to be, and definitely isn't set up to be a foreign policy chancellor. So there you go. But we have.
Sorry, I was just going to say it's sort of interesting that there are actually quite a lot of strong women, isn't it? You know, in all of this at the minute, in various countries.
That is great.
It is great. Yeah, it is great. It is great. Yeah. Yeah.
The more strong policymakers generally, that's always a good thing, especially in a decisive time like this. And I think it's great to get them from wherever they want to come, whatever country, whatever gender, whatever anything else. It's just my thought. Anyway, Chris, we got more Germans up for you. Bionade.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. To the topic of Scholz, I think he has this, and not only Scholz, some more politicians have his style of politician. Learned in the last 16 years of the Merkel era. She was also waiting out problems. She was a master in it. But I think Scholz is doing it in a kind of administrative way. How you said it's. He's cold-hearted, yeah. So Merkel was at least always pretending or acting like she's the mother of Germany and she have to take care of everything and we do it all together and we will do it all together and everything and but Scholz looks like the guy who saw what Merkel did and said, I can do that better because I leave all the emotions and everything good out and make it in a good, cold, professional, like mathematic kind of way here. That's really sad to see. Not a good style to be a leader of a country.
But Merkel, at least, I guess, had raw intelligence, high IQ. I don't suspect this from Scholz.
No, I don't expect this either. Yeah.
and Merkel was a far better tactician in doing things. And when she sensed something went around, or the population is going somewhere, she was immediately overtaking the population and sitting in front. She was the perfect, I don't know, in German you would say Wendehals. Merkel was the perfect Wendehals. Whenever she sensed public opinion is moving this or that way, even she was behind, she went on top of it. Never actually taking the position first, only when it was safe for her poll results and her popularity. But Scholz seems stubborn/stupid stubborn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to talk about another topic. Today, I read in the newspaper. No, let's not call it a newspaper. The Bild-Zeitung said Gasspeicher, yeah, the gas tanks, the reservoirs, the gas storage. Sorry, so the gas storage is filled up to 90%, and we all know Russia stopped delivery, I think 2 weeks ago or something like this. We were around 80%, and still it's the reserve is going up to 90%. Is this LNG or is where does it gas come from?
So it's all of that.
Industry is down by 30%.
Exactly.
Industry consumption is almost down by 30%. The German industry, even though they were complaining about it, they made an enormous effort to go down in gas consumption.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the income, of course, it's not just savings, right? It's also, it has to come from somewhere in the first place to be used less. I mean, this is the bit that Bjornade was asking. Okay, so I can tell you, for example, last week, nothing came through Nord Stream 1. Actually, this was 2 weeks ago. The data set to update later today. Through Ukraine, barely anything's coming through. Like, it's coming maybe, what is this, at about 1/6 of the rate that it normally came. Yamal, nothing's coming through Yamal for I don't know, 4 months now. And Turk Stream is actually higher than ever, but not that much higher than ever. And Turk Stream isn't that big anyway. At least it hasn't been yet. What is up by a lot is imports from Norway. Although they've been working on something, it dropped down a little bit this past couple of weeks, but it's still pretty high. It's higher than almost all previous years, basically. Still, we'll go to Peter. It's a nice link up. There's a ton of LNG coming in. So the most LNG in a single week ever before this year was a couple years ago, where in mid-December, 1 week, just over 3,000 million cubic meters was imported. 3,080. The highest this year was close to 4,000. Every week now, for the past 6 months or past 4 months, there's basically been almost the historical maximum of LNG imports. So yeah, a lot is coming by LNG. So Florian is right. There's a lot less being used. That's one part of the equation, but also a lot more is coming through alternate means that aren't from Russia. So between all of those, that's where all of this stuff is coming in, and that's why reserves are filling up quicker than, for example, they were last year. Important thing to note, however, is the reserves are not enough. To run through a whole winter. And while it's very important that they're as full as possible, and all the various approaches to this are very important, what's also very important is that there is as much capacity for, say, LNG as possible coming in into the winter on a weekly basis and through the winter on a weekly basis. Florian, any thoughts on this? And then we go to Peter from Norway.
Just one important remark is Chinese gas consumption has collapsed. And that's why so much LNG bound for Asia goes to Europe now.
And also because the prices are higher and Europe can afford the higher prices.
Yes. But also the consumption in in China has collapsed because they have a crash in their real estate sector. There's almost new construction. So there is almost no need for basic construction steel. And that's why its industry is using far less gas and other things. So, I don't know how many people are still in lockdown in China. 2 weeks ago, I heard it's 300 million. And that's the miscalculation of Russia. The big point, it's a worldwide global market. And now the Europeans, especially the Germans, are rich enough to actually import and pay the price. And the Russians have completely miscalculated on this feature of a global gas energy market.
So basically, we can say to the German people, to my fellow German people, don't. So stop fucking panicking. It's it's gonna be okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, just look at the
Are
gas
you freezing,
prices
by
as
the
well.
way, Bionate?
Oh no.
Bionate. You still shower warm?
No, I stopped showering warm in the summer because I started with sports again, and it's better for my skin actually. But
Yeah.
but
You should have said yes, because Russian television has told me yesterday that you're freezing, by the way.
I'm freezing. Okay, yeah. No, I'm still sitting with an open window. It's 15 degree out there. The sun is shining, and I don't care if it's 10 degree out there. I still sit there with a t-shirt or maybe a small pullover with an open window because it's okay. I'm not that old. I'm not 80 or something like this, so I don't have to care so much about this.
The point is, the prices are collapsing, the stocks are going up, and there will be additional capacity as the winter comes in. It will require substantial, cuts in consumption, and by that, really, I mean replacement by other energy sources. But it's getting there. Very much is getting there. Peter, hi.
Hi, Domen. It's been a while. I've been lurking, not speaking, but I wanted to chime in on the Olaf Scholz discussion that we just left. But first of all, I must warn against this insensitivity. It's not certain that European kids will get Christmas present this year because Santa's workshop cannot afford the electricity prices right now. So Christmas is in danger from this reckless behavior. But yeah, jokes aside, just an observation on Mr. Scholz. I read an article a couple of years back about much overlooked mental trait that is called mental agility, which is a key competence or a key trait in leaders and in all sorts of sports and business, etc., which is the ability to reorient to a new frame of reference or to a new situation quickly and throw away your old conceptions, your old assumptions, so that you act rationally. And I think if there is one problem that's very apparent with Mr. Scholz, it's not necessarily intelligence, which might also be an issue, but it's this lack of mental agility to see that the frameworks he has been using and his colleagues have been using and that has been taught to them by the Putin-Versteher, that those frameworks are not valid and that there is a need to totally reorient. And I think that is the core of the issue with Mr. Scholz.
Just I interject very shortly. First of all, don't call them Putin-Versteher, Putin understander. They're collaborators. Period.
Sure,
collaborators in the old sense of the word. And the second comment, agility is not a German word.
I think those are both. Did Florian cut out, or did they just think he did? Okay.
I just lost Florian as well.
Yeah, I think he put a full stop there, but didn't want to interject anymore. Yeah, I concur with that.
No, I just said agility is not a German word.
Yeah,
seems to be not part of the German dictionary.
I think Peter and Florian are very close together on this as well. Excellent. I think we have. Thank you, Peter. Thank you for coming up again. It's been a while. And let's go to Martina, and then Roy, and then John. Martina.
So I have another question for you guys. So the most upsetting thing I read, like yesterday, I think, is that like the German AfD, like the very far right, so they will visit Donbass. Have been invited from the Russians. They also will travel from Russia into Donbass because they want to get the real story about the war. do you think it's possible for the Russians to make a good impression so that they come back and say, yeah, like all the Putin narrative, so yeah, Donbass, everybody from Ukraine wants the Russians to stay there and all that? Or do you think it will be possible that they come back and will be convinced that they have to support Ukraine?
I think it's very possible for people who set out with already an expectation that, first of all, that they're willing to go there in the first place, that they're wanting to go there in the first place. That tells you everything. They already have a positive preconception regarding it. I think they'll end up with a positive post conception as well, just because of that. It's beyond understanding, but hopefully it also keeps them out of government for forever and ever as a consequence. I think that we're going to have lots of people wanting to comment on this. I think that's an excellent question, Martina. I'm still going to go to Roy and then John and then to Florian, because I think both John and Florian will comment on this anyway, as well as I suspect a number of others as well.
Okay, thanks, Norman.
Thank you, Martina. Roy.
Okay, so I have to say a thing or two for Olaf Scholz. So we know Olaf Scholz blocked Spain from giving the Ukrainian with their Leopard 2A4. But on the other hand, Germany also gave Hellenic Army a batch of Model 1A3. Okay, so I think Martina said something, Schützenpanzerwagen. So for people who don't speak German, Schützenpanzerwagen means infantry fighting vehicles in German. That's why the German infantry fighting vehicle always start with the word SPD. And basically, they gave them these Model 1A3. So in exchange, so the Hellenic Army, the Greece Army, would give Ukrainians their possession of some former East Germany owned BMP-1, or they call it BMP-1 Ost. Ost means East in Germany. And so they can supply them to Ukrainian army. So it might seem not significant, but still, this is a big step ahead. Like back in early.
Yeah, well, what you're missing, Roy, what you're missing is that Germany could have just sent those MADAs, which are better vehicles, especially in terms of survivability, straight to Ukraine, and instead they went through with this Ringtausch instead. So yes, but also no.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just trying to give Olaf Scholz some credits. I mean, Germany is not really good at changing. So you got to turn on the fire a little bit more so they can boil faster. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, fair enough. And they're certainly getting their feet put to the fire by the various Germans we have around here. Okay, then John, then Florian, then David. Excellent. Then John.
Yeah, to be honest, I had to do some work in between, so I didn't hear the whole discussion. But this rotational transaction, I think it's despicable, to say the least. It should be sent to Ukraine. So that's what I have on that. But there was a discussion before about Russian gas, and that they have basically been well, it didn't work very well for them because we have ways around it. And I saw today there was a tweet from the Russian embassy in South Africa. Now there's a new card on the table. It has been there before, but now it's like out in the open, and that's that there are 500,000 tons of fertilizer being held in European ports, which Russia are more than happy to give away for free to needing countries. So they're trying every straw. So yeah,
the reason why fertilizer is important here, and then John, that's a good point to raise. I think Ben will talk more to this, but it's because Russia's the world #1 exporter of fertilizers, because artificial fertilizers basically just require a lot of energy to make it. That's the primary reason why, and that's why also Russia makes a lot, because energy is cheap. Ben, yeah, you can take over for me. Oh yeah.
Can I say one thing? So basically, what Russia is doing, accomplishing, is that we tend now to go heading to more green energy, including nuclear, because of their energy blackmailing. And it seems we might go organic as well in the production of food. I'm sure there's ways around these Russian fertilizers, which is better for the environment and better for the health as well. So
yes and no, depending on where you are, depending on what your soil quality is. In Europe, it's not as big a deal. In some places with very old soils, for example, South Africa, it's a bigger deal. Ben, do you know more about fertilizers, or shall we go on to Claudia?
Yeah, no, about fertilizers, it's true that nowadays, I think, if I'm not mistaken, agriculture is producing over a quarter of the world's gas emission and green gas emission, and it mostly comes from the use of fertilizer. So there's it's big, and it's probably not very efficiently done. So even without moving to something which would be doing away completely with fertilizer in the coming 2 years or going full organic, we can certainly move towards the new sort of fertilizer production system that have been, for instance, developed by our Dutch friends in order to do the same with a lot less, and that's very much possible.
Also, one point to add: Belarus also export large amount of the fertilizer as well. And since they are also on the sanction list, they actually driven up the price for the fertilizer in the world in general, not only in the third world country, but also in the West as well.
Absolutely, and they're also a large producer of fertilizer. Why? Because they get cheap energy from Russia. Same thing. Florian.
A short comment on what has been said about the AfD's politicians that go to Donetsk. Again, collaborators. The AfD is basically a fascistic party that allies with Mr. Putin because it wants to get rid of German democracy. Full stop. And they, of course, come there and tell how wonderful it is. Mr. Melnik, the former ambassador of the Ukraine to Germany, has yesterday filed a criminal case against them because actually moving into Donbass or Crimea is a criminal offense by EU sanctions as a European Union citizen. You cannot. It's break of sanction.
Can you go into that a little bit more, Florian, actually?
By the sanction of the European Union, you're not allowed to do any business in any way with occupied Russian territory. This came from 2014 from Crimea. And Mr. Melnik has actually filed a criminal case in Berlin and has highlighted Germany's interior, say, secret service, the so-called Bundesverfassungsschutz, so the Office of Protection of the Constitution. And I think what they're doing is outright against the law. And I think they're really collaborators in the word of whatever the collaborators with the Nazis of the Second World War, like a Quisling type politicians that actually, I don't know if they agree with Mr. Putin. They want to use Mr. Putin to finally get rid of German democracy, to install an autocratic or even fascistic state. And the people who go are from the right wing of the right wing party. The most despicable guys you can think of.
So I just wanted to quickly chip in there because I actually live in the state where these two guys are from, and yeah, it's a point. The rural area of Saxony-Anhalt, it's say have yeah, it's really rural area. So like you know, hillbilly style. so it's there are a kind of areas where these right politicians get really good voting yeah percentages, and it's really sad to see this kind of people. Many of them there are already pictures of them before they were politicians, where they were on events with neo-Nazis and made the forbidden Hitler Gruß in Germany, and it's really kind of crazy. This is kind of scum is allowed to be in our parliaments.
I think it's fine to be in parliament. You have the passive right of vote, and this is unfortunately part of democracy, that you have this parties and this people. I have no problem with that, but you have to call them what they are, as you also did.
Absolutely. I really hope they end up getting prosecuted for this. David, Ben, Nina, David.
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back to what Roy was saying. Roy, what you have to also appreciate is that in Europe, and what Scholz is doing is that there is another argument to this, right? So you go, okay, so he gave some stuff to Greece. Did they really need it? But what really is happening is that Scholz is buying influence with other nations. By sending stuff to other nations who send inferior stuff to Ukraine, right? When he could just have sent that kit to Ukraine. So not only is he buying influence, he's buying influence at the cost of the Ukrainians. So essentially, he is trolling them. He's not being nice. He's only doing it to buy some influence elsewhere at the cost of someone else.
And there's another matter, it delays things. It seems like a rearguard action to delay things that Russia gets to its frozen conflict at once.
No, exactly, Florian. It's exactly how it feels, and it exactly looks like that, because that is what he's doing. Everything is about delaying everything. Oh, you've got to have training, etc. Oh, we can't do that. And every little moment. I mean, if this was something else, if it wasn't a war, and this was something that was political, you're trying to stop this from happening before the election happens, right? It's exactly what he is doing, and sadly, for us, because we're all watching from the outside, and we're astounded that this is what's happening. As I keep saying, I mean, Scholz and, in actual fact, the Bundeswehr talk about this possible threats from elsewhere. And as I keep telling Doman and telling him, it's the Antarctic and the penguins. They are invading.
Very scientific and very precise. I think you can be teaching in the German Defense Academy.
There's actually another tendon to the story I heard. There was talked about if we give them MARDers, which are aviable for Ukraine, but we won't send them to Ukraine, to Greece. They will later not be aviable if Ukraine asks again, and we say, oh, no, we don't have any more MARDers. We all send these MARDers to Greece already. So this is another tangent, which, like I say, people who want to speak bad about Scholz are also considering.
Ben?
Thank you. Yep, I'm here. Yeah, there's what's going on in Germany is, I mean, it is fascinating in a way, but also very disheartening. Something much more pleasant at the moment is there's a discussion in the US press, press blogs and stuff like that, about the real state of the Ukrainian economy, with big shots like Neil Ferguson and Adam Tooze saying that, well, things are really not looking up. But there's been a lot of pushback against this, and the latest is by this American journalist called Noah Smith. He pointed out the fact that the tools that most economists are using at the moment to assess the health of the Ukrainian economy are flawed, because we're making assumptions which are not being respected by reality. If you take, for instance, the fact that when we calculate the GDP, the growth of GDP, we assume that the population is roughly stable, which is not, of course, in Ukraine at the moment, as millions are either moving away from the country or living under Russian control. And there's a number of other problems like that that completely twist the measures. And what Noah Smith in his piece concludes is the fact that actually, while being difficult, certainly at the moment, the state of the Ukrainian economy is much better than what you would expect from anything that a country enduring this sort of ordeal would normally look like. And the other thing is that he's pointing out the excellent research by several economists in the Kyiv School of Economics, friend of the show, that go in exactly in that direction. And I think that's very interesting, and that's also something that we should look forward for, is the fact that the Ukrainians are developing knowledge of discontinuity processes, like when not everything is exactly as it is normally, as it should be, and they might become some of the world leaders in this type of thinking and this type of processes, which is a great thing. I hope, and that's something that to look forward for. Yeah, sorry for the quick rant. I think I'm driving for a few minutes. Florian, I think your hand is up. Please go ahead.
But I think Peter was before me. Had his hand up before me.
Okay, well, you're a gentleman. Please go ahead, Peter.
Thank you. Yeah, so since I haven't spoken for about 4 months, I thought I'd do a very short Norway update. Keep it short. One item is that when announcing the last weapons shipment from Norway to Ukraine, the Prime Minister stated that we have now depleted all stocks of items, surplus items and decommissioned items that we can send, and that new shipments will have to be purchased on the open market, which or not open market, but in the world market, which they will be. But that's a shift in the situation of Norwegian support to Ukraine. We're also training soldiers here. Then also, for those who listened in around May, June, one of my pet peeves about Norway is that we stand to make maybe $100 or $200 billion per year on the energy prices, on the spike in energy prices that came from the war.
Peter,
yeah.
I'm so sorry. Okay, this is all extremely interesting and extremely rich. Do you mind if we go step by step? And we just cycle back for a quarter of a second to the first point you've made. The fact that Norway has pretty much exhausted its military stocks of easily sendable items, and is now having to purchase them. Is the Norwegian military do they feel threatened by this situation, or is there any pushback from the military in that level?
My impression is that there is a unity of thought between the military and the government. So they align, and if they are having debates, they are having them behind closed doors. I subscribe to sort of military personnel type newsletters, and there's a lot of debates about all sorts of topics, but this is not something that's an issue. Yes, the Norwegian military does feel threatened by Russia, and what threatens us is basically mostly the Navy and the Air Force, which is not being treated in Ukraine the same way the army is. So yes, there is a perception of threat. That does not mean that the military does not support sending their stocks to Ukraine, because they do.
Okay, and just to be clear, there is a small border between Norway and Russia, right?
There is a small border. There is also a sort of cohabitation, a very complex topic on the island of Svalbard / Spitsbergen, and we have a marine border that is quite long. I think also a key Norwegian defense objective is to protect Norwegian oil and gas platforms from any Russian aggression. And there are frequent standoffs between Russian airplanes over, doing small incursions into Norwegian territory, Norwegian fighter jets. Also, the Russian Navy sometimes postures off our coast. And also there is a lot of GPS jamming, actually, which near airports and other areas where you really don't want GPS jammed. So there are sort of some tensions.
Okay, and I think the threat that is posed by Russia has been recently underlined by a TV show, or am I mistaken?
Yeah, I have actually not watched that, but yeah, there was I think there are 2 seasons out of a series that portrayed a Russian occupation of Norway. It not a big hit, but it was somewhat discussed, and I think that probably has woken up some people who were sleeping. I should also add that the whole country has woken up, the political establishment, in two events. One was the invasion in Crimea, when some of the naivete we have all, me included, have been guilty of, went away, and then the big one was the invasion. And I think that mental agility that I talked about half an hour ago, luckily our politicians actually seem to have that. They really have changed their minds even more than they did that.
Thank you, Peter. That's absolute gold, and I'm sure our German friends will take good notes, because there is a great example of how it's done just a few kilometers north of them. But you were about to talk about money and gas money.
Yes. So we're making a wartime profit, which is basically from the difference between the oil and gas prices that were projected before Russia invaded and the ones that we see in the market now. So that's money we didn't count on. We were already making ourselves rich from oil and gas, so we were very well off. But now we're making these super profits, and they're about 100 to 200 billion a year. So The Economist wrote an article recently pointing at Norway and saying, where's the solidarity? Norway has Norway's aid to Ukraine, the military and the humanitarian total announced is 0.65% of the super profit. So we're putting 99.35% into our pockets and giving 0.65% to Ukraine and patting ourselves on the shoulder. Now, there are many ways to view this. I mean, we're in a market. If prices are low, we lose money. We have to accept that. If prices are high, we make money. That's how a market economy works. Nothing wrong with that. So that's one perspective. My perspective is that we could have been doing a lot more. We can afford it. Our allies are doing a lot, even though they are actually paying. They're losing the money we are making. Norway is very sensitive to international opinion. So this Economist piece was able to stoke a little bit of debate about this, even though all parties, except the Greens actually, don't want this to be a topic. The Greens have advocated giving all of the money to Ukraine for a solidarity fund for Ukraine, but the other parties don't want the debate. But there was a little bit of a debate since this was pointed out in international media, and I hope that people put more pressure on Norway so that maybe we can compromise and say, okay, 20% of the super profits go to Ukraine. That would be 20, 30, 40 billion dollars a year. That's on the level of the total US military aid. It would be huge. So this is a goal worth pursuing, and I think slowly there's a movement of more people actually thinking this way in Norway.
Thank you, Peter. Can you stick around, because I think Norway is a fantastic subject, and I'd like to return to it after Florian makes his contribution. Are you sticking around, Peter, a little bit?
I'm not going anywhere.
Fantastic. Florian, please go ahead.
One comment before the Norway debate started on the economics. You mentioned, now I forgot, the historian, the Scottish historian.
Adam Toes.
No, the other one.
Neil Ferguson.
Yes, Neil Ferguson rooted totally in favor of Russia when the thing started, by the way. If you read what he wrote in January and February, you get shocked. I read a lot of his books, but what he said about Russia and how it works, and that was in Moscow International? In Moscow Times, written a piece on Western pundits being totally wrong and singled out Neil Ferguson because he became extremely conservative and thought Putin is a great guy and Russia is a great country and so on. So even though as a historian he's very good, as a political commentator, I think he's an idiot. He was also very wrong on COVID. Initially he thought it's just another small flu and so on. So I'm very cautious of what Neil Ferguson says. I think he's trying to make a lot of money from the speakers market and pandering to the right. Even though his books are good, but that's very despicable. One question on the Norway thing, when I listened to Peter, why don't you create an investment fund towards the Ukraine? Because you have your very well-run state fund. Why don't you put another 30, 40, 50 billion in an investment fund that exclusively invests in Ukraine projects? Like yesterday, there was a talk about investing in the Ukrainian railways, as an example, or other things. Because if Ukraine gets rebuilt, it's a fantastic opportunity to also make an interesting, decent profit on good things. And you don't need to just give charity. You can do both. You can work on the long-term sort of economic sustainability of Norway while really helping them.
That sounds like an excellent idea. Maybe something that's easier to sell politically as well.
Yes.
Peter, thoughts?
Yeah, that has occurred to me too, and it's. I think it's a very good suggestion. I still think direct economic assistance would be better for Ukraine, and we can also do both. And by its nature, the sovereign wealth fund will be invested in Ukraine just because of their sort of rules of engagement without any political intervention. So I think it's worth pursuing both goals, and I think also it could be sort of a fallback position if it's not possible to reach an agreement on the solidarity fund. Then this could be sort of how the parties come together. We're getting this money back, and maybe with a return, we're just going to help with capital. It's a easy political sell. So I think it's a very good idea.
Also, the other part, Peter, there have been significant losses within the sovereign wealth fund, right, because of the dropping stock prices or some such. And is there pushback because of that among Norwegian politicians? That's the argument made, right?
Yeah, that's the counter argument again. We're making all this money, but on the other hand, our assets depreciated because of the war. And my response to that is that's inconsistent, because when the sovereign wealth fund has increased previously due to asset price rises, there have been this warning that yes, short-term fluctuations in the market shouldn't make us feel more wealthy, shouldn't mean we are going to spend on our pet projects. We have to be long-term investors with these monies. So
Right. Thank you, Peter. That's good to have that added perspective as well. Thanks for that. So aim high, go for help, and then if that fails, step back at least, and there's still a good fallback position as well. Nina.
Hey, Domen. It's really annoying when some client calls me and I'm in the space here and
how dare they?
This is like, how dare they? Yeah. So I had to take the call and I missed the discussion. And my question was, I think was it Martina who said something about some German right-wing people going to make some business or what in Luhansk or.
No, they're going on like a fact-finding mission.
Excuse me, what fact-finding mission?
Pure propaganda.
There we go.
Propaganda mission.
Yeah, here we are. Maybe Peter can help you with Norwegian as an explanation, and maybe from Norwegian to Swedish you'll figure it out. I'm not sure, but they're going there to see how it is from the other perspective, and the voice I'm using, there's reason for that, obviously. Basically, it's people who kind of like Putin in the first place, trying to find better excuses for them liking Putin. That's what they're trying to do.
Thank you, Domen. This sounds like
bad.
Yes, and quite desperate.
Yeah, actually,
absolutely.
It's a political party from the AfD, which are really right winged and really the scum of the society. When I say it, of the parties we have. So sadly, I live in the country where they're from, and like I say, I know the people who are here and what kind of identity politics they have, and it's really the worst of the worst.
But as Florian highlighted, their trip might be in contravention of certain laws, and they might get treated accordingly because of it, and that's a good thing as well. So
yes,
it's not all bad.
I suspect it's even faked. I think they even don't go there. I think they will just go to Russia, said they have been there because they're now threatened with the sanctions. I think it's, as you said, it smacks of total desperation that you want that, and that you actually invite somebody.
Well,
I think you're right. Sorry, Nina.
Yeah, is there a point like because there are sanctions? Did I hear right that it's illegal to do that?
Yes. So there you go. So that's why they're probably not going to go. They're going to be like, oh, look, they prevented us from going, us parliamentarians, and finding out how it really is. Therefore, it must be different from how they say. That's what is going to come out of this, I bet. Anyway, Ben.
Yeah. One silly thing about the parliamentarians, we've got the same in France. They have passports that are well used. They had quite a few trips to Syria over the past decade, and now they're taking paying a lot of attention to Russia and the sort of places. They're unfortunately very, very common. But I wanted to return to Norway because I think Norway is a fantastic country. Peter, you will correct me if I make a mistake, but I think that in the early 20th century, it was known as Kartoffelland, the country of potatoes, because it was dirt poor, which is maybe an exaggeration, but at least that's what the Swedes were saying. And from this, it transformed itself into one of the wealthiest countries in Europe through not only good luck, but also excellent management of their assets. And by extension, it also became probably the best known country in terms of rule of law and corporate responsibility and these sort of things, which are all things that the Ukrainians are are asking and requiring, and getting the Norwegian seal of approval would be going a really long way. That would be a fantastic support for them. So Norwegian money is not only needed because it's money, but also because it's Norwegian and it comes wrapped into a lot of reputation and a lot of know-how. And this is all the more important that it is Norway doing it and not any other country. Like if it was Saudi Arabia, it wouldn't be quite as impactful.
Yes, Norway was a very poor country, and yes, there has been, politicians are politicians all over the world, but by that standard, we've had the good ones. And I think one thing that I would highlight as the core of the success in Norway is that it's sort of, to some degree, it's the end of the right versus left discussion, because we have an extremely capitalistic market economy, but to run under social democratic principles of equality and public services, and also there is a very strong what's called the tripartite cooperation between the government, the employers associations, and the unions, and they try to minimize conflict by finding compromise solutions that works for both the business side and the labor side. So it's sort of this common sense middle way kind of thinking, and finding, how can we have a free market economy that doesn't exploit people, and that doesn't become so unequal that we get sort of American inequality and the dominance of money in our politics. That's my short version of what's gone well here. And then of course also the way we've taken care of the oil and gas revenues in the sovereign wealth fund. And it's a long story, I won't start telling it, but an interesting fact is that an Iraqi came to Norway in the 70s and helped set this up, and much of it is thanks to this Iraqi guy.
This is where I was kind of similar to what Ben said about Norway, having a very good image in the world. Similar reasons for why I was saying it'd be great if Sweden did some major moves in terms of supplying Ukraine with nice military things, because Sweden is seen, and Florian was touching upon this yesterday as well, kind of as a moral compass in a lot of Europe, including Germany, and it would provide a little bit of political ammunition, right, to many. If Sweden did it, therefore it must be a good thing. It is how it is, but just a little addition to that. Dave Skalka, hi. I've not seen you before, but you seem like an interesting sort of chap. What do you have for us?
Well, I appreciate you putting me on, and now I realize maybe I'm asking the wrong guess, but I've been wondering, they keep talking, all the trolls on Twitter about winter is coming, and that it had more to do with army technology. I was wondering, when it gets cold enough, the ground gets cold enough, and there's snow cover, or it's just plain cold enough, if the heat-seeking technology that we've given Ukraine would be able to hone in on a tank or truck that's been turned on by the Russians to warm up, or something like that.
So was the heat-seeking stuff handed over? I know the harms are radar-seeking, so that's different, right? That's not what you were referring to, obviously.
No, yeah, you're right, because those are radar-seeking, right? So I didn't.
Was there any heat-seeking stuff? I just can't think of any. That's
Yeah, Javelin and the Stingers both are heat-seeking.
Okay, but both works clearly perfectly well.
Yeah, and
warm
Germans
weather.
send IRST as well. So the short-range version of the IRST actually uses heat seekers. The IRST integrated both medium range for the semi-automatic radar guided missiles, and also the short range missile like the IRSTR. Oh no, SR, the short range version. They all use the heat seeking. Well, the temperature actually would make the contrast of the weapons even low temperature in the environment actually would make the contrast of the military equipment even more distinctive in the winter. That's probably one of the reasons why Ukrainians did a really good time using javelin popping off the Russian tanks in the early days of the war. Also, okay, so the temperature wouldn't affect it too much, but what it would affect is actually day and night. It's actually harder to lock on a Russian helicopter or enemy planes with a Stinger missile during the nights and the days because it's funny. The the IR seekers on the Stingers is no longer no longer a simple heat seeking seeker. It's actually an IR imaging system. Basically, it projects the infrared picture into the seeker itself, so it could distinguish. It's not very high resolution, but it's going to be good enough to distinguish between flares and planes itself. And during the night, the contrast of the background is black, so all the light will be absorbed. So it loses that ability to distinguish the image of the background and against the enemy plane painted against it. So it will be reduced to the heat itself and makes it actually less accurate to fire at night than during the day when it can use both heat seeking as well as our imaging ability to track target. If I hope that answers your question.
One thing that works kind of the other way, sadly, is that in the winter, the batteries that are used on the thing like an NLO simply don't work as well or keep as long. Same goes for various batteries used in recon drones. So there's positive and negative sides to it. But basically, I'd say, Dave, that I don't think that this would have particularly great benefits from that perspective. Tim, maybe you've had to do some winter warfare training at some point.
Which aspect are we talking about here?
So Dave was asking if the fact that it's going to get quite cold in Ukraine, if that's going to help the various heat-seeking apparatuses that Ukraine has been provided with, especially heat-seeking armaments. And I just don't think it's going to make that much of a difference, but that there might be many other aspects to it, such as say the batteries on an NLO not functioning very well in the cold. Ukraine of course experienced that sort of problems earlier this year already. And any other things that you can think of from your winter warfare trainings?
I'm not sure there's much in it, to be honest. I don't know a huge amount about heat-seeking munitions, but things like heat-sensitive imaging equipment, it doesn't really seem to work any better when it's cold, despite the relatively larger difference in temperature. When you're talking about things that detect heat, the difference in heat between the thing they detect and the ambient temperature is going to be fairly extreme, whatever the weather, really. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of speculating a bit here, but I probably wouldn't say it makes an enormous amount of difference.
You'd have to be somewhere stupidly hot for a tank engine not to shine bright.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Russia also, especially the T-80s, they use gas turbine engines, similar to Abrams. So they always said put them on idle, so that makes them more distinctive than the environmental temperature. And also, I think I forgot. So don't use heat seekers. And I'll use initial guidance and some other way to guide itself to the target. It use INS, so that's why it's cheaper than the Javelin so many more times, because it doesn't have the super duper expensive IR camera inside it that to
capture the heat. And also, furthermore, Ukraine actually figured a way out how to recharge the battery on the javelins. At early days, I saw Ukraine hooking up car batteries to the javelins CLU to recharge it, since it's really hard to charge since the battery on the CLU is very hard to come by even in the U.S. military. And then one thing in the U.S. military or any Western military, you will realize is everybody is always looking for some kind of battery for something they need to use for.
Thank you, Roy. Nina.
Domen, talking about winter and winter in Ukraine. And I see Verlaine here also. Hi, Verlaine. How are you?
Yeah, she's been having some mic problems. Let's see if it
Oh,
works this time.
okay, I
Verlaine?
will wait. Yes. Talking about the winter, we talked about, this is a completely other thing than what you have been talking about, but winter is the like the binding word here. The socks for the Ukrainian soldiers. It was like a struggle last week, but on Facebook I found a group which has over 55,000 knitting people in Finland, and first it didn't. They didn't want to post my thing at all, but then I really put all my effort to it. And what happened? Now there are coming woolen socks from windows and doors here, and I have already
excellent.
Yes, and also I have the logistic thing going on. I will get help from Konstantin from like the border from Poland to Ukraine, and he will help me with that. But it's coming, and now people seems to be like competing how many socks they can make for the Ukrainian soldiers.
That sounds really good. Thank you, Nina. It's always a little sliver of good news, and this is a big sliver, and it's not just a sliver; it's a big pile of
it's a pile of
fuzzy good news. Yes.
Yeah, but can I just now say, Domen, I want to say, because every time I start doing something, people tell me, no, that won't work. You can't do that. It's not going to happen. And I get really like more fuel of that. Okay, they say it's not going to happen. Okay, so I'm going to make it happen.
Nina, I have a request for you.
Yes.
I have people asking me if you could please go ahead and take pictures of them and put them on your Twitter.
Absolutely. When it starts to happen, I will do it. And I have like the group. There were people joining in the group in 2 days, over 500 people. And I don't know what the number is now, but so it's like under construction, this whole thing, and it will happen. They have already started knitting, but I just need to make the logistics. But about people thinking that they can't do things, you can. And as I said, this Paul Arden, who is like a kind of he wrote a book, world's best-selling book by Paul Arden. It's not how good you are, it's how good you want to be. And there is a thing which says that when it can't be done, do it. If you don't do it, it doesn't exist. And I just want to very quickly just read this, and then I will disappear, Domen, I promise. A new idea can be either unfamiliar or silly or both. It can't be judged by description. It needs to be done, made to exist. It is unlikely that anyone will sanction the cost of something that they don't understand. Therefore, you have no choice but to do it yourself. At whatever cost. You may have to beg, steal, and borrow to get it done, but that's for you to do the work, to work out how you do it. It's exciting, it's difficult, and it's fun. If it was easy, anyone could do it. the film Citizen Kane is a very good example. It was stolen, not sanctioned. Orson Welles could not find any backers, but he did raise a small sum of casting. He begged, borrowed, and cajoled people into building sets and shooting full-blown screen tests, which eventually formed a third of the film. It existed. Backers could see what they were getting. He got the money. Without him doing it when it supposedly couldn't be done, it would be another in the endless list of ideas that never happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. And when you have them, please post them. Thank you. Florian.
I just want to bring the discussion to something I stumbled upon. A Russian journalist, Ilya Matveev, has written about an hour ago, and he seems to be very well informed, that explains how the referendums to join Russia in Donbass, in Luhansk, are tied to the new potential upcoming Russian strategy. Because Mr. Medvedev, the former president and chief hawk now, has immediately pitched in and said, it's very good, we need to do the referendum, and then this is Russia proper, and we will defend it by atomic weapons. While at the same time, and it's all explained, I can I retweet this, put it out. Well, at the same time, Zuganov and Kadyrov and others are calling for full mobilization and war economy. And then there's a debate in the tweet about, are they going on like now, or are they going to this far more sort of aggressive posture? And then Janis Kluge, another guy, said RIA Novostny, with its noise, is now going full behind the referendum and full behind the mobilization type of ideas. So Russia seems to sort of ramping up its game to keep its gains. So it's very interesting. So I think it seems again like panic, that they are panicking of losing the war and need to massively ramp up their game. And that's why they're trying this mixture of referendums that declare Luhansk and Donetsk Russia proper, maybe also Kherson, but the tweet doesn't talk about that. And then to go full mobilization in defense of sort of Novorossiya. It's an interesting development, and it seems to be supported by what the mass media in Russia is doing.
So it is very interesting. Maybe let's break down additionally what makes it very interesting. What additionally
Maybe somebody
makes it...
has really an idea if this is feasible, doable, or if this again just rhetorical posturing again.
So I think it's kind of rhetorical posturing, but there's more than that. So they're grasping at straws is really what they're doing. They're especially grasping at straws because their vaunted territorial completeness of these occupied oblasts isn't there, right? Ukraine took back Bilohorivka a couple of days ago. Luhansk Oblast is no longer entirely in Russian hands. They're kind of playing catch up now. They're playing catch up now with respect to what the actual situation on the ground is. They thought they had more time with it, and suddenly the front collapsed in front of their eyes. Of course, they never controlled all of Donetsk Oblast either. That's also important to note. They've been losing ground in Kherson Oblast. They never came close to controlling all of Zaporizhia Oblast, especially not the Oblast level city, right? So there you go. It's grasping at straws. It's doing what the rest of this vaunted Russian opposition is doing, saying, no, it was done wrong. Russia should have never gone to war, not like this. We should have gone to war more fully, with more people, and more stuff, and more. The other part is it really opens the door for their bluff to be called, the last bluff that they have, which is, if Russia gets attacked somehow, and then they redefine what Russia is, and then that gets attacked somehow, that they're going to use, whatever other measures. They don't have the capacity to. It's a scare tactic. They especially don't have the capacity to, because as General Freuding said a couple of days ago, right? They would get abandoned by all their kind of allies that they have left, other than the North Koreans and the Syrians and the Belarusians. I mean, good luck. Good luck existing like that when even India, and especially with China, abandons you as well, because that's what would have happened. It's just posturing. It's political. Yeah.
Was it pure political posturing for the Russian public to bring mobilization and war economy? Not using atomic weapons. I don't think they will use them. I'm fully on that. It doesn't make sense. But why are they playing this? Because sometimes the television is now playing this, NATO is there and that's why we are losing. So there's already the blame game going on, but that seems like more sort of, let's get all in and fight it out. Regardless if it's sensible or not. I'm totally with you on that opinion. But what strikes me strange, why now? What is to be also internally gained with that?
Well, what's internally to be gained is, what if, Putin is thrown off the throne? What if there is space for a new leader? What if, right? I think that's a large component of it. If you look at all of these very Russian military bloggers and other, genocide cheerleaders, what are they calling for? Mobilization, use of other weapons, do everything. It's just following the same line. It's the more mainline guys swallowing the propaganda that they helped to create whole. That's really what it is. Oh, let's get some more thoughts in. Let's go to Scandinavia, to John.
Yeah, on this topic that Florian brought up, I think it's posturing, and also I think it's towards themselves. That, I mean, if you say it enough, you believe in it, I guess. And it's desperation. I mean, you can see it on many channels, how desperate they are. They're grasping at every straw now to make sense of it, I think. So this is, I mean, what can they do, really? Nothing. So it doesn't change the situation, I guess. So yeah, that's my thought on that.
Then, John, if you were put in place of the Russians as a rational Swede, what would you do?
Sorry if I was...
Sue for peace?
He called you a turnip, then, John. I'm sorry.
Say again, Flora.
If I, by my power and fiat, make you now Russian president,
yeah,
you're given the mission to figure out what to do. What would you do now? Sue for peace,
honestly,
for ceasefire and withdraw? What would you do now? What would be the only rational way out now?
Well, I think the rational way would be to try to get peace, but for these guys, it's personal, right? I mean, it's life and death, I guess, for the people in power. So they don't have that alternative, even though it's a rational one. So honestly, I don't know. I'd probably catch a helicopter in the night, go in exile somewhere.
But North Korea isn't too beautiful. Sorry.
True, but maybe it's better than the red square with a guillotine. I don't know. but yeah, I get your point. But I think they are in between a rock and a hard place. The top people in Russia, they have, as much as we cannot let Ukraine lose, they cannot let Russia lose as well. That's where they are, I think. For their own sake, not for the country, but for their own personal future.
And it goes a bit beyond that as well, right? Russia has apparently now changed the criminal court, the criminal code, especially when it comes to refusing to fight, things like that, and making it a lot more difficult for Russian soldiers to refuse to go to Ukraine and fight, making it much higher punishments than previously. They're really towing the line around what war means as well, which is very interesting. But also, people realize by this point that there is no capacity for Russia to actually mobilize, and it is just a political talking point. And this is the really funny thing that we keep getting to. It's a different Matveyev, Florian, Jan Matveyev, who's writing about that. I should probably send this to you because it's quite interesting. But they have no chance, no way of getting away with it. Peter.
Yeah, Dorman, I actually raised my hand for another thing. Can I just quickly say it?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So if Nina is still around, I hope she is listening. I bet, Nina, that if you try to get Scholz to release tanks, then you would fail. You could never do that. It's an idea that will never come in play. That's all I have to say.
Then John, you and your reverse psychology. Thank you for that. Peter.
Yeah, there was to the previous topic about the posturing about defending the territories with nuclear weapons. I agree, it's futile, it's panicky, and so forth. But at the same time, we shouldn't dismiss it as totally ineffective, because this is the one thing that Russia still accomplishes to some little extent, is deterring full support from the US and from Germany. The US is not sending ATACMS, it's not sending F-16s, and because there is a concern about escalation, and I think similar concerns are putting the fears into the Germans. So there is some effect of this posturing and deterrence from Russia's side. It's just not going to change anything, but it's not ineffectual, I think.
But shouldn't we be beyond this? They're doing this now non-stop for 6 months and nothing has happened.
You're preaching to the choir. I agree, but at the same time, I do have respect for being, say, President Biden and sitting in the White House and knowing that it's your responsibility to not spiral into very serious escalation. You have to, even though you are 98% certain that the other part is bluffing, you have to take the 2% into account. So yes, I totally agree. I would not pay heed. I would send ATACMS, I would send F-16s, etc., etc. But I understand why it's not so easy when you're the person ultimately responsible for the fate of the world.
Very shortly, I totally agree that they do this in total responsibility. Nobody says that Mr. Biden is unresponsible here. I'm with you. It is more the fear. I'm not so much talking about the Americans. The fear they're trying to get with the German public or the uninformed public. I think that's where it should work, because I think the Kremlin is making a bet. If somebody they can turn, it's Germany.
I agree. We are in 100% agreement.
I always like to move on a point of agreement. Shaggy.
Yeah, I was reading through the changes the Duma are putting through to the criminal code, and the one that interested me was the looting one. Since found out that's looting under the threat of murder, that can get you up to 15 years now. So, yeah, I suppose I haven't actually read the text or translated the actual text for that clause. So if anybody has, if they can give some more details on the actual looting clause they're going to change.
I didn't read it very carefully, but I thought they were referring to taking stuff from your own side, not the other side. I might be wrong. That's just how I read it when I very quickly glanced at it. But yours actually makes sense. I don't think that there would ever be a Russian soldier that would actually get prosecuted by Russia for looting in the occupied territories, though. I find that highly unlikely.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the clause on. I saw the little bit on breaking your own side's equipment that goes up to 10 years. That part of it. So if you spike your own equipment, or you kind of say your tank's not working anymore, or make your tank not work anymore, then you get up to 10 years for that now. But I mean, it's all internal stuff. This for Russia, I think. Yeah, that's just my point. Okay.
Yeah, if you put petrol in a diesel car,
Yeah. Exactly. Or if you kind of just, in effect, spiking your own equipment so you can't fight anymore, so that's why you're not fighting, which is some Russian troops have reportedly done, well, quite a few actually. Okay, I'll drop down there.
Thank you, Shaggy. David.
Yeah, so I was going to circle back to one of the questions a little bit earlier was where would they go? I think we should be in no doubt that Saudi Arabia would accept them. I think it's pretty much where they would disappear to.
Sorry, except whom?
Right, earlier on we were talking about if the politicians in Russia were to get on a helicopter and escape.
I don't know if they like it hot.
Well, they may not like it hot, but it would certainly be better than the North Korean option, though, right? So, but I'm 95% sure Saudi would accept them, as long as they had their money. If all they had was a briefcase with only a little bit of money, Saudi Arabia wouldn't accept them, of course.
See, David, I think you're overthinking this. I think Cuba is the real way out.
Really?
Or Nicaragua.
Yeah, maybe. But here's the thing: in these places, they're way less safe. In Saudi, they would be considerably safer from anyone wanting to find them and take retribution. Go to Nicaragua or any one of these South American states, they are at considerable risk, as we know, because we've had the oligarchs who've just disappeared and gone away to Spain, and the rest of it found themselves being defenestrated. There will be a lot more of that if they go to South America. However, they would be considerably safer in Saudi Arabia, and Saudi would take them.
I'm being told somebody would prefer to go to Andorra. I don't think Andorra would work very well, even though they don't extradite.
You might be thrown off a mountain as well, right?
There's that, and they have some tall buildings there, right?
Yeah.
Little space in the Pyrenean valleys. I almost said Alpine valleys, and that would have gotten the wrath of the French and the Spanish and the Andorrans on me. But I didn't. I said Pyrenean valleys. So they do have some windows quite high up. But I think the bigger problem is it's kind of hard to get to because you need to go across either Spain or France to get there. More importantly, Macron would be your head of state because they're co-princes of Andorra. The big France, who inherited that from the King of France back in the day. So there you go. It's yeah. Don't know what else to say. I don't think Andorra is a go.
No, I can't see Andorra as being a go. As I said, the only real place I can think of would be Saudi, because they have a security mechanism that would make it very, very difficult for people who are trying to take retribution to get into the country and to do something about it. Mm.
Hey, David, have you seen some bridges?
I have. Which
Shall we
bridges
talk about some
about?
bridges?
I'm more than happy. Yes.
Over going to the dam at Nowa Kachowka, those bridges.
Sure, I talked about yes, I talked about it last night. So they are now
Oh,
filling
well.
in. Yes, well, they say I'm happy to talk about it again. I am aware that not everyone is on here 24/7 listening, right? So yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, the Russians have done something that initially seems quite sensible, right? And I say this initially because obviously when you do something, you start out with a plan. You would normally think, okay, if we do this, what happens? The what if scenario, right? So first off, they've done some things that were quite sensible. They've got 2 overbridges over there. I don't understand what one of them is. It seems to be when we look at the satellite image, it looks a bit concretey or something like that. But the other overbridge is most likely the latest version of a Russian tank laying bridge, right? Whatever it is, I can't remember what the number is.
It's a bunch
20.
of letters and numbers.
Yes, exactly, right. But it's 27 meters in length, and it will take 60 tons, right? And that's 60 of our tons as opposed to 60 of American tons, right?
60 full-size tons. None of
Yes,
these
real tons.
underpoured pints that you get in the US.
Not short tons, right? So, which is actually really quite sensible. You could put vehicles over it, etc., etc. And what they have also done is they've started filling in the lock area. So apparently they chucked a whole load. They chucked cars in there, and may even have been some railway carriages or something like that. And now they're filling up that area with gravel, right? Which is to allow them to get more people over. But the problem is they haven't thought of the consequences of what they do. All they're doing is going, this is one problem, as opposed to thinking of this as being a series of problems, right? And in warfare, it's always a series of problems. If I do this, what happens at this point? Right, and we see this in their ferrying. At the moment, they've got these ferries that keep on being blown up. That's because they have 2 landing points, and they don't change them. They just go to the same landing point. I mean, they just make it very, very easy for anyone to blow them up and kill them and destroy their equipment. They have 10 miles of riverbank on both sides they could choose from. They could randomly select points, right, and go, we will go to this point, and collect or drop off people. It would be really, really simple, but they don't do that. They have these 2 points that they use. But going back to the area of the dam that they're filling in, so they're filling in, I guess, with the sand, hardcore mixture of concrete or anything, with the intention to drive over the top of it, and they may even be driving over the top of it. What they haven't done is thought about the consequence of what they're doing, right? Because by doing this, they are inviting a Ukrainian artillery attack of some sort, right, which could obliterate that area. Or they've invited the Ukrainians to do something differently, right, which might stop traffic altogether. So whereas beforehand, if they've just relied on the one bridge, right, they could have just had a slow flow of vehicles going over this. And here's the other thing with the bridge. This is the stupidity of it. That bridge is designed to be laid by a tank and picked up by a tank. What they should be doing is really doing most of the transport at night time, right? It makes it harder. You don't have clear eyes on it and the rest of it. And okay, so the Ukrainians may be putting drones up, but there's all sorts of countermeasures they may
Basically,
have.
let's simplify this, right? What they should be doing is drive up this bridging tank type thing, lay the bridge, put 10 trucks across, 20 trucks across. Half an hour later, pick the bridge back up.
Don't take my. You've taken my thunder, Doman. I was leading up to this. You've stolen my.
Sorry, David. I think Tim muted you accidentally, but you shouldn't be muted anymore.
Yes, I saw that thing up. Don't steal my thunder. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what they should do. Pick it up, take it away, so no one knows where the bridge is. But they just leave it there. I mean. I am, as we all are, astonished all the time. There's lack of thought about what's going to happen, and as I said, filling in the dam initially seemed like a great idea, but there's the unintended consequence of that is they've now forced the Ukrainians to do something that might stop them from doing this completely. Now. And then where are they back to? Using the ferry at the same 2 points all the time, and those helicopters, right? Which isn't going to supply anything, right? So I mean, how much can a Hind carry? Or the whatever it is, the stupid name, the Mi-28 or whatever it is. Is it 20 tons, 40 tons, 40 tons of supplies? So they really haven't thought about this whatsoever. No thought. And by the way, this sort of thinking I would expect out of a sapper who's been in 5 years. I would expect them to be able to solve that problem. And wherever they are in their command line, the Russians, they can't work it out. Which all leads us to the realization that the Russians simply can't win. It's just when. You can steal my thunder now, Doman.
I'm sorry. I thought you already kind of said it, but didn't quite say it. I just wanted to make it clear for everyone. 4 tons an Mi-8 can take. 4 full-sized, proper, actual tons. Thank you, David. I think we'll jump back to that in a second. Orlando.
Just on the what could Putin do question that we had earlier, and I was thinking, would there be a case for him to sort of try and make a fortress Crimea, maybe hang out in where he is in sort of Donbass and Kherson, etc. for a while to hold off things while he kind of makes it into a fortress, and then say something like it wasn't worth saving the Nazis in the Donbass anyway, but we'll keep our beautiful Crimea, something along those lines.
Could do. The question is, how would that end up looking like? Because as we know, how Crimea looks like, it only has one fixed resupply point, which is the Kerch Bridge. Everything else has to come in by sea. That's difficult. So yeah, it could be theoretically, but purely militarily, it's very difficult to do it that way. I would say. Tim, David, thoughts on the military aspects of that?
Sorry, I didn't. I was concentrating on something else. I did not.
That's okay. It's all right. It's all right. I just think it's very difficult, Orlando. I think that had David heard me, I think he'd have agreed. Thunder there or not. But I mean, they could try, right? But they had the last 8 years to do this anyway. I mean, why would they be able to do something now in 6 months that they wouldn't have been able to have done the last 8 years? I think that's the other component of it.
Well, I guess in desperation, it's what can he do? There's not a lot he can do, but that might be one option. But yeah, maybe it's not worth it. Maybe fold and go to Saudi Arabia.
Exactly, sounds like a plan. Nina, welcome up. I don't know if you've heard, but then John was saying that there's was impinging your abilities, impinging on your abilities. Did you hear that bit?
No, what is that?
No, then John, please repeat. Then John.
Then John,
Yeah,
vad är det frågan?
sorry, I was doing something else. The phone was like 10 meters away, and I had to run, open the screen, and then press the microphone. So sorry. Yes, Nina. I bet there's
Du kan
no
säga det på
chance.
svenska. Berätta på svenska så går det
No,
snabbare.
I think the others want to hear. So let me say it. So there's no chance in hell that you will ever convince Scholz to deliver tanks to Ukraine. There's no way you can do that. It would be impossible for you. And I'll leave it with that.
Nina? Nina?
She's gone to go and prove him wrong.
I sure hope so. I think that was the point. Nina, we can't hear you. Okay, I think Nina's having technical difficulties, but I think Nina understood, just as everyone else did, that John is employing a little bit of reverse psychology, and that he actually thinks that Nina is very capable and very able to do anything that she sets her mind to do, including what might seem impossible to many. Some technical difficulties there. No, thank you for that. Let's see if we'll get her back up. If we do, we will. In the meantime, I see we have Finance with us. Finance, if you want to run things for a little bit, that'd be greatly appreciated, of course. And David's just been telling us about the bridges that Russians are, foolishly trying to put over that lock at Novokakhovka.
Well, if Russians are trying to bridge something, I guess I can assume that it's not going to work, right? Because Russians don't seem to be able to go over water. Am I missing something here? Have they learned how to cross the water? Last I heard, they were like vampires, like you put, or like werewolves. I don't know which like mythical creature is, right? Like you put water in front of them and they're stuck. Like
I think those are cats, Finance. I think cats is what you're.
Cats. So David, what is it? Like what is the proper, like why can't Russians cross water?
No, exactly. Or why can't they do anything properly? It is a constant amazement to me. So I suspect that Tom would probably say they've all had a lobotomy at some stage and their processing ability is severely limited.
So what are they attempting to do since it's not cross the water like a normal person?
Oh, right. Okay. So to update you, so they've the small, in fact, the runoff area by Novokakhovka, where the little bridge was destroyed, they're filling it in at the moment. So they've got two other little bridges to the right, of which they could just use those, but they've decided to fill in that area. But as I was saying a little bit earlier, is that the problem with this is they've now forced the hand of the Ukrainians, which could be in many, many things. It may mean that the Ukrainians may just decide to take out another section of it, which would leave them with no other options. So they came up with a solution, which someone I'm sure somewhere thought that was great, but said has now brought in, will probably be bringing in a reaction from the Ukrainians, which will cease all of their abilities.
Yeah, I've put some visual aids on the next. You don't have to look at the Ukrainian explanation also, because David's providing on the explanation, but it gives you some satellite pictures there that you can refer to so that you know what David's talking about.
And in fairness, there are times where I'm not actually sure what I'm talking about either.
No, I am. So over a bridge like this, David, how quickly can you move things? Is it like a normal roadway and it doesn't really constrict your movement or slow you down a lot, or does it slow you down a lot when you have one of these collapsible tank board bridges?
You wouldn't drive it along over it at 70 miles an hour. I mean, they bounce up and down and they're a bit springy, but you would probably go down to 10 kilometers an hour going over it, depending on if they've anchored the bridge or not. I'm assuming. I mean, there's no reason why they couldn't have anchored it, because they don't move it. If they were picking up and moving it in the way they would, then it wouldn't be anchored, because obviously that would be a time frame issue. But you'd go over it you would go onto it slowly, go along at about 10 kilometers an hour for those of us who use 10 kilometers an hour, and those of us who use miles per hour, that's 6 miles per hour, would probably be a bit fine. Right, of course, you don't want to be really drunk, because you might just drop off the side. But relatively slowly. But you'd still get quite a few vehicles over it in half an hour.
So if I'm looking right at this picture that I also put up above, right? On the left, there's two circles. There's a circle on the sort of bottom left. That's the one where they're trying to fill in the lock with a bunch of gravel and then just drive across. I have some reservations about that in the first place, because depending on just how much gravel they put in and then how many heavy things they put on top, that might actually break the lock. Anyway, but the two in the one to the top right, it looks like they have to kind of, take a 90-degree turn to the right from the road. Let's say they're coming from the road that's on the bottom, right? So they're going from the left bank of the Dnipro across to the right bank. First they're driving towards the left circle, then they have to take a 90-degree turn up towards those bridges, then another 90-degree turn to get onto the bridge. And then when they get off the bridge, another 90-degree turn to get back to the road, and then yet another 90-degree turn on the road. I would suspect it takes them quite a while, and all of that left, right is taking them. Is it? Yeah, well, it's right, left, right. I guess it's taking them quite a while, and slowing them down considerably as well, especially with all these heavy, large pieces of truck and equipment.
Again, it's not a motorway, but you'll get a reasonable number over. But I mean, the reality is that when you look at it and you just go, well, why didn't they just flatten the area? Right, take the trees out and the surrounding trees, flatten them and put things over it. They've got many things that could make things flat, right? Change that surface area. That's exactly what I would do. I mean, if there was a building in the way, I would just knock the building down. But yes, it will make it slower. The initial run up, so the whatever it is, 500 meters of it. So for 500 meters, they'll be doing, 10 kilometers an hour, and then after that, they'll just go up to speed. But I mean, let's just say it's 2 minutes per vehicle, but the crossing isn't 2 minutes. They'll be over, because it's only 20 meters, and they're doing 10 kilometers an hour. Right, so going over that over the bridge will be relatively quick, and then they can speed up a little bit more. So they could get 1 over a minute, I guess, quite happily. But then you've got the problem of spacing, haven't you? Right, so if you space out a little bit more, because you don't want all your vehicles in one place. So maybe let's call it a vehicle every 2 minutes.
So in other words, plenty of capacity for what they need to do to supply to the right bank on a daily basis.
Sort of, right? But you say plenty. There's a lot of people over there. So if you're talking about, I don't know, 8-ton trucks, right? So you get 15 over in a 30-minute period. You probably don't want that bridge to be hanging around more than 30 minutes or an hour, and then you would move it. But yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, all of this, all it does is means that more and more troops become, malnourished and undersupplied, because without a doubt, there is not enough to supply everyone. Right, and all of this allows the Ukrainians to trip those Russian forces, find out where they are, because we know they don't move, right? But so all of it is quite spectacular, really. Allow them to be supplied, watch an area, see where they are, and then stick the artillery on those positions. Someone like CJ would be loving all that intel coming through. Say, okay, we found another place. Let's bomb them. I mean, the reality is what we've said is they should have withdrawn over the other side. For whatever reason of madness, they've not moved, but they should have, because the one thing they're short of, and massively short of, is call it, it's difficult to call whether you call it battle hardened, but they're very short of troops, right? And that's what they have on the north side of the river. Lots of troops for which they could be attempting to bring them back, but refuse to. They're in a very, very bad situation, and shortly they'll start starving.
Can I ask some questions? Like, are the Russians sort of aware that they're low on troops? Like, I mean, we say they're low on troops. Like serious question. Like, are they self-aware that they have this problem?
Oh.
Like, do we have evidence that they think this is a problem?
Well, in that they're recruiting people that you wouldn't normally recruit. Someone somewhere is aware, but I mean, look, really good question. In that area and the rest of it, are there sufficient people in quantities who are aware that they don't have these people who can come in and replace them? I mean, it's a really, really good question. Maybe they don't. And would explain their behavior, wouldn't it? If they think there's enough capacity for a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th army to come along, because they're that deluded, then that explains their behavior.
Right. I mean, normally, like, a thing in business is good players at the top assume that when you have a bunch of people below you who got there by at really big industry, at really big business, really big bureaucracy, there's an assumption that, like, you're being lied to when you're given numbers, right? And that good guys with an accounting or whatever else sort of take into account that they know the people giving them information are lying. And so I guess it's shocking to me how much that I don't know if that seems to be broadly understood on the Russian side of things. Like, they don't seem to be taking into account the extent, like, the higher ups who are corrupt as hell themselves seem to be shocked at the extent to which it goes all the way down, and it's just sort of like completely extreme on every possible aspect. Where, to me, it's like, how do you not know? Because it seems like they're not doing that sort of calculation of, okay, well, we're corrupt, and everyone got there by corruption, so, like, we're just going to assume everything's corrupt below us. Like, that's a normal thing you would think in, like, a regular organization, but they don't seem to be doing that. Like, so I actually don't know if they realize they have a manpower problem. Like, I'd be happy if a military person sort of weighed in here, but yeah.
Well, I think it's a really valid point, isn't it? And what you've said explains their behaviour, because nothing else really explains it. I mean, there is one thing, as you'll know, that some people who are high up in organisations, or maybe who've been salespeople, some salespeople are susceptible to the same sales techniques that they use on people to make themselves successful.
Yeah,
so
totally
in a roundabout way.
plausible.
Yeah.
And Nina is finally up, and she has her hand up. So let's go to Nina.
Thank you, Finance. Yes, finally, I'm going up and down because every time I put my hand up, the phone is ringing here. Yeah. So the last thing I heard when I was here in the space, then John said there is no way Olaf Scholz is going to send the tanks, and I actually
no.
Yeah.
Nina, he said that there's no way that you can persuade him to send the tanks. He's doubting you. He's challenging you to go and change his mind.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I will go there. what I read about the Russian military forces, they are well. I don't know if this is true, but 6,000 Wagner has recruited 6,000 prisoner like criminals, and one thing about them is that it was said that 90% of them carry some kind of disease, HIV, like hepatitis, and other like really COVID. So yeah. What do you think about this? About Wagner recruiting these 6,000 men? This sounds like it would be like a little bit desperate again from Russia to recruit these people, and also there are circulating some rumors about full mobilization, which we have discussed many times and which seems like impossible right now. What do you think about this?
I mean, I agree with the desperation thing. Clearly, they don't care about their lives, especially prisoners, and they don't care if they spread disease in Ukraine because, well, it's Russia. So I think that they, huge numbers of Russian prisoners have terminal or extreme disease, which they don't care about. And they don't care if those guys die. They're being used as cannon fodder in Ukraine with training numbers set at either 3 days to a week or so. So I think that, it's just more of the Russian horror show continuing. I think it's terrible that Ukraine is going to have to deal with whatever atrocities they decide to commit, if they can commit any in Ukraine. Thankfully, it's happening later on in this conflict where they don't own that much territory, and they're not acquiring new land. They're not able to push the Ukrainians back further. So these guys don't have as many, shall we say, new opportunities to torture people. But look, it's not going to be a good scene when they do have that opportunity. Like they're specifically going for the most brutal and horrific people in their society, and it's not like their regular military is any better. So what's there to say? I was hoping David would say something because he's. It looks like he dropped.
Yeah, but it's like the worst of the worst.
Again, like their military is already doing genocide, so it's already the worst of the worst, right? Like, I mean, like they're already there, right? That's already who they've got.
Yeah.
Part of this as well, that's where keeping in mind is what Finance said. They get 3 days to maybe a week's training. That's basically no training. That's important to note as well. They are literally cannon fodder. The Russian military thinks of them as cannon fodder. They get sent out in the field to see if there's Ukrainian artillery around, and then if they come back, they come back, and if they don't, they don't. That's as far as the Russians care of them. It's very likely that they're the most likely to surrender. They're the most likely to get killed, and they're the most likely to get shot by the Russians for whatever transgression they might have perceived. So, they're likely not very militarily meaningful. One would hope, anyway.
Well, yes. The thing is that before they even get to the front line, that's what worries me. What they will do to Ukrainians who still are.
So I agree, but Dmitry from War Translated put up an interview with a captured Wagner convict recruit, and in which it's about 20 minutes long. You can find it on War Translated. It's It's from the last 24 hours sometime. I think maybe 36 hours. And he details his story and where they were and how they got to Ukraine and how they were kept, and they were still basically kept almost like in the prison camp. And then what's his name? Is Prigozhin his name? Finance, the guy who runs Wagner.
Yes.
He came to visit once, and everybody's guns got taken away just in case anybody would want to shoot him. And then they were given their rifles back after he left. But yeah, they are kind of treated like thoroughly seventh-rate, troops or humans or whatever by their side as well. And they seem to be, under very strict supervision at all times. He said that quite a lot of people who came out with him from the prison got, summarily executed for whatever transgression, because pretty much punishment for anything is getting executed. So I don't know. I'm really beyond words. It isn't just a reincarnation of the Strafbataillone of the Second World War. It literally is just that. It's exactly that. They just dusted off the old books and redid exactly the same thing.
Well, if Jens wants to add something to this, I will give him first, because I have a small news after that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Nina. Jens.
Yeah, I was also going to speak about this new interview. They operate with a term called nullification. So if they talk back or don't do as they say, they're just summarily executed. So I think he said the main task was to crawl out and collect dead bodies. So I don't think the Russian soldiers trust them. They don't trust them at all. So that they're basically guarded, and if they don't do as they're ordered, they're shot. And this particular prisoner, he said he already thought about surrendering before he got to the front line. So I think, I think they're very much just meat for the grinder. So I don't, and also that they are being kept as prisoners. So they are constantly being babysit by armed Russian soldiers. So they don't necessarily get to interact very much with the civilian population. I think they're put in a trench, and then somebody is behind them with a gun, and so they can try to escape and surrender, or they get shot one way or the other.
I have a similar read, Jens. I had the same sort of worries as Nina beforehand, but this kind of crystallized things a little bit further as well, I think. Thank you, Jens. Nina.
We talked about the kidnapped Ukrainians to Russia and the huge amounts, and Florian told about the many, like the human rights. I think Human Rights Watch was the name of the. They have done a research on it, and I sent it to a member of European Parliament, Heidi Hautala, Finnish member, and she said yes, she has seen it, and they have actually now decided yesterday to start working on this.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's great to hear that MEPs are taking.
I don't hear anything, Domen.
How about now?
Domen, we cannot hear you.
No.
We can tell that you might be speaking somewhere across the room, but other than that, we've got nothing, Domen. Absolutely bupkis. why don't you go reset your phone? If you're not feeling great, take a nap, and I will see what I can do and hold down the fort for you. All right. Use a little two finger. We can't hear you still, man. We got, literally just go reset, man. Take a break. Have some lunch. Have a beer. Have some wine. Have some cheese. Have all the cheese that Ben doesn't eat because he's French.
And have
Ben,
a
are you
nap.
here?
Have a nap.
Yeah, Doman's been under the weather. Hopefully, he actually takes me up on it and goes and keels over and falls asleep. But yeah, no, I'm quite. Oh,
as
Tim,
Ben
you're
is
back.
listening. Hey, yeah, sorry. As Ben
Yeah,
is
how am I
listening,
supposed to make fun of Ben if
remind,
he's not listening? Can you like push him down or something if he's going to be a bum and not be up here to be harassed by me for being a Frenchman and not eating cheese in the best country for cheese in the world?
I was going to remind Doman to use plenty of mustard because we know Ben hasn't got any mustard right now because there's a mustard shortage in France of all places.
What? How do you have a mustard shortage?
That's a long and complicated story. Basically, the weather has been horrible for mustard seed, and the usual imports from Canada haven't materialized because the weather's been horrible in Canada as well. And this has led to apparently a shortage of Dijon mustard in France, which seems to be, excuse me, uniquely affecting France and nowhere else. So the French don't have any mustard. It's carnage. It's a topsy-turvy world.
I'd say the U.S. has lots of extra mustard for them, but if you understand what the U.S. considers to be mustard, then you would question that statement.
I see. I quite like American mustard, but then I'm a peasant.
Yeah, see, peasant mustard in Britain, in France, in Europe, it's good stuff. It's nice, it's tasty, it's delicious. In the U.S., it is a bizarre packaged product that is like 98% chemical, 2% mustard seed. And with that, hopefully Ben John's hand is up with something to do with Ukraine because we have now discussed mustard for way too long. Ben John.
I'm afraid not, Finance, because I have to chip in on the mustard. So for it to become a shortage of mustard in Sweden, then we would have hello? Check.
Yes. It turns out, wait, I am here to bring this home. It turns out that one of the big backup suppliers of mustard seed comes out of Ukraine. So in fact, I can bring this all home and comment that if there weren't a bunch of Russian orcs invading Ukraine, the French and their hoity-toity Macron, who is working on his way on a drive from Nevers to Vichy, where he wants to move the presidential palace to, could in fact be enjoying mustard on his salad instead of having a shortage in his country, but that would require that he grow a spine. So until then, I would like to point out that God bless, turns out when I look up Ukraine and mustard seed, it turns out they are one of the producers of it, along with the many other agricultural products. So part of the reason there is a mustard seed shortage is in fact the war in Ukraine. Thank you, Internet. All right, Leona, I see your hand is raised, ma'am, and I haven't heard from you in a while. Iona
Yes,
or
hello.
Lona? Is that an I
Yes.
or an L, ma'am?
It's an I and it's Iwana.
Iwana? Sorry, I
Yes.
try to pronounce everyone's name as best I can. Iwana, please, ma'am.
Yeah, that's exactly that. Thank you. So I don't know much about mustard. I would go back to Ukraine. I wanted to know your opinion on this referendum or referenda that are announced, because apparently there is a referendum supposed to start on 23rd, like in 3 days from now in Lukansk. And I wonder if that would be possible, if Ukraine will do something in order to stop this, and the others that are prepared for Zaporozhye and even Kherson, or Kherson, sorry. So do you know something more about this? Thank you.
I mean, look, we know the referendum's liable to start if the Ukraine armed forces yet again discover the location of where that referendum might take place. I'm sure they could take actions like they have done in prior times and made things go boom. We always like it here when things go boom. Where they blew up in Kherson, the referendum authorities or whatever you call them. So, maybe we'll be lucky and a bunch of referendum ballots will go up in the air and disperse over a wide area, as Gunning likes to say. But I have no idea. I think that would be pure speculation to say exactly how this will go down. Obviously, the validity of such a referendum is a mixture of bull and crap. So, as far as that goes, like they have a referendum, but Crimea is still Ukraine. They had a referendum, so what? So, our views here on Russian referendums are that they have no actual legitimacy. They don't have international legitimacy, thankfully. So I don't particularly. I'm not so concerned about the international effects of said referendum because, well, nobody internationally thinks they're serious either, which is good. So yeah, that's I think where I stand on the referendum. If anybody else has an idea, Nina or Tim or anyone else, I'll pitch it.
I've got a couple of things to say about. Excuse me, sorry, I'm digesting my lunch. A couple of things on the referendum issue. Now, there's obviously they're illegitimate. Obviously, nobody outside of Russia's weird little bubble concerns themselves with these referendums. What I would say though is that they're not exactly good for Russia either, right? Because if Russia, let's game it a bit, right? So Russia holds referendums on top of the referendum they've already held in Crimea. They hold referendums in Luhansk and Donetsk, formally annex those territories into the Russian Federation. They will then be in a position where they have to start demanding that Ukrainian forces get out of their territory while being militarily incapable of expelling them from, quote, their territory, unquote. So even if they do have these referendums, which it's been announced that they will, they're just making themselves look stupider and weaker, right? Because there's going to be Ukrainian troops all over the place in these territories, and Russia is going to make a lot of noise. But Russia, the supposed global superpower, is going to be able to do absolutely nothing about these Ukrainian troops all over their territory, quote, their territory, unquote. So it's the optics of this are just terrible. So I don't know why on earth they would do it. It doesn't make any sense at all. Nina.
Tim, I'm really sorry, but that mustard discussion, I have to finish it off, because the most used mustard in Finland was Turun sinappi, and actually this brand was sold. It was founded in Turku in 1948, and in 2003 they sold the rights to Sweden, and it was like a really big thing in Finland that the Turun sinappi is going to Sweden, and we didn't like it at all. And after 2008, it has been made in Poland, and now it's in 2014 it came back to Finland. So all is well on the Finnish mustard thing now.
Good to know. I'm just going to jump in real quick. So, Tim, it looks as though these referendums, it's an act of desperation. We need to aggregate a bunch of touch points. One of them being Turkish president announcing on a PBS interview very recently that he spoke with Putin in the Far East, and he's very keen on establishing peace, meaning he knows he can't win anything. So obviously, it's desperation. So the answer is, why are they doing it? Complete and total, utter desperation. How so? How do I suspect Putin views this? Putin views as if he can declare, yeah, he's spent blood and treasure to obtain what he has in Ukraine right now, and I assume he feels if he can declare some referendum, keep the troops in Kherson, it would explain why he's left those troops on the west of the Kherson, west of the Dnipro and Kherson Oblast, and he's going to run these ridiculous referendums to keep something in Ukraine and then have some justification. Look, we've brought back these traditional Russian territories to Russian sovereignty. He's absolutely bananas if he thinks that'll fly with anybody. And it doesn't have to fly with everybody, and it doesn't have to fly with anybody. It has to fly with Ukrainians, and it won't fly with Ukrainians. So it doesn't matter what anyone else says. Hey, if he dangles a carrot to Europe and says we can fix everything, I'm keeping Donetsk, Luhansk, and whatever oblast else he thinks he can hold referendums and if he does think that, which I suspect he does, he's in for a rude awakening. So he's now desperately scrambling to tell people, yes, I want peace, I want peace. He's doing it quite loudly now to certain allies of his or neutral countries that he views are neutral to him, and he's attempting to maintain to keep some status quo. And there would be nothing. It couldn't be even the Eastern Donbass, which is what people suspected that Putin would ask for. It has to be much more substantial. The casualties are in. He knows if he settles for anything less than 15% of Ukraine, which is what he probably occupies now, he's a goner. He's trying to obviously snatch a victory from the said you'll have Ukrainians pushing everywhere, and they are. Right over to you, Finance.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for coming on and explaining the context better than I even could as far as the referendum goes. Because to me, I'm sort of too deep into this space and supporting Ukraine that it's just such a joke to hear about these things at this point. And I just feel like you did such a better job of explaining just how the full perspective about how problematic these referendum are. So I want to thank you for your perspective and your explanation there, Yehuda. As far as the stock market goes, part of the problem here is that the Russian stock market hasn't. I don't know if they've been freely trading lately. They're also tied to, besides the so there's mostly internal people in Russia. So this isn't foreign investors. Foreign investors can't sell in Russia, but Russians can evaluate how the economic prospects of their companies look. And I would say that the Russian investor thinks about what we keep saying on the space, which is that the Russian economy is going down like a Mary J. Blige song. And making matters even worse for the Russian investor, you see things like special taxation on Gazprom from the government to pay for the war. So they just, had an extra levy on their, oil company to get some more government revenue in because they're having some budgetary difficulties now, despite oil prices being still relatively high. And oil prices have come down a bit. So their government budget's being pressured. Their government is taking more money from companies there via, quote, special taxation. And their companies are massively struggling under sanctions. And, the Russian investor is voting with his pocketbook and saying that these do not look like good investments, and they are not wrong. So that is what I have to say about that. I think that sometimes when you analyze the stock market going down, it is perfectly logical that what the action is. In this case, Russian companies will not be producing as many dividends or earnings for their shareholders in the future, to put it in financial terms, aka the Russian economy is stinky. With that exciting explanation, we have Yehuda. If you have anything else on the referenda, I will move to Brad and Bertrand, who may well be discussing finance. Yehuda, any more referendum discussion or disinfo before we move on?
I think I'm good. If you have Bertrand.
Cool. Bertrand was up first. We'll go to him, then Brad. The notorious BRP.
Hello. I just came up to say what Yehuda said about the quote unquote referendum, but worse than Yehuda, so he did the job. Just adding extra bit of information that it has been reported that the quote unquote referenda will be held electronically. I have not been able to track down this information down to the primary sources, but it's being reported by usually reputable sources, including our friend Dmitry. Also, I am not sure what is meant electronically. It's not clear to me. I suppose it might mean that the Kremlin sends an email with the results or something like that. The mustard. I just wanted to point out also that Czech mustard is absolutely excellent, and I had to say it, and I will send some to Ben. Porcice. If you come to the Czech Republic, you should try.
I could only understand some of your Italian accent today, BRP. So if there's a key question there, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to Brad. Follow up going on.
Sorry, Brad. Just before you go, mate. Just a quick PSA. I'm having to move up and down some speakers because there's no space on the panel. So if I've booted you and you want to come back up and say something, please just request, and I'll move some other people around. But it's nothing personal. Brad, please go.
All right, all right, cool. I'm gonna go to Brad, and then I actually have to restart because I'm having glitches. So I will be right back after Brad and whatever I respond to him with.
Wow, and our favorite musical group by consensus appears to be the Glitch Mob. Anyway, for anybody who's into that kind of thing, Russia. Let's see. So we need to think about Russia. It's not so much about their reserves, right? Their foreign currency reserves. In fact, so their foreign currency reserves initially were dropping at the beginning of the war, and then oil prices got pretty steep, and they were finding ways to get their oil out, and their reserves actually increased. I haven't seen the latest figures on their reserves, but it wouldn't surprise me if their reserves are fairly steady and haven't changed a whole lot, or at least not as much as we would have thought. What's happening in the stock market in Russia is simply that they don't have a stock market. All right, it's not a real stock market. Certainly not for any foreign investors who want to get their money out, but also internally at the beginning of the war. I mean, that trading was halted, for everyone. Nobody could trade. And the value of a stock market is, it's primarily to do with the liquidity of that market and your ability to move your money in and out of securities without it impacting the market. I actually saw this firsthand. I don't want to paint myself as a cold-hearted bastard investment banking person, but I worked in Australia in investment banking, 20 years ago, and we were in a hostile takeover for the largest gold mining company in Australia. And the reason that our client won is because basically they were listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and our competitor, Anglo Gold out of South Africa, they were listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. And because our client, who was buying the largest gold mining company in Australia, had more liquid shares, essentially their offer ended up winning because shareholders could get in it, especially arbitrageurs could get in and out of that stock easier than anybody else. They weren't going to get caught in the short squeeze or whatever. And so the liquidity of a market matters. There is no liquidity if you're a foreign investor in Russia right now. And even if you're an internal investor, I'm not sure how controlled the trading is right now in Russia, but at the beginning of the war, there was no trading, right? So there.
Yeah, part of what's going down today, Brad, is that apparently it is less controlled today. They have loosened up the restrictions after some oligarchs were allowed to get their money out, and obviously foreigners don't have loose restrictions. But so this is my view is this is a rational approach of the domestic Russian investor now that they are allowed to trade. And I do agree with you that liquidity, but I agree with you everything you said about this being sort of a joke stock market, but we can still make economic comments on even a shall we say illiquid stock market. I think that's one way to put it.
Sure. So it's an illiquid stock market where the line to sell everything that you own that is listed on that market is huge, right? If you want to sell your shares, get in line. Oligarchs go first. And so everybody wants to sell. The downward pressure on that market has to be tremendous. In addition to that, now you have talks of price caps on oil. You have oil prices coming down. Latest I saw was $91 Brent. If you look at the break-even point for Russian oil, it's $44 is the break-even point per barrel for offshore, $42 for onshore. Let's call it $43. And then there's a discount if you're going to buy. If you're Russian, you want to sell your crude on the open market right now. Euro crude sells at a discount. The last figure I saw was like 19 cents. So let's call it a total break-even point of $62. So now their break-even point, the amount of money they make on their oil, let's just call it, they're making $30 a barrel. It's some of the highest cost oil production in the world. The idea that price caps, get put in place, that's not going to be helpful for them at all, because essentially what the West will be looking to do is minimize the amount of cash flow that they're getting off of their oil, and that is their lifeblood. In addition to that, a lot of people have focused on the foreign currency thing. I actually think it's really the trade restrictions. Part of the reason why their foreign currency reserves aren't dropping is because they can't buy anything. Well, that's hyperbole, but you see what I mean? Like any type of sophisticated component, all the things they need for their industry to work, because they can't produce anything sophisticated, domestically. They just can't get. So all of their industries eventually start, getting severely deprecated. And maybe they don't grind to a halt, but they can't even make their own tractors. So,
so Brad, you former investment banker. I believe you work in real estate or private equity or both. I can't remember which. If you were looking at a market with your investor hat on, professional investor hat on, and let's say you had the unfortunate situation where you are still decide to, this is thankfully not you, be Russian and live in Russia and stay in Russia, would you want to buy or sell Russian shares right now with all you just said?
I would want to sell any type of retail, industrial. I would sell everything except for natural resources. I would go short the market, long natural resources. I saw that one of Russia's largest mining operations just did a bond deal in denominated in yuan, for example. So the big natural resource players are going to continue to play, right? Play is going to play. So anything natural resource related, especially mining, right? Because, Russia has some of the largest concentrations of things like nickel, and as well as a whole bunch of rare earths minerals. Things that if we ever want to do renewable energy anywhere in the world, like we need those, or electric vehicles at any type of scale, the world needs access to those minerals. So they're not going away anytime soon. I would be long natural resources and short everything else.
Sure, but I would point out, how are they going to mine those resources?
Well, I mean, they'll be getting equipment from the Chinese or whoever. Granted, it's going to be subpar equipment. Some mining operations are more sophisticated than others, right? So, for example, I was working on a deal for a Japanese keiretsu who wanted to sell some mineral sands mining assets in Western Australia, and they were looking to sell a bunch of mining assets. And these mines were as simple as you get a little, you dig a hole, you fill it with water, and you get a barge that uses like a slurry system to start sorting out titanium, right? Some of this stuff is not that complicated. Coal mining's been around for forever. Granted, the type of machinery used to mine coal these days is quite different, but there's certain types of mining that, mining's been done since, we could talk about why Hannibal Barca and his father went to southern Spain in order to get access to gold and copper so that they could then attack the Roman Empire. But so some of this stuff is not as sophisticated as like fracking and some of the really sophisticated oil and gas related stuff. So when it comes to mining engineering and stuff like that.
I have a
Sure. Sorry, I will let.
Sorry,
Tim go.
I want to change the subject very, very slightly, but still on finance. So if you've got something to come back with to Brad, then please go ahead.
No, I think Brad has a great point. Very simple projects that can get done great, but everything else he would short. In other words, I think he says he'd do what the Russian investor's doing, right? Short, sell. Their economy is trash right now. I think that explanation, if you listen to by a professional, if you're used to hearing that kind of thing, that's someone saying they'd sell, and that's what all the Russians are doing. Right?
Well, I think Vladimir Putin would put it differently. It's not trash; it's derelict.
Tim, save us before I quote the movie further.
Fantastic. While we've got the finance pods up here, what index funds doing? Right. Please bear in mind here that I'm not an equity guy, but
there are a number of index tracking funds, both globally and kind of local to our region, that are cum Russia by virtue of the size of some Russian companies, or even actively managed cum Russia funds. I mean, how do they square the circle when it comes to the illiquidity and apparent non-existence of a Russian stock market? Yeah, that's my question for Brad or finance, or indeed Axel, or whoever fancies asking that. How are the index funds doing this? Because if they're unable to buy and sell anything Russian, then they cannot have realistic exposure to Russia, right?
Well, I mean, in theory, they already own, those shares, right? And they don't know they don't have any visibility. So, adjusting, they can't adjust their holdings to stay index weighted because there's no market visibility. So
that's kind of my question.
Yeah, my guess is that they're just in stasis, and they're my guess is that they're just they can't really adjust any holdings. It's not really my area, but that's my assumption.
Finance, anything to add on that?
Yeah, no, I actually am not sure. I would actually have to go check disclosures because I don't know what, obviously if mutual funds own them, or, more liquid things own them, they can just sort of hold. Anyone who owns a ton of Russia would have to gate, because they would actually have to close the ability to redeem investments, because they could not get their investments out. They couldn't sell. So this is actually going to be a problem for anything like even a mutual fund or a hedge fund, where their investments are locked into Russia and they're considered foreign investors, because they truly have no way to get their money out. It's an absolute mess for them on a technical, practical level. I would feel sympathy if we weren't discussing feeling sympathy for somebody who found their money stuck in a genocidal, horrific nation who was attempting to do that. And risks of investing in emerging markets include, are really super high, and you can lose all your money, as they say. And in this case, look, if the person you invested in is supporting genocide, sorry, you're going to lose all your money. So yeah, you're going to have to gate if you have too much money stuck there. It's a liquid. It is a complete and utter poop show for some of these firms, I would guess. Thankfully, I was never in technical operations when this kind of mess happened, and I didn't have it on my doorsteps. I was getting money in and out of the Middle East as the financial crisis started hitting, and that was spicy enough as it was. But thankfully, the capital controls weren't so bad that couldn't work. But yeah, it's going to be ugly. Especially because the normal intermediaries and ways you would do things, even those guys aren't playing in Russia right now. So I do not know how they're doing that. We would have to get an expert up.
Yeah, I mean, they should have thought of this beforehand. And they should have invested in something responsible and non-toxic. For example, Attack'em cigarettes. Wasn't it acquired by a SPAC? Finance? Like, you're now public, like it's now publicly listed, right?
No. We're still a privately held enterprise. Privately held enterprise. We are a growing team, though. We've opened a British marketing department, led by our very own Gunny. He comes up. We actually have to keep him in Britain because we can't let him near any of our other workers. He's too inappropriate. He's already been referred to HR. It only took him his 2 days on the team. But no, the Attack'em's brand cigarette company, still a private enterprise. We still support Russian smoking as much as possible, because smoking kills. So please smoke responsibly at the Russian ammo dump. But in seriousness, yeah, as to the very technical question, if you're a foreign investor invested in Russia, your money is still stuck. It's not coming out easily anytime soon. I do not have any investment advice for how to get that money out. You need to speak with a serious investment professional who literally specializes in this kind of thing to get your money out. You may want to speak with an investment lawyer if it's a large amount of money. Normally, this is just a disclaimer.
But in this case, it's not just a disclaimer. You would literally want to speak with an investment lawyer who specializes in this kind of thing, because people in this case are absolutely hosed. I need to reset because I'm having a glitch of doom right now where I can't where everyone is listed as speaker halfway down the list for me, which shouldn't be the case. So Tim, please run things for a bit and talk to everyone, and I will get back once I reset my phone.
Sure, no worries. See you shortly, Finance. Yeah, Brad, I mean, I was thinking, obviously we have limited sympathy for, kind of active Russia investors, but I was thinking more of the passive funds that have exposure to Russia by default, the index trackers, people like that. I guess, okay, in a global context, Russia is tiny. I think it has an economy about the size of Hampshire, but it's going to have a few companies in the index, and if we're unable to trade those, then the index funds are going to suffer a bit. But I guess they're going to suffer such a tiny bit that it doesn't really matter, right?
Well, I mean, there's the suffer a bit from a mark-to-market standpoint, like where you lost money because the shares went down. The question is, you don't know, you have no transparency into that market, and I think Finance's other point is much more complicated and is something that I have no idea about, which is what do you do about redemptions, right? Because you can't, when people want to sell their index fund, shares or whatever, in theory, that fund has a certain amount of redemptions and investments that occur every month. They have to be able to get in and out of those stocks in order to give people their money back, right? Well, you know what I'm saying? So at a certain point, redemptions become an issue. I don't know. It's really, really not my area. So I hesitate to even really talk too much about it. I'm more on the private equity investment side of things rather than public markets.
Where's a Delta One trader when you need one? Rare beasts. Let's go to Vasil. Vasil, welcome to the panel.
Thank you. I used to be an advisor and dealt with mutual funds and index funds. If you have a mutual fund that invests in emerging markets, there's a high likelihood that they have Russian exposure. The easiest way as a private investor to get out of that is just to do an exchange. There's no, to another fund from the same fund family. One of the cons of index funds is that they do not actively manage them. That's why you have lower costs. So in situations like this, as a private investor, you would have to sell out of that index fund completely, pay commission costs if that's the kind of account that you have, and then buy into another fund that doesn't have any exposure to Russia. So as a private investor, you would have to get out of the fund yourself. The fund is, if it's an index fund, is unable to rebalance at all until the next time that they're scheduled to do that. That's on a set schedule.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if you're trading in, if you're investing in a Western quoted index fund, mutual fund, unit trust, whatever, then it's easy enough because you get liquidity. You get liquidity on an essentially Western market. What I was wondering is the impact on the integrity of some of these funds if they're unable to rebalance away from Russia. They're going to be faced with a bit of a problem if they have too many redemptions, as Brad highlighted. But I guess we've rinsed that one. So let's go to Matthew. Matthew.
Thanks, guys. Just thought I'd throw some stats out there that I find incredibly relevant. So the market cap of all of Russia's exchange is under $1 trillion, which is the equivalent of about a third to a quarter of Apple. And the GDP per capita of the citizens is like 2,000 or 3,000. So this is data before the war. So if you're citizens who have absolutely no money, and all of a sudden you have the ability to trade, and you're facing America banning you, the war, all these things, I just think you'd see a stock market down 60, 70%. So in my eyes, I'm thinking who has, and the ruble's worth nothing and losing value by the second. So this could be one person who's doing this as a trade, just one individual. I guess, where is the money flow taking an advantage gaining what isn't even that much liquidity. It's very little liquidity. So it sparks a lot of questions for me with no answers, but I'm definitely looking at it more of this is so small and the citizens have nothing. So yeah, that's it. Thanks, guys.
I mean, maybe it's just Putin getting his money out, right?
Absolutely.
He already did that. They actually passed some laws that allowed the oligarchs to front run the whole thing already. No joke. So
Well, I mean, we all believe
the oligarchs are out already.
we all believe
maybe
that they're some of the wealthiest people in the world. I mean, they'll need to be sucking money out throughout the war as long as it goes on.
Well, maybe they front run the trade, and now they're bum running the trade.
But yeah, anyways, let's move on. I think we have killed this topic. Russian stock market is now looking really bad. The Russian economy, as we discussed, more important than the stock market, also looking really bad. The Russian military, far more exciting for our listeners. For every military expert, I really cannot comment on this other than what I hear here, looking particularly terrible. They have invented a new technique, as far as I can tell. It's called drop all of your equipment and run very quickly for Russia. It's apparently this brand new technique they are pioneering in the Russian military, where they drop all their stuff, they leave their campfires burning, and they run like as fast as they can towards Russia, faster than a cheetah. It's excellent, and we in fact recommend that the rest of the Russian troops attempt this technique and get themselves out of Ukraine as quickly as possible. Verlaine, nice to see you up. How have you been?
I'd like to firstly check whether you can hear me actually.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Can you hear an echo or something of the sort?
You sound like you're in a larger room.
Because I am in a larger room, but there's just a problem with the earphones, so that's why I'm wondering how bad is it?
You're fine.
It could be worse.
Well, that's not reassuring, Nina.
Ignore Finland. You're absolutely fine, Verlaine.
You know, if we start ignoring Finland, then we can say that we perfectly banned Russians from entering European Union.
Almost. I have some nice news about that. The first day of the effective visa ban here in Estonia, 10 Russian visa holders were declined entry at the Narva crossing point, and they were apparently very sad about it on social media. So there we go. First steps. Nina.
Hi, Verlaine. I didn't mean to, in any bad way, to say that it could be worse. Your sound. About the visa ban, I am actually trying not to become furious because you know what the politics in Finland is about that right now. I need to keep calm so that I can do something, and I think that we just need. It's been talked about in Facebook, for example, a lot, and people are really angry. So we just need to put more pressure, and that's what we are doing. So I am sure that we will reach that point when we close the borders to Russia. But right now, it's completely and utterly immoral to let them come here shopping and having vacations and buying stuff, for example, for the war, drones and chips. But fortunately, the customs are quite awake, so they don't let those into Russia. But anyway, this is like embarrassing situation here.
I didn't mean to offend or say, like, or to make you feel embarrassed as a nation overall. It was just a joke, so don't mind me. It's just, I know that it takes a lot of time to actually achieve this kind of like overall, I suppose, unity in efforts of banning Russians' access to the European Union, especially knowing that it should have been done long ago. But as you might see, if we had had the weapons prior to the invasion, we might have, mitigated the losses. But it's what if, it's conditional, it may never work. So it was just a joke, nothing personal. And we do know that at some point in time it's gonna happen. Question is when. That's the only thing. And overall, right now we know that it's a little bit annoying for okay, it's a hella annoying, but at the same time, it's just once again so surreal that Russians didn't say anything when, mostly didn't say anything, then they started invading Ukraine, and they even supported it on a larger scale, and now they are so frustrated and almost rebellious into when they're not actually allowed to enter Europe, that you kind of once again, just for yourself, making this note. Okay, so these kind of values they follow, this is their double standards, and you just understand and realize for yourself and for others who have had any kind of doubts into their nature that this is what it is and it's always been this way, and you can just see for yourself. That's all. Nina, would you like to say something?
Yes, please. Perlene, I know you didn't, that it was kind of a joke. I know that you would never do anything like to make me feel embarrassed. So I feel quite comfortable joking when there is a place to joke, and also I trust you, so I didn't take it personal at all. But as I feel like as a Finnish person, this is like a collective embarrassment, and of course I'm a part of it, and I'm doing what I can. So we need to stick together and just resist this horrible nation of Russia.
Yeah, I hope we are on the way to doing so. Overall, I see that we don't have a lot of requests as of right now. Might be a glitch, who knows? But if you would like to become a speaker, then please just send us the request. It's press in the left bottom corner of your screen. There is a mic button. And if you've been requesting for a while and we just don't see your request, just send us a DM, give us a heads up, and we're gonna try to pull you up manually. Nina, would you like to add something else?
Yes, please, Verlaine, because I will soon go. I just want to ask you, how is the overall feeling in where you are right now, and the winter coming, and also like a really like a fact thing about the winter. How much difference is it in the temperatures in, let's say, northern parts of Ukraine, and when you go more south? Is there a big difference, and is it like how cold can it be in the winter? Because here in southern Finland we can have quite harsh winters. We had something like -20 for like a some time, but if you go to Lapland, it can be -40. So it differs a lot. But yeah, so how is it in Ukraine? Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I probably would start the explanation that today the emergency services of Ukraine had uploaded a photo, I think, and video proofs of what's happening in Carpathian Mountains on the one of the altitudes, the summits. It's called the PP1, and it looks like a real blizzard. Just enormous amounts of snow are coming there. So winter has already come to Carpathian Mountains, that's for sure. So it's not recommended right now to conduct any kind of rest and occupations on the summit as of now. Winter overall, well, due to the global warming, it depends. It depends on a lot of factors, and it differs from year to year. But mostly it's how should I put it? So central and northern parts are usually very cold. I can get up to -30, which feels like -35. I believe that 10 to 15 years ago, even -24 was already like a hella cold. But we kind of adapted and adjusted to everything. Sometimes our winters can be like -18, 20, and that's all that it gets. It really depends. Mostly it's -25, 27, like the lowest temperature, going sub-zero. Southern parts are definitely more comfortable, but due to the close proximity to the sea, it's getting really humid, so it's sometimes nasty. December is usually frosty and quite mild. It feels like the air is really dry in the morning, but it's really sunny during the day. Same goes to the January. It's really snowing when it's New Year and the Orthodox Christmas. But then it gets like a second wave of snow and blizzard the end of January, beginning of February, and sometimes we have really heavy snowfalls beginning of March, and sometimes even end of March, but they are very sporadic. So winters are really harsh in the northern and central parts. I know that in eastern Ukraine, it's being also a headache to keep our troops warm, but usually you kind of predict that it's going to be really cold, so everyone is prepared in advance. Like I said, like the preparation had started in, I believe June, end of May, like those who have anticipated the continuation of war, which is actually, it's really bizarre because you're asking about winter. It feels like it's still winter because it's like the war is ongoing, so it's like a never-ending winter. But the Christmas is coming, the Halloween will be celebrated, and you're like, the sudden realization that the Christmas is coming, it hits really hard. Yeah. Anyways, the winters are usually very cold, harsh. Southern parts of Ukraine are like winter resorts of a kind, but due to the close proximity to the sea and the humidity, it's like a perfect place to catch a cold, but stay inside the apartment, drink cocoa while look into the distance, which is in the central and northern parts not the case. You're usually just like wrapped in the blankets and wearing like two or three pieces of sweaters or blazers. I see that we have Robert who has his hand raised. Robert, would you like to add something?
Actually, I have a question for Nina, if she's got another minute or two to stay with us. So I was wondering, how does Finland compare to Ukraine in terms of the number of cross-border family connections, cross-border business relationships, and things of that ilk that would, from a social perspective, a demographic perspective, tie Finland closer to Russia than perhaps some of the other countries in Europe? And of course, I'm comparing it to Ukraine, and I know that many people have family members in the other country, and there were still a lot of cross-border business contacts.
Thank you, Robert, for your question. Actually, I don't have any numbers, but I know that there is a Finnish-Ukrainian like a association, and also there was a Finnish-Russian, which is now like frozen, no activity. But I don't know how much, how many Ukrainians we had before the war, and how I know that there came about 27,000 right now Ukrainians to Finland. So that's the amount of displaced Ukrainians in Finland right now. And I actually, about the businesses, I don't know anything else, but I have a connection to a person called Sergei Mohov. He's the leading designer for this big play company called Remedy. And so I know that there are a lot of really good IT people in Ukraine, and I'm sure that there are more Ukrainians in Finland, and also I think that there can be like businesses who do in Finland that do business with Ukraine. But I am not sure if this answered your question. If not, if you can.
I think I can help. I
Okay.
think I can help. What Robert was insinuating, that there must be some sense of cross-border family connection between Finland and Russia. Robert, I can disabuse you of that notion. There's about anywhere between 60 and 85,000 Russian descendants in Finland. A large part of them are Ingrian. That is an Ugric folk who migrated out of Russia as quickly as they could in the 1990s, when Finland allowed them to return into the Ugric fold. Finland is one of the most ethnically homogeneous countries in the world. It's beyond 91% of Finnish people are Finns as an ethno-Ugric. This includes Sami and Karelian, which the Finns would say are different, but at the same time, the Karelians are definitely more Finnish than the Sami can be described as. All of them are considering themselves part of what is Finland today. All of them have suffered, both under, well, should we say, Swedish rule for some time, albeit that they found reconciliation with that at a later stage, and Russian occupation, both during Tsarist times, as well as, in part, during the war scenario of the Second World War. There's very few direct relationships between Finnish and Russian men, women, the likes. There's a significant, and you may have heard this many times over before, and from Nina and from our other Finns, there's a significant level of rejection in Finnish culture of the Russian culture. You could talk about the fact that in Lappeenranta, of course, they opened the floodgates since the late 1990s to Russian commerce, and some Finnish people corrupted themselves. That is certainly true. But in a country which is more and more independent of the former Finlandization route, Finland has found its way out of being influenced by Russia. I think this is an important feature. And yeah, let's leave it at that. There is a significant degree of Finnish grievance as to the occupation and seizure of Karelia.
Thank you, Axel. That was perfect. Yeah, thank you so much.
Correct. That's exactly
This
what
is
I
not
wanted to
new.
know. Thanks.
Yeah, right. And Robert, this is not new, right? When Russia won territory after the Winter War, but did not defeat Finland wholesale, almost the entirety of the Finns in that territory, including their second largest city of Viborg, left. I think it was 245,000, 246,000 people, and went to the territory of Finland. And it was 15% of Finland, so it was a large amount of Finland with their second largest city, and like 240 something, as a 246,000 something left. And I think the number of people who stayed was like triple digit, like it's incredibly small. So the desire of Finns to be part of Russia has been incredibly tiny for generations at this point. So it's like very quiet. Honestly, this is not something we could be worried about. Lie Sniper, I see your hand is up, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add, basically, what Axel said is pretty much accurate. In Finland, there were 84,000 people who speak Russian as their mother tongue, and 28. This is by the end of 2020. These statistics, and there are aware 28,866 Russian citizens. Some of those have double. How do you say?
Dual citizenship. Dual
citizenship. Exactly. That's the word what I was searching for, and the remarkable growth of the amount of Russian-speaking population has been. I have statistics from 2000 to 2008. In Helsinki, the increase was 54%. In Vantaa, which is north from Helsinki, it was 138%, and Espoo at 95%. So basically, it was quite a substantial growth in the beginning, or in the 2000 to 2008. And at the moment, I think that the Russians are the biggest, how do you say, biggest national or most frequent alien nationality in Finland at the moment. But as said, there are 87,000 or 84,190 were in 2020, and compared with the 5.5 million population, that's not a significant amount. But and in Lappeenranta, for example, which Axel mentioned, there are 1,700 Russians. But you have to know that the most of the population is concentrated in Helsinki or around Helsinki anyway. So we have, you can say 10% of the population lives in Helsinki roughly, and in the surrounding cities about as much. So it's quite a big concentration in southern Finland.
Lie Sniper, by comparison, how many people had to be evacuated? How many civilians had to flee from the advancing Soviet troops in 1940?
Oh, you mean from Karelia?
Yes.
Now you got me. I don't know. That wasn't that much, but not as much as now have been deported from Ukraine to Russia. Anyways, I don't know. If you have the figure in mind, then
I think, if I remember correctly, about 500,000, and that's basically why there aren't cross-border relations, right? Because when Russia invaded Finland, all the Finns left and went to Finland.
Yeah, although most of them, yes, indeed, in Karelia. But,
sorry, the vast majority, yeah.
Yeah, but there still are. For example, my girlfriend has both her parents were born in Karelia. They have to be. They fled Karelia as the Russians rolled over. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's very hard to be integrating neighbors other than for cash money, as those who came in the 2000s and who got themselves jobs in Espoo and Vantaa and live nicely in what we call the Speckgürtel, the nice, wealthy beltway of Helsinki, with many tech companies who pushed hard to allow those Russians to be integrated. One of the biggest security risks, and we can talk about this evening, meaning in just about 2.5 hours, with Pekka Toivari, the former head of military intelligence of Finland, yet again.
Thank you. I'll look forward to having Pekka back. Always nice to see him. I see Nina has her hand raised. I believe we actually missed her. She was responding to the thing by Robert, who is now gone, it seems. Nina.
Thank you, Finance. Talking about the, I would like to say about the mentality in when I was a child, my both grandfathers fought in the Winter War, and my parents also experienced the war. They were children, 8 and 9 years old. Actually, I grew up in a family where it was almost not allowed to mention the word Russian or Russia. It was like a lot of it was like, how can I explain it? Really not hatred, but it was not allowed to talk about it because it was so bad. And it took me, I grew up with this. And when people started to talk about racism in Finland, which was maybe in 1980s, then I started to like somehow think that, okay, I need to like start rethinking this. But actually I'm back into the same point where I was when I grew up. Thank you. And I'm talking a lot about Russia and Russians now. This is the difference, of course.
Look, I think the perspective is understood well. And I think, it's surprising to me that the Finns haven't closed the borders, because everything I understand historically is that of people like the Baltic countries. The Finnish understand who Russia is and are generally quite sympathetic and empathetic to the plight of Ukraine. Roman.
Something interesting seems to be going on. Previously, this is a bit of a change. And if one of the good Finns can give me an update on where the visa ban petition is standing, because it was 30,000 this morning after it was under 20,000 yesterday morning. It's going pretty well. But if somebody can give me an outline of where it stands right now, that'd be great. What I wanted to highlight, though, I think I know who's going to do it already. So there's something interesting going on with some artillery munitions. Oh, Light Sniper, do you have the number?
I get your number in. I get your number in a minute, but we had a huge spike because I think Iltalehti, which is I think it's even the largest afternoon newspaper, they published an article about that. And it was
33,700 right now. Here we go.
Okay, and it was a huge spike, and then it was tweeted, and also some very, very high-profile celebrities had retweeted it. And I, according to my previous experiences with this kind of initiatives, I think that this boom might last a bit, perhaps even 3 days, but probably just 2 days. But it's very, very, very strong sign that there is a lot of support to this, because normally when these kind of petitions are being or names are being collected, we have to go out the streets and collect names per hand on the paper. But this is just online, and there's no marketing, it's just social media, and it is surprising how strong support it really has. Or not surprising, but that the people really are active and express their opinion. But it's really doing well.
Exactly, right. It's now 2/3 of the way there. But that wasn't
just one more thing. It's a proposition for the Finnish Parliament to start, or it's a law proposition, and it says that the Finnish state can, after consulting the president and after consulting the EU, they can ask the parliament to close the borders for like a very serious reasons. So it's not any automatic thing. So the Finland does not, it doesn't force the Finnish parliament to do anything. It's still sort of controlled, sort of. The Finnish president and the EU has been consulted. Whether they are against it or support it, that's another thing. But at least they will be consulted in this matter before the Finnish parliament makes the decision. That's the rough content of the law proposal.
What I'm driving at is a much bigger point, right? It's a start, and that's good, and that might actually make a difference because Finland's the only frontline state left within the EU that still kind of allows Russians in. The other thing I was kind of trying to get at, which is much more curious still, is people might remember a few weeks ago, maybe a couple of months ago, there was some Iranian-produced artillery ammunition that was found in Ukraine. Not on the Russian side, but on the Ukrainian side, for 122 millimeter howitzers. What came through now is that there's more Iranian-made ammunition with 2022 production dates and the 152 millimeter munitions for the 152 millimeter howitzers, like the 2S3 Akatsiya, for example, which I think is very interesting. And I'm very impressed and very curious, how they got there. Did they go from Iran to Pakistan to the UK to Romania to Ukraine, or did they go some other way? But whatever it is, I think it's hilarious that one of the few quasi-allies that Russia still has is actually somehow managing to supply ammunition to Ukraine as well. Who knows how? Anyway, where were we? Just a thing that's worth noting. Also, apparently, the Russian government is now recruiting possible future soldiers in migration center Sakharova, which I think which I can't quite figure out whether it's a sort of migration detention center or that's somewhere where they live. But basically, they're trying to recruit from people who really definitely aren't Russians because they can't get anyone else to go and fight for them. It's literally going to be prisoners and those who really don't have a choice. Yeah, lovely, eh? Pauli.
Hi, Domin. Are you doing good?
I don't want to talk about it. Go on.
All right. So you were talking about the tourist visa problem in Finland for Russians, right?
Yes.
I have some insight on the matter.
Excellent.
There isn't a problem, guys. There is just an opportunity for them to get visas, so it's a problem.
Yes, so I can give a lawyer's update or insight. So the premise in Finland is that we currently have a leftist government, and the Greens are running the Ministry of Interior, and then also the our foreign ministry. So they are a bit more left-leaning, and they tend to hesitate on making any moves against Russia. I don't know whether it's about compromat or something kind of evidence they have against the Greens or lefts, but they seem to be really hesitant on making any moves. I think this was also seen in the NATO discussion and NATO debate. So that's the premise for this matter. And in Finland, we have two laws or two guidelines that relate to the tourist visa. So we have, freely translated, we have the foreigner law, ulkomaalaislaki, that basically have the same content that it's stipulated in the Schengen guidelines for border control. And in the Schengen rules and in our national legislation, there are clear guidelines that Finland can actually ban the traffic if they just decide that, all right, at the moment we interpret these guidelines in a way that people from Russia that are waging a war, committing genocide, doing atrocities, having in captions tourist trips in UK and using Novichok, they can be seen as a group that we see that they are causing concerns to our EU member partners, fellow countries in the EU, but they are also national concern for our national security and the army due to the high volume of the tourists. There is a high volume, and due to this reason, we will give for each applicant that will seek for a tourist visa currently a decision based on this guideline that there's a threat, and they could easily do it. We don't need any new legislation or any approval from the EU. We could have done it ages ago, like the Baltics did, but they are hesitant to do this, and due to this reason, there's a high pressure and demand from the public opinion, and almost every Finn that has some sense in their brain is, of course, for the tourist visa ban for Russians. So I think within this week we will have more news and maybe a little bit more courage from the foreign ministry. And then the foreign ministry is leaning on a memo dated on 16th of August 2022, where they basically, well, their opinion is that we have this memo. In this memo, we have really evaluated everything as a whole, and we have really pondered about this judicial matter. So what I did, I ordered this memo on Monday. I got it today, just 2 hours ago, and I don't like to curse, but the memo is rubbish. There's no real evaluation in this matter. So it's really lightweight. So basically, they haven't done their homework in this matter. So it's all politics at the moment. All right, this is my update. Hope it clarifies this thing a bit. And tonight we will have debate in the national television. I think it will also bring up more pressure in the matter, and I'm confident that we will get a smart decision and a ban within 7 days. I hope. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Pauli. Very good news. Nina?
Thank you, Domen, and thank you, Pauli. I have to once more say that this space is so great to have so many different kinds of experts here, and thank you, Pauli, for telling what you told, because this gives me a little bit of more relief, because it's been really stressful for me to see how how this has been going here in Finland. And I also read something, this Tom Post, who is like is he like the oikeuskansleri?
Yeah, Tuomas.
Yes.
The Justice Chancellor in Finland.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So it was he said something that yesterday I read in Helsingin Sanomat, that we don't, I think on the same lines as you said. Is that right?
Yeah, I think Tuomas was being a bit more polite than I am, but basically I think his message was that when there's a will, there's a way, and the government could change the interpretation, or they just could set a new legislation in place if they would want to.
So We just need to keep on the pressure here.
Yes, that is what we do, and I think the temperature's rising and the pressure is cooking, so to say. So I'm confident that we'll get it done.
Excellent. I'm very glad to hear that you're confident. I'm also glad to see that the petition's getting steam again, because it's very low for a very long time. There was an initial rise, but then it kind of was stable for more than a month, and this is probably contributing a little bit to the public pressure as well, which is great to hear.
Yes, the petition is a really good add-on. So they have to process it when it fulfills 50,000 signatures. They have to process it, so it's an addition to the public pressure. So it's a really good add-on in this thing. I think like Sniper stipulated.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't do anything on its own, but together with all the other things, it can. What is it? Many ants pulling in the same direction can move a mountain, something like that. I'm sure there's a culture in which that's a proverb. Patricia.
Got it. Thank you. Hi, all. While we're in humanitarian matters, Nina, I wanted to mention this sometime when you were around, and I may have sent a direct message just to MriyaReport, but I wanted to, perhaps you know about the case of Mariana Mamonova from Mariupol and I guess Azovstal. I've just answered my door. Maybe, yeah, I've got an errand. Just a second.
Okay, and since she's running around and I had to mute because of the background noises, I think Nina has something to say. Nina, did you get what was referred to?
I am not completely sure, and I would like to hear what she has to say, because she mentioned Mariupol and some, I think these two women who were from Mariupol. I would really like to hear this, but Pauli, I have a question for you. Will you be here tonight at 7 o'clock when we have Pekka Toveri here? I would really appreciate. Pauli?
Is it my fault? My mic is on now. Did he go? Oh, he seems.
Well, I don't know. Can
Okay,
you...
it's not your fault. I think Pauli was trying to say yes, but then he vanished. I think he's sticking around as a ghost speaker. Patricia, I'm sure that Pauli will be around because he told me previously that he will be here. Here we go. He's clapping. He says he will be. Patricia, go ahead and finish your thought from
so this is a hostage, a prisoner in Russia somewhere, maybe in is it Olenivka prison? We don't know. She's pregnant, so she's a medical, either military medic or doctor, see different words, and she was working. She was married a year ago and then became pregnant. She realized, I think, yeah, sorry, it's just a message. So yes, she realized she was pregnant. She remained working on the front, saving soldiers' lives and treat others as well. But I think she was taken when the people inside Azovstal surrendered. At any rate, she continues to be held, but is not certain where she is. She's now 8 months pregnant, maybe more. These stories are mostly from within the past week, and I'm looking from, I tweeted to MriyaReport the link to the story in Euromaidan. So the fear, people want to determine where she is. They think she may be in Olenivka. They would like to swap her before her baby is born. They're worried both that, well, it seems the Russians seem to be continuing to hold her to raise her value as a swap. I mean, to be able to swap her for more people. I can't believe anybody's thinking this finally. But also people are worried that the Russians will seize her baby and then they may let her go, you know, of all the horrors to give her to a Russian family. So petitions have been started. One is change.org. And also it seems there's a petition, maybe that one, that was started by what's her name? Jill Biden, the first lady in the US. Anyway, her name is Mariana Mamonova. I think she represents many other cases who could be like her. She's 30 years old. And it seems that there are, from that prisoner group, 131 women among the prisoners of war from the Azovstal plant. So 33 medics are included. And if there are that many women, likely some young women, it may be other people who are in exactly the situation. So I wanted to tell you about it. So I wanted to talk about it when Nina was here as well. And I don't know if we can circulate it on Maria. I tweeted it out. I hope it works the right way. Are there other things that we could do? It's a symbol of all those persons held hostage by Russia and of the genocidal seizure of children and mothers and people.
Would you like to add to this?
Yes. Oh, Eleni, you have more.
Yeah, I can see that, but for some reason, Twitter is glitching. Give me a moment. Nina, would you like to add to what was said? Because now I have fixed the issue.
Yes, please, I can do it. Thank you, Patricia. If you can send me a link to this petition, of course I can spread it, but it sounds like one of these horrible situations where we are talking about one person and there are 4 million people, Ukrainians, and over 600,000 children kidnapped to Russia. And I understand your this is horrible. One person is a tragedy, and to solve this thing, I don't think that there is any kind of like fast solution to this. I doubt it, but maybe somebody else has something to add to it. But I want to say that I got an article from Human Rights Watch, and I talked with a member of European Parliament, Heidi Hautala, who is the head of the human rights department in European Union right now, and she has started to. They have made a decision that they have started now to work with these kidnapped Ukrainians in the European Parliament, and of course this is not happening tomorrow or next week, but there will be things moving now forward, but it's going to take time, I'm afraid.
Yes. I thought with this action of theirs, this kind of case can be an example. It can serve as a concrete example of why these questions are so urgent. So
Absolutely.
they might. Thanks. And we had Victoria on. I think it was Victoria, former member of Parliament. And I had hoped to mention it then because often she seems to know about a lot of things going on and she may be aware of this case. So I will try again if she comes back or others. And I wonder if our speaker has heard of this case. I'm sorry, of our host.
Everybody's heard of this case. It's been all over the front news for like 3 weeks now.
Good, that's what I wanted to ask, because a case like that serves as a lightning rod to draw attention to the whole case. Oh, good to know. Good to know. Thank you.
And once again, for those of you who are just tuning in, please send and don't forget to not only send requests, but DMs in case you've been requesting for a while. If you have any questions and you're too shy to come to the panel, you also can send the questions in the DMs. If you haven't uploaded for no apparent reason your questions, please do. If you haven't downloaded application on your phone, please do as well, because that's the only way to speak on the panel, becoming a speaker with your application on the phone. If you're new to Spaces, that's how they roll, so to say. And if you haven't shared the space, why haven't you done that yet? Please share the space so we can get more listeners and more subject matter experts with us. It's already 20th of September. As you might have heard, Russians have been trying to stage another referendum. And maybe we're going to speak about that. Domen, would you like to touch on this?
Yeah, I would, because I'm getting a lot of questions about this because of, apparently Putin's having some sort of an address to the nation later today regarding the referendum in various occupied regions of Ukraine, wanting to join the Russian Federation. Now, how they're going to stage this, who knows? I think there seem to be suggestions that President Russell's Papi was earlier making some notes that there might be electronic voting for these referenda that are supposed to be staged in about 5 days' time. It makes perfect sense, right? They'll be very well prepared in 5 days, getting the voter rolls sorted, especially in the situation where a lot of people have fled, where there's a lot of uninvited new residents legally there. That'll be very straightforward. Therefore, it makes sense to make an electronic referendum. You don't even need to print the fake ballots that keep being blown up by partisans in Berdyansk and other places. You can just make up the number and proliferate that and be done with it. There's also a suggestion that there might be talk of a full mobilization in Russia, which is very interesting because Russia isn't physically able of doing a full mobilization or a real mobilization of any sorts. There keeps being this push by a number of, let's call them opposition figures in Russia, and ever more opposition type figures in Russia are joining into this. We need to mobilize, we need to do a full mobilization, just get more people in, and that's all that's necessary, right? I just need to have more people, and let's overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Kind of hearkening back to some approaches that the Soviet Union took during the Second World War, a time which is still very much glorified in Russia still. It's an interesting situation. So who would they take? They want 1 million people. They say 1 million people. 1 million people that we know they can't actually equip. what are they going to be? What are they going to be wearing? What are they going to be shooting with? They didn't have the capacity to do that in the first place. Then training. No, it's just to get them to the most basic levels of training. It's going to take a month and a half. They tried that. They tried that with the so-called Third Army Corps. They spent about 6 weeks all in all in training at Molino, which is the fancy, brand spanking new, beautiful, modern training center that Russia has. And half of them were sent to Izium. They left their equipment behind and fled. And half of them are somewhere in Kherson, I think, at this point. Right? Who knows? Who knows what capacity Russia has to train new troops? Actually, no, we all know. We know they don't have a capacity to go and train 1 million new men. If in their best case scenario for them, it will take 3 months, 4 months to do it. To have people remotely trained up. Now, this is the difference, right? Because Ukraine, since February, since March, has been trying to get people trained and has supported allies, other countries who are training, their new recruits, and training them with, a much better approach to how to do war and how to be a good soldier than Russia does. In Russia, there's also, people who are going to get recruited are those who fail to avoid recruitment, the ones who fail to evade it. That's the other part of it. They're going to get people who are fundamentally disinterested, not very capable, not very able. And at the end of the day, there's not going to be anyone to teach them in the first place. They're already taking the instructors at the military schools in Russia and sending them to the front because they have such a lack of qualified officers and NCOs in the front lines. And this is the other thing that really needs to be highlighted here. Yes, they can bring in more cannon fodder. They're already doing this. Wagner's already doing this by scouring the prisons for anyone who wants to get out of the prison sentences. Apparently, they're now trying to do the same in migrant centers like Sakharova. And they are going to make. They're going to make lots more. Humans made into cannon fodder. But that's about it. A mobilization in this sort of emergency mobilization is fundamentally pointless. It won't bring anything like the result they think it will. But they're talking about it because it's the one thing they can do. There's nothing else that there seems to be nothing else that they can do. They've already lined up their excuses. They're already talking about, oh no, we're fighting NATO troops there. Tens of thousands of NATO uniformed soldiers. Look at all these English speakers. Look at Malcolm Nance. He must have taken out 2 whole artillery battalions on his own, judging by the amount of coverage he gets in Russian propaganda, right? Their television channels devote whole segments just to Malcolm Nance this, Malcolm Nance this. He's the 6 Canadian admirals commanding the 10,000 U.S. Navy SEALs. It's because they need to line up these excuses. They can't be beaten just by Ukraine, but that's what they're being. They're being beaten by Ukraine, a few thousand foreign volunteers, and a somewhat reluctant supply chain of Western arms. But more than that, it's still far more the indigenously produced and the indigenously produced things and old Soviet stock and things that were captured from the Russians. That's still the bulk of the armaments. And they are getting beaten. And they're getting beaten because they're waging their own war. They should never be here in the first place. Adrian?
Hey, good afternoon, Victoria. Good afternoon, Domen. Good afternoon, everyone else. Or good morning if you're in the States or Canada. Yeah, I wanted to share some thoughts as well. We spoke this here very often that they haven't built a single tank since March, since the sanctions kicked in. They refurbished a few. I mean, And let's not talk about, I don't know, I guess they can build more BMPs or whatever, bring them out of storage. But what are they going to give those troops? Are they just going to give them all like AKs and have them and uniforms from the 60s and just have them jump into battle? And how popular is that going to be in Russia if you start taking from their homes and jobs even a few 100,000 young men or middle-aged men? I mean, people are, it's funny how the Russians are. They support the war and the subjugation of Ukraine, but they're not exactly in a hurry to volunteer to do it themselves. And Wagner has to scour prisons to get these people, right? And homeless shelters. So I'm very curious how that is going to hit if they're actually going to do it. And also, to me also this mobilization is hypothetical because also it will just hasten Russia's economic collapse, because you have to, inevitably Russia's economy is just not gonna be able to hold on for another 2 years. Maybe in 2 years it will have a expiration date by many factors that we discussed here. But then if you start spending on training and somehow trying to equip your army, what is expensive every day? So the more they spend on it, the more they hasten their own collapse. But personally, I'm not sure the mobilization will happen. Although I think the first time I jumped on the space, like April or something, I was one of those guys scared of mobilization. It was before the 8th of May, and I was like, what if Putin announces mobilization? This, and I was also fearful about the nukes and so on. Also, Russia scary, yada, yada, yada. But our friend Konstantin had a very nice tweet today that said, so Russia is organizing, saying it's going to organize fake referendums, is threatening mobilizations. And again, we hear talk about nuclear weapons. And I think this is more talk designed for the useful idiots in the West and just plain old idiots in the West who claim to support Ukraine, who are so eager to jump on the nuclear talk because they are so stupid. I'm sorry to use this language, but they make this logic that if Russia makes a fake referendum and declares some region they stole from Ukraine as being Russian, then they will immediately launch a nuke. And I've started to see an uptick in Western media and some wink academics or senior fellows at whatever stupid think tank in the West, because they are so experts in everything, again talking about nuclear war. So it's like a cycle that we have seen like 5 or 6 times. I've seen it since April, since I'm on the space, of is talk about mobilization, some referendum. If it passes, there's gonna be nukes. I mean, they're trying the same old tricks, and fortunately people here on the space are not, a lot of us have dog avatars, but definitely we're not Pavlov's dog to react to this bullshit anymore. But on the other hand, a lot of academics and senior fellows and PhD and Russia thinkers, they are exactly like Pavlov dogs. Russia uses the script and they keep doing it again and again and talk about nukes. And I can only laugh at it now, and then wherever I see it, I call it out. So I don't know, just a little public safety announcement. Just be wary of any idiot who talks about nukes again, because Russia is just repeating the same script it has been doing 3, 4, 5 times since April. And it's not going to work. It's working less and less, but still on a few people it is. So don't fall for that, please.
It's their last ditch attempt what they're doing now. It's literally their last ditch attempt at saying, no, look, this is now Russia. And it's not complete, therefore we need to use nuclear weapons or whatever escalation. Is their last ditch attempt. That's it. This is the only thing there is, and it's going to fall flat on its face, because all there is because all there is, all they'll have is the presentation of their last final attempt at scaring countries to the west of Ukraine, because Ukraine isn't really scared anymore about any of this. I mean, what more are they going to do? Invade Ukraine, right? It's their last ditch attempt, and they'll fail at this one. And then what? For anyone who's talking about nuclear this, nuclear that, this comes in cycles. Every 2 to 3 weeks, Russian propaganda television, does a big couple of days on, we're going to nuke Warsaw, and we're going to nuke Berlin, and we're going to nuke everyone. So for anyone who's just kind of stumbling upon it, it feels shocking somehow. But for anyone who's been following this throughout, and especially for anyone who's been, for one reason or another, exposed to Russian propaganda television throughout, and possibly for many years before that, it's just no. It's just the same propaganda saying the same old stuff. And on to Berlin. You know what they said, right? Trying to surround and siege Kiev. That was just a feint. And the next day, they're going on Warsaw. It's delusional, absolutely. But.
And one more point, Domen. So before they made the escalated invasion of Ukraine in February, they had 6 months to arrange this invasion. They had their brand new equipment that they, wink, wink, built over 2 decades. We're not going to go into the corruption part. They had their elite units. They had money flowing in and trade with the West, access to equipment, even though these sanctions should have been in place since 2008 when they invaded Georgia, but that's another story. So they had peacetime, their entire military capacity, economy that interacted with the West, and they had 6 months to prepare, and they failed, and they're losing. So what the hell is gonna happen now with 60,000 almost dead, probably that same number of wounded, plus 6,000, 7,000, I lost count of military vehicles lost, artillery pieces, your flagship lost, your economy in shambles. Like, if they didn't manage to do it with those months of preparation in peacetime with a functioning economy, more or less, what the hell are they going to do now?
No, it's just not possible. And they just need to realize this and pack their bags and go home. Because it's just not tenable. It's just not possible. Everybody knows it. The Indians know it. The Chinese know it. They're all looking at it and thinking, why are you still doing this? What's the point? You have a big enough country. Just go away. You're making it hard for everyone. Not that they particularly care about Ukrainians, right? Obviously they don't. But they care about themselves, and it's making it harder on them. And they don't like that. Just drop it, leave it, go away. And that's just the realization will have to come through to them as well. Raver, good morning, Raver.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So a couple of things on the mobilization. Should Russia do it, it basically breaks down along 4 areas. Some of them would actually give Russia at least a short-term benefit, the others not so much. So first off, if they did full mobilization, the contracts wouldn't matter anymore. They'd have stop loss. People wouldn't be able to just quit and go home because it would officially be a war. Second, and most useful to Russia, would be to call up the reserves, however many they could catch, whether it be retired officers or enlisted. Those people already have some training and could hopefully be reconditioned into something approaching mildly effective. And then you've got the actual conscripts that would then have to be caught and trained and fed into the meat grinder. So, I mean, it is possible to get some bodies and maybe get a little bit of benefit out of them, but it's not something that's going to have any immediate effect over the long term, other than the stop loss part of it. And then my fourth point was on these referendums. Even if Russia holds a vote, I don't think they're going to formally annex until after the war is over, because if they do, then all those LNR and DNR troops become Russian troops, and unless Russia mobilizes, all those troops are then entitled to quit under Russian law.
Oh, that last one's a really interesting thought. I've not actually thought of before. Yeah, I mean, it would go kind of hand in hand with a full war thing, right?
Yeah, but Russia's in a pickle. I don't know how many other people saw Dmitri's post on the Russian deserter, the Wagner deserter, who was recruited from prison. Within 48 hours of being on the front lines, he had deserted, and his platoon had already suffered 50% losses from desertion and or casualties. So Russia's out of people they can get from the asylums, out of people they can get from prisons, out of reservists willing to be called up, out of volunteers. So they're really scraping the barrel now. LNR, DNR basically being depopulated males. They're press ganging Ukrainians into the Russian army at this point. So they're running out of warm bodies to even feed into the meat grinder.
I mean, that's exactly what they're doing. I think that video with the Wagner prisoner, deserter, surrenderer is really instructive. It kind of really shows you what Russia is looking for there. It is literally cannon fodder, and corpse collection. That's all they were looking for. Literally all of it. I mean, astounding, of course, but there you go. Additionally, beyond that, there seems to be lots of refuseniks, right? Lots of people attempting to, as Raver, as you noted, technically it's not a time of war, therefore contract soldiers can quit. And some of them seem to be, in some units, there seems to have been quite substantial rates of attempting to quit, refusing to perform duties, wanting to get out. Many of them weren't allowed to get out. Many of the others, who knows? Actually might have left. Oh, okay. Let's see if my audio keeps. This is interesting because usually lately when I become co-host, my audio gives out. I don't know what order people were in, but let's hear out Maciej.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Better now that you're here.
Yeah, I feel like this is just a move to force us. I had just this experience where just a notification came on my phone, like the Putin is thinking about mobilization from one of the Western media sources, and to create this referendum situation, which I would, even though I'm completely with Domen on the same boat, it still creates this reflex, like what is Russia going to do? I think it's still at this point, even though I think you're completely right, it's still not wise to underestimate the ability of Russians to wage a bigger scale war. And especially if, of course, I think Ukrainians have nothing to fear about more than what is happening right now, but other countries, and Poland especially does too. But I would look at it in this way. I think this, from Putin's perspective, there are levels of priorities for him, right? And first priority is keeping himself and his cronies in power. And when you create the dynamics of a war on a larger, like a total war, or which is, well, we shouldn't use word total, because in the circumstances that we're in, the total war would mean a nuclear confrontation, but something below that, but still larger scale war, and you're willing just basically to go all in, you also create tensions within the system, because, for example, all those soldiers in all those places that would be mobilized, they'll have to be trained, and they would grumble, and you wouldn't have the same control over them, because the whole country would be geared toward like creating this this goal. So for me, even though I think, well, you cannot just put it aside, at the same time it's just purely suicidal for Putin, because he would just he would have to relinquish control over the events. And it's like in 19 before 1917, the war just created this whole experience of chaos in a Russian power structure, and just it wouldn't last. Of course, Putin has a stronger grip on power than for sure, for example, Gorbachev did have it in 1980 or in 1991, for example. But still, this same dynamic can happen here. So I think he will think twice. But we have to remember also one thing: there's a whole lot of people in this world, outside the Western world, to be just brutally honest, that kind of root for Russia, right? And maybe kind of is not a real poignant expression here. They do root for Russia, right? So even here in this space, we heard people coming here, oh, Russia is fighting 10% of army. Just wait when we just release the whole might of the Russian Empire on you. So basically, he's trying to rally his supporters and his fans, not only in Russia but all around the world, in creating this idea that we have something really scary still in reserve, and we can use it. So overall, it's still it's still a thing that I think we should be afraid of, because we normal human beings, and I think a full-scale Russian mobilization isn't something, and Russia attacking NATO countries isn't something that we should wish for, even though I'm 100% sure that in any sort of confrontation, Russia will be just wiped out. But still, the probability of him going for that is quite low.
Yeah, and it's more actually, like we said, right? A little bit more scare tactics than anything else. It's an interesting situation, that's for sure. Anyway, Tom.
Hi guys. Yeah, I totally agree with what Macho was saying. I just wondered, why is there more talk of mobilization today? Have I missed out on something you could just briefly update me on?
Yeah, so Russia is going to a migrant center in Saratova, where I can't tell if it's a migrant detention center or a place where a lot of gastarbeiters, basically from Central Asia, live. And they're going to be recruiting there. Also, there's a big speech from Putin today that might be talking about mobilization. And Russia decided that this coming weekend would be the perfect weekend for some sham referenda. So that's also why.
Right. Do we know when he's due to make this speech?
Sometime today, I think. I'm not sure when. Sorry, I need to drop from co-host and come back up, because I can't add anyone requesting, and Berlin can't see people requesting. So the combination of two isn't really working.
Okay, I've just got one other tiny piece of good news. There's another psychologist that I work with, but not directly. He works in the same hospital as me, but a completely different department. And I was talking to him today about the needs of Ukrainian veterans and civilians that have been traumatized. And it turns out he used to work for the UK charity Combat Stress, and is trained to treat post-traumatic stress disorder to a much higher degree than me, and worked with UK military veterans for 5 years. So he's really experienced at that, and he's totally open to the idea of training Ukrainian psychologists and therapists through a translator. So that might be really good. He's someone else that's happy to help out. I'm trying to get him to come and speak on MriyaReport, but he's a bit shy, I think.
Tom, can I ask you something really fast?
Yeah, go for it.
How how difficult do you think it is to train someone who doesn't have education in psychology or psychiatry, but has combat experience, knows English, and has been there, but might be discharged soon, and she's a very empathic person, just doesn't have the training. How hard do you think would be to train or if it's possible to train someone in helping people with PTSD, someone like that? Thanks.
Yeah, you see, it's a difficult thing, isn't it? Because I think, quite often in countries where, look, basically, because you don't just want anyone to be able to get a certain job, and because there's competition to get these jobs, what we tend to do is insist that people have higher and higher levels of training and qualifications. So I'm halfway through my 4th psychology degree. I'm not exaggerating. That is what I'm doing. And people can help people with much lower levels of experience than that, much lower levels of qualification. It's a bit like, how long does it take to train someone on an F-16? How long does it take someone to become like a top, fighter pilot in the United States Air Force? Probably a lot longer than it's going to take the Ukrainians, because they've simply got so much need at the moment that I think people are allowing them to train on things much more quickly than we would normally do. And so, I don't want unqualified people to be treating people in the UK, but in a war zone where there's massive amounts of trauma, it's probably a good idea to train up people with lower levels of experience and less qualifications, so that you've simply got enough people, because demand is going to be so high. It would just seem totally wrong to make people wait 3, 4, 5 years for treatment because they haven't got people with doctorates in clinical psychology. I mean, I've no doubt there are people with doctorates in clinical psychology in Ukraine. It's a very educated country and a lot of people go to university. So it would make sense to train the most qualified Ukrainians as possible to begin with. But, going forwards, they may want to widen the pool. They may decide that having more therapists of less levels of experience treats more people more quickly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Thank you very much. It's very enlightening. It's like more like a mental health first aid, like a nurse for mental health, someone who can be a stopgap until you find a proper professional with the proper formal education. And you're right, there's many of them in Ukraine. I used to go to a Ukrainian therapist who spoke perfect English. So there's many of them in Ukraine who have this formal training. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Adrian. Excellent. I think we are now fully functional. Let's go to Raver for his comments, and I'm very excited to hear from Victoria.
Hey, so Tom, I got a question for you, and then a comment about the counselors. So have you seen Wagner Deserter video? And if you have, what are your thoughts on his genuineness? And what are your thoughts on using psilocybin or MDMA as part of like a critical, immediate post-conflict aid to help people process their war experiences?
So I haven't seen the Wagner video. So if you DM that to me, I'll have a look and I'll pop on tonight and talk to you if you want. In terms of the drug-assisted psychotherapies, I would not use psilocybin with anyone with PTSD. There's evidence of psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy for depression and for anxiety in people that have got cancer and are approaching their death. And I think it's a brave psychologist that uses psilocybin with people because, it's not always a happy experience. It sometimes can be really challenging for people. Obviously, that's all at the research stage. I know psilocybin is legal in some US states, but it's not legal in many other US states. I'd imagine it's illegal in Ukraine at present. In terms of MDMA, though, MDMA-assisted psychotherapy is now at phase 3 studies with the Food and Drug Administration in the United States, and there's also a lot of research in Switzerland and Israel. Israel have a lot of veterans with PTSD as well, as you can imagine. The evidence for that is actually really good, and it's very likely that it will become a prescription drug in the next 12 to 24 months in the United States, at which point I'd imagine a lot of other countries may follow suit. Just like as a sort of medical disclaimer, I'm not advising that anyone does this if they have PTSD, especially not if they're on any other medications that would raise serotonin levels, like typical antidepressants. That could be quite dangerous combining it. So wait until it's legal and then get it from a psychiatrist or a therapist, because the evidence for the MDMA for post-traumatic stress disorder looks very, very good, and it's likely to become a prescription drug. So maybe that's something that could help people in Ukraine in the next
Thank
year
you,
or
Tom.
two.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I've got more than a little bit of experience with them, so I've been kind of loosely following their developments in psychotherapy.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Ray. Victoria, I'm guessing you want to go back to those sham referenda that are being proposed for this coming weekend.
Oh, hello, everyone. I'm back. Actually, no, we can, of course, touch on the referendum subject, but I wanted just to ask Tom if his friend is willing to help and has ideas and is willing to come to Ukraine. I'm sure that we can come up with some sort of a plan. I know people in Lviv, for example, who've set up special center for veterans, and I'm sure that they would be interested in cooperating and setting up training programs. I'm sure the same will be well received, this idea at the Ministry of Health. So just to drop me a line and we can do something together. Thank you.
Thanks, Victoria. I think when we had, I can't remember her second name, but it was Natalia that was on the space who was talking about rehabilitation for veterans. I think she said she was going to try and get in touch with me. Yehuda was going to pass on my details. But I'll be happy to, I'll follow you now if I'm not already following you. DM me if you like, Victoria, so I can remember, okay?
Okay, absolutely.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Actually, since we have you here, Victoria, what are your thoughts on the developments that we've been hearing, out of Mordor today? There are higher punishments for desertion, talk of a mobilization, talk of some sham referenda, electronic sham referenda, if that's a thing, this coming weekend in occupied territories all across Ukraine. What do you make of this? Last gasps of a dying beast?
Well, the beast is dying for sure. I don't know whether it's the last one, but probably one of the last attempts to at least have a better picture, a victorious one in one way or another for the internal consumer, I mean Russians, so that to demonstrate that there are some achievements, and those achievements and the losses that were occurred during achieving those results were worth it. That's the first thing that I'm looking at. And it was interesting to see Skabeyeva, she Goebbels of Russian TV, making comments yesterday that it's important to recognize that Russia lost certain territories, and American and its weapons that were provided to Ukraine are actually working, etc., etc. So I was surprised to see the fact that in their rhetoric they're starting to say at least part of the truth, right? Recognizing losses they've incurred. And one of the last comments she made, that people in Russia, they deserve to know the truth, and they're looking for the explanations, and we need to explain to them why it happened. So something is cooking, something is happening down there in Russia and in Moscow in particular. When it comes to referendums, I believe they have a couple of purposes. as I mentioned, it's important for Kremlin to show to Russians that there are physical like victories, that they've liberated from Nazis, as they're saying, those territories in the south and in the east, and in the south in particular. That's the first one. So it's all about again propaganda. It's being part of propaganda. The second part is they, by doing so, they're trying to get a hold of as many people in those territories, men in particular, to be deployed, as they are running out of arms to fight the war against Ukraine. And the third one, well, probably is to maybe have additional argument for any crazy things that they plan to do on those territories, should they feel like they're going to lose them anytime soon. Those are my thoughts. I might be wrong, but it's definitely acts of that are happening in despair, and they need to do something. They need to show something, a to their own audience and to the outside world, that they are victorious, although they are losing. So these
What
are
it
my
makes
thoughts.
me think, Victoria, and you know, building on that, what it makes me think as well is that they almost got bitten by the permitted opposition that they were allowing in Russia, right? People like Zhirinovsky, who built their political career on basically saying whatever Putin does is the best, except we need 20% more, right? And very similarly, there's this class of military bloggers that, like Strelkov, right, who emerged, who are basically doing kind of the same thing. We're saying, no, this is good, but we need more. We need to do it fully. We need to do it with bigger guns and with more people, and right. And this is
Correct.
what's kind of seems to have really grabbed a lot of attention, at least in some circles in Russia. And if you remember, a week, 2 weeks ago, there were these weird reports from some city districts in St. Petersburg and Moscow, and some city district councillors, which is literally the lowest level of politician
Yes.
you can
Yes.
possibly imagine, right? The next guy down is like the guy who administers the cleaning of corridors in an apartment building. So really, and they were challenging Putin, right? But what rhetoric
Right.
were they challenging on? They were challenging on the same rhetoric as Strelkov, as all these military bloggers, as Grayson or whatever they're called, right? All these horrible genocide cheerleaders, right? Who go around saying, no, we need to commit genocide more and more efficiently, more effectively, with more people and more thoroughly, right? Those guys, and it looks like that the center of power has kind of gotten shaken by this previously permitted opposition, and now they're steering into this. They're going where this previous permitted opposition always was agitating to go.
Well, I don't believe in any opposition, because I think it's completely controlled by FSB, and they are doing what they're allowed to do and saying what they're allowed to say. So there should be some sort of justification for that. And the only justification I can come up with is that, again, it's the justification for further escalating atrocities, killings, and at the same time, to maybe really come up with the justification for full-scale mobilization, to explain to people that this is what Russia needs to defeat those Nazis. It's just maybe that is the whole idea behind it.
Maybe, but you know what I'm thinking even beyond that? Maybe it's a way for them to say, actually, this was never the way, and what all of you mill bloggers were arguing for, this full mobilization, it would never have worked anyway. And see, now here we tried it, and it was a failure. And maybe this is an excuse. Like, even with this, even with what he wanted us to do, we couldn't we couldn't push forward against the entire combined might of NATO and the Western world standing up against it. Anyway, I mean, we can I guess guess at it and argue
Yeah,
until
we can
the cows come home.
speculate and yeah, we can speculate the whole evening and come up with all sorts of excuses, including the one that you just mentioned that Russia is fighting, and it was also Skabeva and company that they were at such certain point they started to say that they're fighting against NATO. So Ukraine was out of equation. It was Russia against NATO. You remember at a certain point that they've switched this rhetoric completely. It's not about liberating Ukraine from Nazis. It's actually the war between the two worlds. And maybe, again, those referendums are the ones that they will then use to explain that they are using, I don't know, certain weapons and certain strategy and tactics because they have to use it because they are fighting against NATO, not just Ukraine or Ukrainian people. But this is, it's just a sick country. Unfortunately, the majority of the country population supports this sick regime. So I don't want to even try to comprehend what is really a driving idea behind and the force and what's the driving motivation behind everything that is happening right now. It's just sick mentality.
Thank you, Victoria. Okay, let's go to some more people, but I would like to ask everyone to take advantage of the fact that we have a former Ukrainian MP here with us, also otherwise incredibly well qualified and really well placed to comment on these things. I'm going to go to Tracy first, and then to Nick, and then to Nancy, then to Pilot, and then to Joanna. Tracy.
Hi, Doman. I just have something I wanted to change the subject and go back a little bit about the petition. So if you want to bypass me, I don't mind waiting.
If you want to speak your piece, go ahead. Tell us what you think, and then we'll just mutter around.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not sure how effective this will be, but I'm persisting on trying, much like Nina. I don't like to be told that I can't do something, especially when I don't agree with my government's decisions, and I feel many people don't in this country. Nina really touched me what she said about if that was your children and they were taken away, how would you feel? And that really hurts me to see that people can switch off from that and think, oh, it's so far away, it doesn't affect me, it's not in my country, I'm not in a Baltic country bordering Ukraine. And so I really want to be active in doing something about this. So I've made a petition on change.org. It's a global petition, so anybody can sign it. I want to campaign to get all the Ukrainian civilians returned from Russia. I think it's appalling that people can just sit back and not do anything about it when those people are being neglected, tortured, separated, split up from the family. It really breaks my heart every day. So I've put the petition on my page and I'm hoping that everybody will share it. I've made quite a few posts, so hopefully we can get enough signatures to force the UK Parliament to debate it, and then hopefully maybe other parliaments in other countries and governments.
Thank you, Tracy. That's excellent, most wonderful. Anybody who didn't quite hear it, Tracy's the one among the speakers who has a Ukrainian flag for an avatar with a couple of clasping hands. I think in the avatar. So go to her timeline. It should be at the top. I trust Tracy, and thank you very much. It's a good place to spread the word. Nick.
Two quick points. First, I tuned out for 2 seconds while Tracy was talking. Did you say that you have a change.org petition and you want the UK Parliament to debate it?
Yes, that's correct. And I believe we need 100,000 signatures to force them to petition.
Yeah, you must do. If you want the UK Parliament to do that, you must put it on the gov.uk petition site and get 100,000 people who say that they live in the UK. They will not look at a change.org petition.
Okay, so I've actually done both of them, but the reason I did the change.org one as well, the global one, is because I wanted other countries to be able to get involved.
Okay, fair enough. No, I'm just checking you had a gov.uk one. That's fine.
So I need to share that one as well, really, for people in the UK, don't I? Then
very much so. Yeah. Raver has Raver gone, or is he just stepped down?
I think he stepped down, but I'm sure he can be back.
Okay, well, no, but this is also partly in response to Tom. There is, for the last 18 months in psychology, there's just been this huge interest in psychedelics, starting with MDMA.
I'm sorry, I interrupted then. I apologise. Are you talking about the 2021 project?
I'm talking about various bits of research that are going on into psychedelics for all kinds of psychological treatment, and it seems to be an enormously controversial area. And some of the claims, well, I'm being asked, and I one of my kind of retirement hobbies is looking into dodgy/fraudulent research. And I've been asked to look into at least 2 cases where there appears to be some very dodgy/fraudulent research going on. That doesn't mean there isn't also some good research going on. But at the moment, I am proceeding with great caution on any research showing benefit for psychedelics in almost all forms of psychotherapy, because, and I know I have absolutely no skin in this game whatsoever, but people are pushing back on it. Now, are they pushing back on it for political reasons? I don't know, and I have to spend a lot of time looking at this. But just before everyone gets too excited, be aware that there is controversy and pushback, and on which I take no position. The reason I put my hand up was actually to ask Raver a question. I see he probably wants to reply to that point as well, but to ask Raver a question. I tweeted just now an article from The Guardian which talks about how people in Belgorod are a bit worried that the war might come to them. But the point of interest in that article was describing how people in Belgorod are raising or trying to raise money and get equipment for Russian soldiers who've crushed back over the border and who seem to be missing some really very basic stuff. Now, I know at the start of the war, Ukraine needed us to send them, a great deal of very basic stuff, and but one can understand that a country that's been attacked and needs to raise an army in a hurry and doesn't have a huge necessary warmongering culture might need that. But my question to anyone who's served in a NATO army, so Raver, you're handy, is if you're a typical US or NATO soldier and you've got all of your general issue stuff, what kind of things would you look to add to that? Just to say, will some soldiers go, hey, these night vision goggles we've been given aren't all that great. I'm going to spend $600 of my own money on a better one. Or do Western soldiers generally customize their kit a lot, or is the kit generally kind of good enough to use? I'm just trying to get an idea of how badly the Russians are issuing their soldiers with crappy kit versus the extent to which that's just because soldiers are always going to try and do better because their lives depend on it. So if anyone can shed light on that.
Hey, so first point and then second point. On the psychedelics, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think they could have some benefit from personal experience, but obviously as a recovering addict, I went way too far, and better living through modern chemistry didn't work for me. On the issue of kit, we'd buy like, Gerber knives or Gerber multi-tools. Some guys would buy like a second Gore-Tex jacket, and little things, but all of the basic kit was provided, and where were you going to get better? Now, granted, I was part of the American Army, so we were superbly equipped by any standard. So that it may be kind of not fair to ask somebody who's an American vet, because like even in Iraq and Afghanistan, I think you saw the soldiers buying those dust rag, shufa things that they'd wrap around their faces. But other than that, they were pretty much equipped with everything. Our government would spare no expense to make sure that the troops had what they needed, and they ended up being overweighted and weighted down with too much kit.
And when you exchange, I don't know if you came in contact with friendly armies, did you kind of, were they kind of offering to swap or, try and see if they could score some of your kit, or did you find that the Allied armies in general were also reasonably?
The only semi-large group I ever came in contact with was a group of Gurkhas out of Yakima, and they were pretty much just eating goat. So I don't have a lot of experience with that.
Okay, thanks.
I think Chris wants to jump in on that. Chris, how is it this side of the pond?
Hi, Dom and Nick. Yeah, I think it's probably not quite so good for the Brits, actually, because clearly our financial headroom isn't quite the same as the US. But I think certainly my experience is that we used to be reasonably well provisioned. It's got a lot better, but soldiers still like to buy what they perceive to be Gucci stuff to mark themselves out as a differentiator. And you see that with the Ukrainians. So they might get better jackets, which are better waterproof. They might get better socks. They might want to get different boots. They might want to get different ways of cooking. So instead of using the issue cooking fuel. So it's mainly clothes, boots and socks and that sort of stuff. Maybe their webbing, their burgans, they can change. But certainly within the Brits, you would not be allowed to make, certainly normal troops, any modifications to your weapon systems. That is a massive no-no. Nobody's going to be doing a MacGyver sighting system. That is issued. That has a safety case produced for it. That is procured correctly. So nothing in relation to weaponry just wouldn't happen in the Green Army. SF differently, clearly. And it also boils down to unit latitude and brigade level latitude. Some unit commanders will not tolerate it, and everybody will wear issue clothing to stop soldiers wasting huge amounts of money, thousands of pounds on stuff that's the system provides a good thing. So it's quite variable. The chief problem is, Nick, as you might imagine, if you buy all your Gucci stuff and deploy wherever you go and it breaks, what do you do? Because there isn't an outlet store next to your camp. You get issued the basic stuff. So how do you repair it if you haven't got the basic stuff? So there is that issue. So it does depend, but definitely not weapon systems or sites or anything like that in the UK Army.
Okay, thanks. I'd heard Gunny also using the word Gucci to mean sort of, fancy. I like that word.
Thank you very much, Chris. Nancy.
Hi, mic check, please.
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Using a headset, so I wanted to make sure. I've actually got 2 points that I wanted to comment on, so that I'll start with the first, which is really more a comment on the idea of Russia performing an electronic referendum. That's actually pretty interesting to me because I've worked in IT for many years and was just looking up some tidbits. And apparently Russia has done this before in 2020 in Moscow and one other location for the non-binding referendum as to whether Putin should be allowed to run for president for longer periods. But the article I found is actually compared to how that's done in other countries like Estonia, which actually has a reasonably secure method of authentication and identification of eligible voters based on existing ID standards that are already in place. I find it highly unlikely that anything close to that would be available for Russia to use, particularly in these two oblasts of Ukraine. And given that, and given the fact that the Ukrainian cyber intelligence organizations have already demonstrated substantial skill, one of the things they would be well versed in doing is red team maneuvers, is effectively what they'll call it in IT spaces, which leave them very skilled to kind of do whatever they want if the Russians aren't able to protect the information. And it would be kind of devastating if they ended up having a vote, quote unquote, where there were, maybe 5 people that ended up voting for it and out of 6 people total, because the results were so destructively botched. So I would, look out for things like that potentially to happen. And while I would not promote outsiders doing that, I would consider that full game on approaches that would be valid for the Ukrainians against a war situation like this, no different than physically blowing up a ballot box. So I would just point that out. And also, to completely shift gears, I really liked the conversation on mental health first aid and really a focus on first aid for mental trauma. I think that we all here recognize that exceptional conditions call for exceptional measures. And, just as John had the handbook for the urban defender, which was quickly propagated throughout Ukraine across multiple languages as hey, down and dirty, here's some of the basics that you gotta know to deal with these situations. Having that type of information available to some of the first responding groups, and also to some of the groups, there are a lot of capabilities that mental health has now, and I know that they're using them, such as the ability for, remote conversation, not just telephone, but, video conferencing and things like that. But for many of both the civilians and the soldiers who have been traumatized with what's gone on in the occupied areas and the war zones, there are going to be many of them who will need to hear it from people who have been through it. And they'll need to have that first level triage to get them to the point where they're willing to accept more help for mental trauma first aid. I think for a number of them, it's going to take understanding that they're hearing stuff from people who have been there and experienced what they've experienced for them to really believe it, if that makes sense. And Tom and Nick, I'd like to get your thoughts on that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I think I'll pass it off to Victoria first. I think she has some comments on on many things that you brought up, and then to Tom. Victoria?
Thank you, Domin. Yeah, my comment is going to be about this electronic referendum. I think the question is not about the security of the system, how it will work, whether Russians are sophisticated enough to protect information, etc. We need to say just really straight away that the results of such a referendum, so-called referendum, they're already predetermined. They're already, so to say, written in Kremlin, and they don't care whether actually the application is going to work, whether actually people will push the button, whether any sign of democratic process that is called referendum is going to be used. They don't care about it. They just will. They already have the results printed, and they will announce whatever they they not believe, but they want to be communicated to the world. So from the very beginning, those some referendums, it's just how would I say it? It's like a sarcastic smile at the whole world. That look, we're using democratic tools to make sure that those territories are being controlled by us. Forever, and will become part of our empire forever. So, from our own experience, when Yanukovych was running for the presidency the first time, Yanukovych was the president who was a proxy of Kremlin. So during the first attempt to get the seats. There were parallel servers that would collect information on the voting and would demonstrate the results that were so far from the reality. And Yanukovych claimed that he was the winner, although then people realized that it was a sham, and we had another round of voting, a third voting, and there was a court decision on that. So those technologies or approaches or strategies, should I say, Russia already used in Ukraine. In general, you cannot expect to have a fair referendum with guns pointed at your citizens. It's just ridiculous even to discuss the idea of having referendum on the occupied territory by Russians. That's my comment. Thank you, Daman.
And thank you for that feedback, Victoria. I agree completely, and that extra insight on the prior election that you mentioned was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. And Nancy, the way I understood you actually when you were saying it initially was along the lines of, look, if you do these particular patterns, it'll be very obvious later on when it's being analyzed or deconstructed that it was fake.
Risky strategy, and it's not just a referendum. It's an instrument that Russia used and is trying to use to implement its strategy of destroying Ukraine, and everyone should be extra cautious about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Let's go to Tom and then to Pilot. Tom.
Yeah, sorry, just faffing with my microphone 'cause I'm driving. Yeah, I think I'm sorry, it was the lady that was speaking last. I couldn't see her name.
Nancy.
Nancy raises a really good point. There's a lot of stigma around suffering with any kind of mental health problem in a lot of societies, and I don't know what it's like in Ukraine, but I could imagine that it might be similar to the UK, particularly for men to ask for help can be a really difficult thing, because in a lot of cultures it's kind of seen as being weak, and so I see a lot more women for psychological help because they're better able to come forward and say, yeah, I need help with this. So
Unfortunately, it is the case in Ukraine, and it's in Ukrainian culture still is the case.
Okay, yeah, and I think that's quite a sort of male culture thing that probably happens in a lot of countries. So it'd be really good for Ukrainian soldiers who, I know there are a lot of women soldiers as well in Ukraine, but they're going to it would be good for them to see male psychologists, former Ukrainian soldiers that have been injured or traumatized. If they want to retrain as psychologists and treat people, that would be really good, because immediately then a soldier would think, this guy knows, he fought as well, he got hurt, he understands, and they'd be able to talk to them in a way that someone who hasn't served, it's going to be would be harder for me to understand, right? I mean, I don't really treat post-traumatic stress disorder very much, but yeah, that would make sense. It would be good if former servicemen could be trained to do some of this treatment. That's a really good idea.
Thank you, Tom. And glad to have you here for feedback. Pilot Neil.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Brilliant. First, Tom, brilliant team, fantastic job you do, and from my family's point of view, thanks for everything you've done about having family that have been in military, in war zones, and PTSD. I had it myself to a lesser extent from cancer treatment, believe it or not, believing I was dying. So I've had my own bouts with despair and things, and I've helped from professionals such as yourself, so thanks. But mainly what I want to, Victoria talked about mainly Russia currently. If you watch the media, at the end of the day, I'm just an amateur watching the outside. You've got the media pundits pumping out currently about they're not fighting Ukraine, as we're hearing. They're now fighting not the weapons of NATO, but NATO itself. We've got the referendum they're talking about, and at the same time, we've got these whispers we're hearing on the back burners of possible peace talks that Putin wants through his backdoor communications, which all points towards him and his mobilization of troops as well that he's planning, which looks like probably, from an outsider's point of view, looks like he's trying to get as many people as possible into those places that he's currently holding with the referendum, start the peace talks and hang on to it as long as he can to try and justify what he's done and preserve himself as the leader that he believes he should be. I suppose that's my view of it from outside, but I'm sure there's some more professionals out there that are better eyes than me. And Nick, they sent me to the Falklands April to July. I was an airman, so I went on what we call summer tour, I suppose you could call it. Yeah, in summer gear in the Falklands is actually winter. My supply chain didn't realise that and sent me with the wrong gear. I froze. Anyway, back to you. Cheers.
Oh, thank you, Pilot. No, that's a really bad oversight by a supply sergeant in a military that famously operated all around the world forever. That's kind of inexcusable. Thank you for that. I think you're at least somewhat right on watching the Russian media. It's an attempt at trying to get something out of this mess they started that they can actually hold on to. But as you say, no, it's a false hope, as Victoria said as well. It's the throes of a dying beast. That's it. Joanna, go ahead.
Yes, hello everyone. I just wanted to talk about this referendum or referenda because apparently they want to do more, not just one in Lugansk. And from the perspective of what Ukraine will do in the next few days, because there was a referendum planned for Kherson on 11th of September, the same date as the local elections in Russia. But the offensive in Kherson apparently prevented the referendum to happen. So I was wondering if there is a chance for something to happen in Lugansk or Donetsk in the next few days. And also, I just want to stress out as everyone that this idea of referenda in this oblast is really, really strange. Lugansk, let's say it's occupied in almost its entirety, but Donetsk, I think it's a half. Kherson and Zaporozhye also not entirely occupied. So I don't understand how they would like to do this. I think this decision may come from the pressure that Putin resents now from his partners like India and China and the other Asian countries he met on the summit in Uzbekistan. Maybe it is a last attempt to prove that this special military operation, of course, between quotes, has some kind of legitimacy, or the reverse, because there are many things happening right now. On television, they are just exploding and menacing everything. In the same time, the submarines will depart from Sevastopol and go to the other side of the Black Sea. Yeah, to Novorossiysk. And also, they are adopting some laws to punish desertion and refuse to join the military. So there are a lot of things that are happening in different directions. Things precipitate, but they precipitate strangely in this moment. Maybe this is desperation. And the last thing I wanted to say, some kind of, let's say, a joke. This referendum could be a chance for Putin to just leave. If they lose the referendum and they may lose, he may say, well, we tried, we didn't manage. we can go home, and I hope he goes home.
It's all about the performative democracy, right? This is very a very Soviet approach to things. No, we're going to have the people speak, and they will say what we want them to say, and they will say what we instruct them to say, and don't worry. Even if they wouldn't, we will have written down what they're going to what they will have said already anyway in the press release we released 6 hours before they ever said it. But this greatly legitimizes the great leader now in doing whatever. That's what it's all about. Everybody always knew that's what it's all about. It's to give tankies in the West an excuse for supporting Putin's genocide in Ukraine. That's what it's all about. Thank you, Anna. Okay, let's go to Antti, to Nick, to Slava, to Florian, to go to Chaos. Antti.
So, good evening, Doman. How are you doing?
Good evening, Antti. I'm looking forward to our interview in 51 minutes with General Pekka Toveri of the Finnish Defense Forces.
Well, that's curious because I'm looking forward to that as well.
Well, I think that this isn't an exclusionary event, and everybody can look forward to it.
Yeah, I agree. So, I mean, there's two possible things that I wanted to briefly mention. The other one is military, and the other one is political and to do with Russia. Which one? The other one is also referring to the note I sent you on DM. So, would you like me to
start with the military? Because I think it will be a
Right.
bit quicker, and then continue with the political, because I think it will tie in better with what everybody else will talk about.
Yeah. So yesterday we heard about the modernized T-55s, which are also called M55s, and when I learned of it, I was first like, oh God, why? But then I have since tried to civilize myself a bit further, and there's a really good thread about this that's also known as the T-55S by George J. Stathakis, and apparently even though since it is a modernized T-55, so it is obsolete by definition to a point. But the good information is that I've also heard from Finnish experts as well that it is really the best currently still operated variant of the T-55, and it's been updated by a Slovenian company called Storavne. Am I saying that correctly? Yes,
Yeah,
and
Ravne, yeah.
yes, and also by an Israeli company called Elbit. So there was a complete overhaul of the engine, or there was rather totally new engines, the transmission.
So Antti, let me speed you up through all of this a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's complete. Pretty much everything's changed except for the tank is still there, and then they put a bunch of other stuff on it. And the gun is English from the I don't know.
Okay, so if I were to distill it in one sentence, it's basically almost like a T-72, and relatively early model, but with weaker armor. But it has also some advantages over unmodernized T-72.
Yeah. So it's the most polished piece of what in existence is what it is. I mean, I am particularly frustrated that it's being sent for one reason, which is it means that the M84s aren't, and the M84s are pretty much the best version. The M84S or Sniper, whatever it's called, is pretty much the best version of a T-72 ever, and they could be sent and could have been sent 5 months ago they were supposed 4.5 months ago they were supposed to be sent, and then they weren't, and now these are being sent instead, and they're much worse. And
Yeah.
this is the frustrating bit. What I suspect they're going to end up being used for is either to kind of be used as a blocking force just in case something came across from Belarus ever, which it probably won't, but to relieve whatever armored unit is up there now, if there is one. Or they're going to be used for training, for tactics and the like, I would suspect, because I really doubt that they're going to be put into service. One good thing about it being an Israeli-led upgrade is that Israelis captured a bunch of T-55s after I forget, the Suez, or was it after 67? Anyway, they captured a bunch of them from the various Arab armies, and they figured out how to make them useful. So yes, it is, as good as it can get. So it's not very good, and it's really a shame that it's being sent, because there's a much better thing just sitting there that could have been sent instead, but wasn't, and that's the frustrating bit.
Yeah,
could have been
not
sent
to
4.5
mention
months ago.
Leo 1s or Leo 2s.
Not to mention things that need export permits. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you said.
Yeah.
Oh.
I said.
I'm gonna.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to pretend that you didn't say that.
Okay, let's go to the political line, Antti.
Right. So this was brought to my attention by a friend who keeps a better track of Telegram channels than I do, because I really don't have the time for that. So there was a kind of, I wouldn't, maybe this is kind of a unofficial report or whatever, but it was basically by a channel where there's a poster called SVR General, and well, the post is quite kind of long, so I'm not gonna detail through it, but there is this suggests that Secretary of the Russian Federation Security Council, Nikolai Patrushev, has actually gone to China to try and enlist support from the Chinese leadership in an apparent bid for power, but and also viewing the long term, also trying to make a position for his son Dmitry Patrushev. So this is the problem is that of course I have no way of confirming any of the posts that I've also sent to Domen. So I don't want to go into too much detail, but I think even if apparently some of the reports by this Telegram channel have proven to be somewhat accurate, but to me, in a security state run by Putin, and which is concentrated especially on the security services, I have a hard time believing that such a person within the Kremlin could go to China without Putin's knowledge. I mean, if
No,
that were to take,
I concur. You're exactly right. It's all of now. This is a feint. This is genuinely and truly just a feint. It makes no sense. And even if, I mean, who cares? What, Putin replaced by another Putin? What difference does it make? It makes a difference maybe if you're Putin. It doesn't make a difference if you're anybody else.
Yeah, but so I have a feeling that with the next couple of weeks, there will be a whole host of signals emanating from Russia, and many of them will be bullshit. But there will be some signals that we still really need to pay attention to, and I'm not nearly enough competent as a Russia watcher to be able to separate the bullshit from the actual news. But I guess this is just an example. We could see it as an example of what's or sign of things to come in the near future.
Oh,
So, yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
that was what I had. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Antti. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. A bit unexpected. Thank you. So yes, I just wanted to touch up on this referendum stuff. So in Ukraine, we already know that all these tricks with the referendum, it's not new. It's since 2014 in Crimea. We all know it. It's just a type of covering unlawful things than Russia doing, just like a covering with a referendum, just to pretend that is something happening with the will of the people, but everyone knows that it's all lies. Just maybe an hour ago, there was interview with Irina Vereshchuk, and there was topic about the referendum, and just I don't care what Russia planned. Ukrainians already know what Russia plans. They plan to do this mobilization. This is also just for them that it was not sudden, but again, they making slow preparation for the Russian people. That is again, we need to all mobilization. We know what they're doing, but we care in Ukraine what Ukraine is doing. So Irina Vereshchuk said that as we know that is Russia preparing, we are trying to inform all the people, and I see the pamphlets and all the information that flowing from the Ukrainian free territory to all the occupied territory to the people. Do not take part in the referendum. Do not take Russian passport. Do not do not help with any organization that occupiers doing. This is your position as Ukraine should be. Do not help occupiers do what they plan. Just be Ukrainian and try to resist anything that they do. This is what Ukrainians do, and they're successful because all this referendum was planned to be organized a few months ago. But we know that resistance, partisans, so will done a lot of the job, good job that prevented all this a referendum to happen earlier. So this is Ukrainians trying to convey a message to Ukrainians who can hear it. Do not take it because you gonna be prosecuted according to Ukrainian law. If you take passport, Irina Vereshchuk said it's 5 to 10 years. It's if you take part in the referendum, also some time. So this is really serious. This is a Ukrainian need to protect Ukrainian people and need to protect Ukrainian law. This is what is happening, and this is Irina Vereshchuk really seriously said that it is for your good. Do not take any part in what occupier is trying to do. So just wanted to say it. So thank you. And Slava Ukraini, Героям слава.
Thank you, Slava Ukraini. I mean, that's exactly what it is, right? There should be no reason to try to help out in a fake referendum, basically, in a sham referendum like this. But yeah, I'm glad that this is the attitude that the authorities in Ukraine are taking to this referendum, or to these suggested referenda. They're basically dismissing them like annoying insects of some sort, right? They're not saying, oh, this is some big important thing. No, it's not a big important thing in itself, unless you take part and legitimize it and cause trouble for your actual country. Then it's a big thing. But the referendum itself isn't. I quite like that, I have to say. Thank you, Slava Ukraini. Claudia.
There's a Putin speech coming up, I think in 1.5 hours.
Yeah, and he's going to say that everything's the best and it's going to be even more the best very soon. because they're going to even have even more the best army with even more the best stuff, and more important, even more the best people to be sent to the Ukraine.
Yeah, Moscow Times writes they will declare at least a partial mobilization and martial law. When it comes down, and the Russian parliament created a new law that they can do this. Got today in parliament, had 3 readings, and it was approved in 10 minutes. It's a very efficient parliament. Not like what the British have.
No, it takes weeks, sometimes months to get something through.
Yes.
How many did you say? Did you say 3 minutes? Did you say 3
Yes.
minutes? Yeah. See, this is efficiency. This is the next. This is the future. This is how democracy should be done, efficiently, to the minute. Not any of these long discussions and debates and figuring stuff out. No. You know what to do. You do it. That's it. Maybe Germans could learn something from them.
Yes. And I was thinking the Russians should replace the parliament by a bot army, because they're really good at that. Create a bot Duma. Then it would not even take 15 minutes, but 15 milliseconds.
Exactly. But then what would you fill the time on television with?
Exactly. But the problem is, I see somebody wrote, I retweeted it, that if they go all in, it is sort of, how to say this correct? It's somehow the regime is gambling its future now. They're sort of killing its last bridges back to a version where the regime might survive, even losing the war. I think it's all in now. Regardless how hopeless this is, I'm not debating about the reality, what mobilization means and the equipment and all the logistical challenges. It's all correct. But it's interesting because we had this debate before. Psychologically, they have staked now everything on winning it. And now, again, I guess this is also done to get the fear up in the West, because Ukraine will attack Russia proper and so on and forth. But I will listen to it. Let's see how wild the rhetoric goes.
Yeah, let's see. I won't, because we'll have General Pekatovary here with us in just over half an hour, and I'll be listening to him instead. But I'm sure I'll be reading stuff about it tomorrow morning when somebody else does it. But yeah, it's odd, is what it is. But I think, and I've said this a few times before, it's the death throes of a wounded beast, is what it is. A beast that wounded itself in the first place. That's what all of this
going much faster than I thought. I mean,
well,
it's the dynamic is very, very quick now.
Florian, I'm gonna guess that you're old enough, because I'm not to comment well on this, but I'm guessing you were somewhat aware of your surroundings thoroughly in, say, 1987, and I'm gonna say in 1987,
Yes.
Did you expect that the Berlin Wall was gonna come tumbling down, and the Soviet Union was gonna collapse, and Czechoslovakia was gonna dissolve, and Yugoslavia was gonna collapse?
Of course not.
Oh, there you go. I think we're much closer to it than 2 years away, and things like this do not come expectedly, but when they start happening, they go downhill and fast. Chaos.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to mention something that occurred to me when the topic of discussion was soldiers suffering from PTSD and the extensive training that's required to assist them, and the need for a stopgap. And something that occurred to me in the midst of that discussing that topic was a wilderness medicine course that I took. It was 16 hours worth of training. They were not turning us into surgeons. They weren't teaching us to do anything complicated, of course. They were simply teaching us to assess a situation, stabilize it to the degree that we could, and get somebody, either call in the appropriate help or transport somebody to an appropriate situation. And of course, I didn't walk out of that being able to do anything major for somebody, but certainly if I was around when somebody was injured in a remote location, or even just with somebody right after a car accident or something like that, I felt 100 times more prepared than I would have been had I never taken the course. So it's kind of a break from what we've been talking about for the past few minutes, but I just thought I'd mention it in case people that are looking at that issue are looking for ideas. It's administered by the National Outdoor Leadership School, and it was originally created for people engaged in remote work that are likely or in situations where they might be gravely injured and not have immediate medical assistance, like miners or loggers. So that was all.
Thank you, Chaos.
Back to you.
This wasn't chaotic in the slightest. It was very structured and organized. Danny, please come back because you're up next. But I think that you're right. There are sometimes very straightforward things that can help. That can help with situations like that. Thank you very much. War Pigeon. Dzień dobry, War Pigeon.
Dzień dobry, dzień dobry. Hi, how are you, guys? It's great to be back. So I've heard that you were discussing some political things regarding China and Patrushev's trip there, and I wanted to share a source of mine, a public source, open source information, which is a guy who is actually pretty popular writer on Quora. I don't know if you guys know the portal. It's a guy.
The website, yes.
Yeah, so it's basically a question and answer site, and there's a lot of really stupid stuff there, but also a couple of people in the different types of specializations which are actually worth reading. A guy I've been reading for a couple of years actually is someone who's based in Russia. He is a Russian guy of Jewish descent. He's a really smart guy. His vision of what's happening in Russia is very close to mine, which is that it's basically cult, and Putin is a psychopath. But he's got a pretty interesting takes on Russian culture, especially political culture, but not only that, and why the things that are happening. But and also he's got some pretty interesting in the political insights. So my last tweet is actually his answer regarding mobilization in Russia and regarding Patrushev's trip at the same time. And just to condense it, his opinion is that basically the balance of power is that the Russians need to consult with the Chinese regarding the different things they're doing in Ukraine right now because they're so dependent on them. And that was the reason for Patrushev's trip, because they plan on transforming what they're calling the special military operation into a special counter-terrorist operation on the occupied Ukrainian territories, which will have an impact on a couple of things. Basically, on, for example, what they can require of their own soldiers and how they can punish soldiers who whose contracts came to an end, etc., etc. So I very much recommend reading this guy. He hasn't been wrong yet in his answers, which of course doesn't mean that he should be trusted blindly, because no one should. But yeah, that's kind of my recommendation to everyone.
Thank you, War Pigeon. Apparently, what else they're doing at the same time is that the Russian Central Electoral Commission is organizing polling stations for these votes, but they're organizing them in Russia. So it looks like the votes in these various places are going to be actually cast in Russia, and that just sounds normal to them. That's according to Ruskaya Gazeta. So hey, no, who would? Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? It's just the best. It's hey, we'll get Victoria to talk about it. I mean, it's nothing that we haven't heard before, of course, but nevertheless, apparently, Wait, I need to see if this one is true. Victoria, go ahead in the meantime.
No. I just wanted to comment on what you said, Domin. Is you see, it's a charade. It's just a theatrical performance. This electronic referendum. If the counting and organization of preparation is going to be done in Moscow again, this is just another example of trying to justify evil actions by democratic tools. This is what Russia is doing, and it's just a charade. Although, again, we should be really very cautious about that. I don't know whether you've noticed, by the way, just read in one of the Ukrainian news outlets, 50 airplanes carrying bombs were noticed in Feodosia. Feodosia is part of Crimea, eastern part of Crimea, and I have no idea why so many planes would fly over there tonight. So
It's the closest city to the Kerch
yes,
Strait.
and the Kerch and
of
the
Crimea.
breach itself. Yeah.
50 planes carrying bombs. That's very interesting. Did they say what kind of planes? Like big strategic bombers or like Su-25s?
Just bombers, and that's it. It's on
Okay,
Espresso TV.
interesting.
Yeah, just posted that news, just like 5 minutes ago.
Okay, I'll be looking out for that. I'm kind of curious what it's going to be. Interesting. Thank you. Now, of course, it's all a sham. It's all a charade. It's all performative. That's all it is. And it's about what political message there is behind that and what they're trying to do behind that. That's all it is. Thank you, Victoria. Martina.
Hi, Domin. So I just read news I wanted to mention to you. So on the German defense minister website, they just posted that they have agreed another Ringtausch with Slovenia.
Yeah, that was last night. Yeah.
Oh, you saw it already last night. So
Yeah, Antje and I were just talking about this. Maybe you missed it about 20 minutes ago. We're talking about
yeah,
the
I did miss
55s.
it.
That's it.
I can't listen like 24/7, so I sometimes miss
I
content.
will give you the shortest possible take on that, which
Yes,
is
please.
yes, they're the best T-55s in existence. They're still T-55s. They're not. They are by default outdated. Yes, they are the most upgraded possibly can have it, but they are still right. The real problem is that this is two wet governments legitimizing each other in doing this. There's the German and the Slovenian government, and Slovenia has a much better set of tanks lying around, which are called M84 Sniper, which is basically a T-72, but it's possibly the best version of the T-72 around. I'm sorry, War Pigeon. I know that you're Polish. I know you have your 20s. I know they're cool, but these are the best ones around, period. It's just how it is. They are the most upgraded ones. And they were supposed to go to Ukraine in a Ringtausch with Germany in April. And then there was a change of government, and then the German government was sort of slowing things down. Then the new Slovenian government didn't want to do it no more. And now instead of 50 or 48 or whatever it was, very highly upgraded T-72s, Ukraine is going to get half as many. Yes, very highly upgraded, but they're still T-55s, and that to me is very frustrating.
So it's
that's
not
the
good
extent.
news as presented.
I mean, it's not particularly good news because there could have been much better news. That's anyway. It is what it is. Can't do nothing about it. I can't do anything about it. The additional problem is that the good solution previously would have been, and the good kind of way to get through this would have been to for Slovenia at the time was trying to buy some Boxer IFVs, which are the new fancy Rheinmetall, I think Rheinmetall, whatever it is, some German infantry fighting vehicles, real good ones, real next generation, etc., etc. So the way this could have worked, and this would have been the ideal solution for everyone politically, was Slovenia gives M84 snipers to Ukraine. Germany pays for some of the new Slovenian but German-made infantry fighting vehicles, right? Because then the German government says, Well, we delivered stuff to Ukraine, and all it cost us was some money that goes to our own domestic defense industry. Slovenia could have said, we sent a bunch of old tanks to Ukraine to help Ukraine, and in exchange, we are getting some really brand spanking new shiny German infantry fighting vehicles that actually make sense with our vision of a tiny little military. And Ukraine would have said, thank you very much, because it's April, 5 months ago, we get to have some 50 pretty good tanks, and we can outfit a reasonable unit with them, and they know how to use them because they're basically T-72s, but they're better armored and better armed and better everything. And this all fell apart, and that's the really frustrating bit, because we know what could have been, because it almost was. And
Yeah,
there you
so
go.
that would have been then win-win-win. So like win-win-win for three parties.
Yes, but then the new Slovenian government no longer wanted the IFVs because one of the parties in the coalition is the Slovenian equivalent of Die Linke, and they think NATO is a criminal organization, and they don't want to do anything that fits with the NATO vision of Slovenia, and therefore they had to cancel the IFV thing, whatever, right? Doesn't matter. The thing is, it could have been, it was so close, it wasn't. And these ones are nothing to be excited about. That's the issue. They are,
but at least more protection, right, than a bus.
Than nothing, yeah, definitely more than
Yeah.
a bus. That's for sure. Bigger gun than a bus as well. Bigger gun than on a van. That's for sure as well. But it is what it is. Thank you,
Thanks,
Martina.
Roman.
Danny.
Hey, sorry about that. I have a comment and a question. My
Go
comment
ahead.
would be that even though those tanks are antiquated, they could still probably employ them in low-risk areas to just defend. So I guess fronts that are not currently active, such as protecting the north border with
That's
Belarus.
exactly where I think they're going to be sent. If you scroll back like an hour, that's exactly what I said like an hour ago.
Oh, sorry about that. I
So,
couldn't
no,
listen
but
to
it's
that.
good. We agree. That
Yeah.
means it must be a good idea.
I think it's not bad, but it does not send the right message. That's for sure. We want more modern equipment to be committed and actually sent, because these half measures are just increasing Europe's frustration with its leaders, I think, because they're willing to do something, but not really something that will help a lot. So it's clear that it's not really anything else than politics at this point, and unsubstantiated fears. But that's a different matter. My question is on the fake referendums that have been announced, and maybe you've answered this as well. But my question is, how do you think it will be perceived internationally? And I mean here the fact that very publicly, for example, Kazakhstan, the president of Kazakhstan, denied Putin when they were face to face in not recognizing the two separatist republics, so-called separatist republics, and basically made a mockery of him in his face. So I'm expecting similar reactions from world leaders, and not recognizing those territories as part of Russia at all, and just more egg on Putin's face. So I was wondering what countries you think will recognize them. I suspect Eritrea and a couple more, North Korea, etc. But what's your take on the international response on this?
Okay, let me think. There were 7 countries that voted against Zelensky being allowed to address the General Assembly. Let me see if I remember all 7. Russia, Belarus, Syria, Nicaragua, Cuba, Eritrea, and North Korea. There we go. That's 7. It's going to be a small subset of those 7 that would ever recognize those territories being a part of Russia or those territories being independent, whichever they go for. So yeah, as you say, it's a big old nothing from that perspective. This isn't about other countries. This is about domestic propaganda within Russia, period.
Yeah, that sounds like it. And my additional question is, what forums will it be submitted to? I mean, will there be a request from Russia at the UN to formally vote on recognizing those parts following their sham referendum, or is there nothing at all, really?
No. This isn't about that. This is about Russia domestically being able to say, look, these are now parts of Russia. They voted to be part of Russia. Therefore, they are part of Russia. Now, We are to protect them with whatever capacity we have or something, right? There are some people who say, oh, there's going to be doctrinal changes because of it. I mean, not doctrinal changes, but within the doctrine, there can be changes because of it. Sure. They're setting themselves up. They're setting themselves up for having to publicly admit that, no, these are actually not a part of Russia. That's all they're doing with these. Without
Right,
it, they wouldn't have to go there. But yeah.
Yeah, otherwise, I think we should have our own referendum here and vote on Twitter digitally to get Belgorod back as part of Ukraine. And we'll just vote on it and it's going to be so, right?
No, exactly. Belgorodská Narodná Republika gets its independence, and then at the same time, I think Peter Karal, different Norwegian Peter, already launched a petition, a Twitter poll on the independent of whether Kazan wants to stay with Russia or become a part of Ukraine. So Tatarstan.
Yeah, thank you, Doman. I appreciate your
Because
answer.
you can do a vote on anything, right? Because you can claim that you're gonna have a vote on anything, but that doesn't mean that you have a body politic. So there you go. Antti. Antti?
Yes. So I was wondering, is Fairlane listening in?
She's definitely listening. Fairlane, there we go.
Hello, Victoria. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I'm here. I'm just came to school to pick up my son from school.
Yes, I'm sorry. I've inadvertently created a terrible problem because there are two Victorias on this space right now.
Just call me with my nickname. It's fine. Like, I'm used to being called with my call sign, and there was like a joke that we have a lot of Annas in Ukraine. Well, here you go. We have a lot of Victorias, but that's not the problem. The problem is that we have a lot of great people, probably, and that's just an issue how to address them. Andy, I have had you yesterday, I believe. I'm sorry that I didn't respond. I thought that I had a problem. Now I have clarified that I do have a problem. So right now you can hear me with an echo because my phone doesn't want to connect to my earphones. I apologize. I'm actually right now contemplating what I'll be doing when I'm going to be translating and how bad it is.
Well, listening to you with an echo is, I think, like a million times better than not listening to you at all. So, I mean, I have no issues. Doman, do you have issues with an echo from Fairlane?
No, I think an echo within her is fine. When it's a feedback, then it's more of a problem. But just an echo I can deal with fine.
Right. So, Fairlane, are you getting enough sleep? Are you eating properly? Is everything going okay?
I have to admit that sometimes I do forget to eat, just because I haven't had this kind of culture of eating properly even before the war, so I do apologize. But as to the sleep, I believe at some point I was scolded so much by everyone that I tend to sleep at least 6 hours per day, which is a little bit too much for me, I suppose. But I was scolded, and I kind of made a promise that I'm going to follow the schedule. So thank you for asking. There's actually a problem right now, which is going to be probably all over Ukraine, because it's getting darker and darker earlier. The majority of people are just like sleepwalking at 7 p.m. all over the streets. So yeah, I'm concerned about this population being like partially asleep and still doing all the jobs partially asleep or partially awake. It depends how you look at the problem.
A nation of sleep-deprived heroes. Yeah, but I mean,
Sleep in another life. That's my usual response. We will rest in another life. We will sleep in another life, and another life will come and gonna be victorious. The question is the time.
Yes, I think what Verlaine just said is a perfect segue to what I will say before I shut up for a time. Is that everyone on this space who is not currently in a war zone or in a country at war, you should remember that while we're trying desperately to support Ukraine and we're trying to listen in and we're trying to discuss and we're trying to find out information so we can disseminate to our neighbors, friends, and family so that the Ukraine gets all the support it needs. I think it's important for every one of us to try and keep ourselves not only healthy but also sane. So once in a while, take a break from slightly, but you should.
We'll go to Slava to finance, to Florian, to Tom, who closes out and get us a transition over. Slava.
Slow Korean. Thank you, Domin. And yes, I will be short. To the Fairlane, McDonald's is open. You can order with delivery, so it's like a good solution.
We said eat properly.
It's still
thing, guys, like that. If you have seen the McDonald's points that had opened, they are all around my apartment. And I don't eat McDonald's, and everyone is just laughing. Can you go and get us the delivery? And I was like, no, guys, but you're in the middle. You're like triangulation. Do it. I was like, ah. Anyways, yeah, it's a good thing that Slava is actually mentioning, that people are about McDonald's. It's all about the message that they are sending.
Yes, it's like a good sign. McDonald's is open. It's like a good sign for other businesses to open and function. So thank you.
Hey, fingers crossed, right? On the point of businesses, finance.
Yeah, hey, how's it going, everyone? I was thinking, for what little I know on military things, if Ukraine still owns the night with better night vision and significantly more night vision goggles, if night is coming earlier, does that mean we will see? Does that, at this point, with the significantly better supplied and significantly larger and more trained Ukrainian armed forces at the start of the war, will that actually be an advantage just because there's more night, and night means Ukrainians can do things that Russians can't, kind of like rivers. Antti?
I think that's it. I think that's a good point. Antti, do you want to talk to this? Or,
Sorry. My attention was for just the moment that finance opened up. My attention was focused elsewhere. So please, if you can repeat what you said. I heard.
It's a question for a Finnish sniper. So you're a Finn,
right.
So we just assume you're a sniper because that's what all Finns do. We outside of Finland know this. So the question is, I'm wondering, is it a significant advantage for Ukraine now that there's as nighttime gets longer, since like crossing rivers, only the Ukrainian military operates at night. Is this going to be a bigger advantage for Ukraine because their military is able to do significant operations at night, and the Russians' main nighttime operation does appear to be passing away.
Well, first of all, I would fix that statement a bit, because for this entire war, or sorry, since the invasion, that I followed the war through this space, it's not that Russians don't operate at night at all. I think it's more the question that if they do so incompetently. Like, that might be a given, but I thought that it would be better for me to say it out loud. But yeah, I mean, you're correct. Ukraine has shown considerable capability and zeal with which they prosecute SOF operations at nighttime, and also other operations at nighttime. And I think since the beginning of the war, in the first phase, when Ukrainian light infantry was able to deal untold havoc on Russian columns across the front, I think nighttime operations have been one of the areas of superiority for the Ukrainians, and for them to get a shall we say a longer windows of opportunity to shall we say utilize these skills. I mean, I think we can all agree that there is no downside to that, except for the fact that for the forces that engage in these nighttime operations, they need to have perhaps a bit stricter schedule on rest, so that they don't get overburdened. But then again, I mean, from what we gather so far is that Ukraine actually has, as we speak, superiority in manpower mobilized and at the front. So maybe that's not really an issue to begin with. But to your point, yes, this is something that can only work in Ukraine's favor. I'd be happy to discuss this more, but I think Domen wanted to clear all hands before our
No, we were briefly actually out of hands, which is fine.
Okay.
But we do have Tom briefly, I think. Go ahead, Finance.
Oh no, sorry. I was gonna thank him for this. Our Finn. He's getting us warmed up for even more Finns to come shortly. Thank you, Andy.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome. I'll remember this for the rest of my days, that I was a cover band for Pekka Toveri once on MriyaReport.
Not cover, opening act. It's different.
Oh, opening act. Yes, sorry. Of course, that's totally different. Because I didn't break into song just now.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Tom, close us out.
I wanted to ask Florian a question, but has he gone? I'll perhaps DM him instead. He's going to watch Putin's speech, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll DM him my question. Thanks, guys.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much, Tom. As you all might know, or should know by now, in about 3 minutes, we'll be joined by General Pekka Toveri to provide us an excellent analysis of what's been going on in Ukraine over the past month and a half since he was last here. He's a Finnish Major General, now a part of the Finnish Reserve, because he's retired from the active service. Used to run the Finnish military intelligence, and is now going to be talking to us about similar sort of stuff that he does in Finnish media, which is talk about. And he's already here with us. Excellent. And we'll just need to do a quick switch around of co-hosts. Finance, can you please accept your co-host invitation, and then we will bring up M as well. And then
What if I don't wanna?
Please do, because I need to go, and you're here. and you're awake, which are all good properties to have right now. Do you have M yet? Where's M?
Well, while we get Em up to co-host, I'd like to welcome Pekka Tovri here at the MriyaReport. It is 2 minutes to 7 on Kyiv time. I'm not raging out for the time for the world. It's also Helsinki time, given he is an excellent Finnish gentleman who has been an incredibly senior officer for both his country and NATO in the intelligence area. And we are really looking forward to hearing his interview. Em, are you with us, sir?
Yes, I am. And thank you for the introduction, even though it was a bit difficult to recognize myself from that. But I suppose you are talking about me.
I was actually double checking that Em, who's supposed to be my co-host and running this interview with me, and unlike myself, actually understands the military better, is with me. But it appears he is. Yes, I am. Pekka, apologies. You get me as one of our co-hosts right now. Only apologies because I'm our finance analyst and know absolutely nothing about militaries, other than you have an absolutely impressive background. I truly appreciate your service and everything you've done for both NATO and your country. And we'll turn it over to Em to run this this interview because he is far more skilled for these matters than I am. So I will say thank you very much for being here. I will help run hands and keep things going if necessary, but I really appreciate somebody more talented at this. Our friend Em, take it away.
All right, thank you, Finance. Good evening, everyone. It's 6 p.m. in Cairo, 4 p.m. GMT, and you have your clock applications on your smartphones to tell you what time it is wherever you are. Thank you, sir, so much for joining us, for your expertise and for your time. I would like to start with the most recent developments, which are the current ongoing political developments in Moscow regarding amendments to Russian laws being passed hurriedly in the Duma regarding mobilization and as well as the call for conducting sham referendums in occupied territories. What's your take on that, sir?
Well, yeah, there's been some rumors a long time already that President Putin would like to have and declare mobilization in some level already this week. And I also understand that there's been some pushback from the administration to do that. But this seems as a step to that direction, that they are looking, if not full mobilization, at least partial mobilization, which is easy to understand because it is risky, politically risky to do anything like that. Plus, question is, what are they planning to mobilize? Because they don't have a mobilization system up and running. They don't have trainers to train the new recruited or mobilized reservists. They don't even have proper equipment to equip them. And anyway, it will take months before they have real effective forces on the front, if ever. And I'm a bit skeptical about their capability to conduct that or any efficient mobilization. So far, all the effort have done to recruit volunteers, Syrians, prisoners, and so on. They all have more or less failed. They've been done in very hasty way. The troops have been sent without proper training to the front lines, and they've been beaten pretty badly by Ukrainians. The latest example being the so-called Third Army Corps, which was used to stop the Ukrainians in Kharkiv, and very bad results on that. It wasn't a surprise considering how hastily this formation was created and with what kind of material. The plans about having a voting in Luhansk and Donetsk to join these areas to Russia I agree with some experts who are writing about that these are panic reactions because of the Ukrainian offensive, which still continues in that area, and both especially Luhansk is threatened by Ukrainians, and now the Russians are afraid that Ukrainians will continue, will beat Russian troops there and take the oblasts, and they think that probably think that declaring them as part of Russia would somehow restrict Western countries and their continuous their support to Ukraine to continue the offensive in those areas, which I don't believe is going to happen. But obviously, they are panicked. They are trying to find something to turn the tide in the war, and none of these methods. I don't think that as they are conducted that they will bring any changes to the front lines. The latest being, the news about the new laws that the Duma has approved and is waiting President Putin's signature about long prison sentences if you surrender or refuse to serve, etc., etc. They all start to have, they start to sound like what Hitler did in the end of Second World War. There's already been some news that in some certain areas and front line, the Russian commanders have given orders. The generals have given orders to troops that they are not allowed to surrender. They have keep the lines, and it starts to sound like I'm just waiting when they will declare Severodonetsk fortress city as Hitler did, and then order the garrison to fight there, even surrounded the last man. And if anybody tries to surrender, they are threatened to be shot or something like that. So it seems quite desperate and panic, desperate attempts to figure out something to force the troops to fight better and to find some ways to stop the Ukrainian offensive.
Well, thank you, sir. Your answer has been very comprehensive. So you highlighted several points. First of which is the Russians are afraid. So they are panicking, and what we're seeing right now is a reaction in panic. So that's one point that we can all highlight and we can all agree to. The second point is that they do not have the logistical power to train, arm, and field more troops as they stand right now, even if they order a public mobilization or a general mobilization, which is also something that most logisticians have agreed to. The third being that we have definitive proof that even when they try to reconstitute or redeploy their troops and reconstitute them in a way, or even form a new corps, that effort failed tremendously. The fourth point, however, is that a lot of people are worried about whether those sham referendums being pushed as quickly as possible will result in a new political operating paradigm where Russia claims to be fighting a defensive war, not an illegal invasion against a sovereign nation. The way this political construct is being pushed right now so quickly, as a few analysts put it, and I disagree wholeheartedly with them, that now Russia is trying to annex those territories to claim that this is Russia proper, and therefore if they are attacked, they are under different conditions where they can resort to different articles of their doctrine. What do you say to that, sir? Basically, people worried about nuclear retaliation if those quote-unquote annexed illegally occupied territories become quote-unquote Russia proper, which is 100% against international law, and whether or not Russia is trying to use that as fear-mongering to persuade countries in its sphere of influence and countries that it is still trying to convince that they represent or at least are at the forefront of protecting against quote-unquote Western imperialism and therefore threaten nuclear retaliation against attacking those territories?
Yeah, I think that's something that they try to do. They try to scare West, definitely, because the Russian nuclear doctrine states that when Russia is threatened severely, even with just a conventional attack, it can be a cause to use nuclear weapons. And if they declare these two oblasts to be Russian proper, and they are losing the fight there, and Ukrainians are continuing towards the international border, the recognized Russian border, they can start threatening use of nuclear weapons. But the Russians very clearly know in Kreml that border is, even if they would have a referendum, a very hasty referendum, and declare these two oblasts as a part of Russia, they are not going to be internationally recognized. Yes, maybe the usual suspects, Venezuela and Nicaragua and Cuba and a couple other countries like that might recognize this change, but over 90% of the UN won't recognize it, and I doubt that it would have the desired effect of Western countries pulling back and telling Ukraine that they can't go to offensive anymore and stop supporting Ukraine the way Ukraine is supported just now. Would they use nuclear weapon in situation like that? I highly doubt that. I agree with General Hodges, who said that Russians in Kreml, Putin and his Siloviks, they are not crazy. They are evil, but they are not crazy, and they understand that if they would use nuclear weapon even as a demonstration to scare the Ukrainians away, the results would be catastrophic to the Russian economy, and there might be some consequences and some kind of retaliation from the US part too. So as I said, the Russians always try to threaten people and scare people, but if that card is looked, they very rarely do anything.
Well, thank you, sir, for this answer. This is exactly what I think. And again, to explain to our listeners, we've just highlighted that there is precedent. Russia considers Crimea Russia proper, which is against international law and not recognized by most of the world's countries. And there had been Ukrainian strikes against valid military targets, military installations in Crimea, to the extent that the Russian Black Fleet removed its Kalo class submarines from Sevastopol and stationed them elsewhere. I don't know how to pronounce the name of the port where they are stationed right now, so you can pull up a map. Exactly. Thank you, Axel. So, and they did not deploy low-yield nuclear weapons in response to Ukrainian attacks against Russian military installations in Crimea. However, and to completely put this argument to bed and to play the devil's advocate, there is the scenario, sir, where those referendums could be rushed, and occupied territories in the Donbass could be recognized by Russia or announced by Russia as Russia proper. And then there's the element of the fact that a number of Ukrainian troops, without highlighting how large that number is deployed in the Donbass, engaging in active military operations against Russian forces, as well as their sham republics forces that respond to Moscow. And the devil's advocate's argument here is that since a high number of Ukrainian troops is deployed in the region, and they do represent a threat to Russian control of those occupied territories. And eventually, should this war be allowed to take its natural course conventionally, they will be able to push all the invading forces back to Russia's borders. Now, there's this calculus that is operating within a very evil paradigm that says if I deploy a low yield tactical nuclear device in that area, not only do I annihilate the Ukrainian army, or most of it, or a large portion of it that is operating against my troops, but also I can create a nuclear wasteland, a no man's land that acts as a buffer zone between the state of Ukraine and the Russian borders for the foreseeable future. Again, I wholeheartedly reject this notion, and I don't think that the Russian political leadership will pursue this option. And I don't think that if they choose to pursue this option, that their military leadership will agree to it. But what do you say to that, sir?
Well, you using a nuclear weapon in Donbass is quite a problematic, because if you use it close to front lines, you danger your own forces, and the fallout. If the winds are not working with you, the fallout will be on your own area, over your own forces. If you then try to hit a little bit, rear area of Ukrainian forces, try to locate some logistic base or some other military target there, you're going to hit civilians because there are civilians all over the area. And if you really want to, if you just use a tactical nuclear weapon, the effects are quite localized. So you're gonna probably kill some Ukrainian troops and cause losses, but with one tactical nuke, I don't doubt that the losses would be have such a devastating effect that it would take away Ukrainian offensive capabilities. That would require several tactical nukes, and then we would be talking totally about different ball game. And I think that the Russians probably would first try to get what they want through demonstration using the nuke. And some person said, and I think that might unfortunately make crazy sense, that, for example, nuke to Snake Island. It's clearly a military target because there's no civilians there. It's quite remote, so the effects would be limited to surroundings, and that kind of demonstrations, Russians might hope that would have the hoped effect on Ukrainians. But I'm still very skeptical about it. I think that the Russian military will most probably recommend not to do it, and most people, at least those who understand anything about economics and in how difficult situation the Russian economics are already and where they're heading to, and they understand what kind of effects that use of nuclear weapon would have on Western attitudes and sanctions and everything else, plus possible support from China and other nations, which most probably would take some distance to a madman who is starting to shot nukes left and right because his army is so bad that he can't win the war. So I think that most of Putin's advisors are recommending not to use it. But there's always the but, because we are talking about the dictatorship. We are talking about a dictator who has ruled over 20 years, and people like that tend to do decisions which don't follow the same logic that we other people, normal people, have. So it's possible, not probable, but it's possible.
Thank you, sir. To put this argument to bed, there is the 1% chance where this is actually deployed. How do you see the response of Western nations to such deployment? Some analysts said that basically what we'll see will be an aerial campaign led by F-22s, F-35s, B-2s, B-1s to respond against certain targets within Ukraine, as well as probably a sub-hunt in the Baltic Sea and maybe in the Mediterranean. How do you see that?
Well, that is quite difficult to predict. I'd say that I think that the effect would be that the Western countries will probably stick together and pull the shield wall even tighter, because I think that at that point most of political leaders understand that this madman has to be stopped, and he must be made a good example to all the other dictators who want to have weapons of mass destruction, that what it means then when you start using that weapon of mass destruction, and especially nukes, and that they would, as I said, make decisions which will effectively crush the Russian economy. But what comes to the military matters and answering to Russian aggression by military force, yes, I'd say that there might be a similar demonstration by US, for example, to use it in a remote area to show that, well, you are now playing a game that won't end up well if it continues. And yes, now the option might be use the overwhelming Western military force by deactivating the Russian Black Sea Navy and other capabilities. But I would assume that if that happened, that would happen close to Ukraine. I don't think that NATO, United States and NATO would spread the military actions to Baltic Sea and other Mediterranean and other areas which are peaceful just now. I think that these military actions would take place in Black Sea and around Ukraine, if they would happen.
Thank you, sir. That brings, sorry, Axel, that brings a final question. Where do you see the Turks standing if action would be limited to the Black Sea?
That would have been my question. Please.
Well, that's a good question, because we have another gentleman who goes almost to the same category as Mr. Putin, and whose decisions are hard to predict. But I would assume that Turkey would work with NATO on this, because Black Sea is very important for Turkey. And that somebody starts to use nuclear weapons in that region is a great threat to the economy, to their security. So I think that they would support the NATO actions in this case.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Off to you, Axel, and then Antti.
So first and foremost, I was late by a minute or two. Hyvää iltaa, herra. It's a pleasure, Pekka, having you back, and much appreciated, especially in these illuminating times. I've been talking to people in Tallinn earlier today about what they expected, and what you've reflected already is very well subscribed here with our friends. At the same time, they also highlight that this panic, this evident panic measure, which is presented by the government, could just be part of Maskarovka. It could be something as a shield towards the West, and it therefore requires immediate pressure. This is the moment where the West should say, now we're sending tanks, now we're sending more artillery, now we're sending more kit, because as long as this situation lingers on, the West should actually take initiative to move the communication and move the attention of the world audience back to where it belongs, meaning the war crimes, the atrocities, the massive indirect fire, the thermite going down, as we've seen in recent 48 hours. What do you say to that? How should Western governments act in the next 48 hours?
Well, I totally agree. The only reaction should be that this doesn't change anything. This is an illegal attack. Donetsk and Luhansk don't belong to Russia. The people who and the administration that Russia has built there, people who remain there, don't represent the original population of those oblasts. And since Russia is the only one who started the aggression, who has committed these heinous crimes against humanity and Ukrainian people, and continue doing it all the time, including deportation and forced deportation of people and kidnapping children and whatnot. The only, nothing changes. We will apply more pressure. We will support Ukraine even more till this ends. War ends in the only way it can end, by Russia withdrawing to its own borders, and then we can start negotiating about what kind of process we will have to punish those who have committed crimes and to repair the damage to Ukraine. But yeah, this is not time to veer away from the main, from the main idea, which is that Ukraine will be supported. Russia is the only one to blame in this case. What's going on, and nothing changes. They can. Russia can claim whatever areas, and we can't give them a free card by saying that, by acting in a way that it makes beneficial for Russia to annex more areas to its property.
How do you see the recent weapon systems deliveries? We've seen a number of packages since we last spoke, and now in parallel to this massive collapse, and then also this push in the Kharkiv Oblast offensive in the north. How do you see alongside that the deliveries coming out of both the US as well as Europe? What is missing there, or where would you see we should press on to supplement the Ukrainian armed forces now with what kind of material?
Well, I'd say that that they definitely need better air defenses, because Russia is continuing this crime by bombing Ukrainian cities, using old air defense missiles and old missiles which are so inaccurate that the only thing you can do is bomb cities, because you can't hit any precision. You can't conduct any precision engagement because the systems are so old. So we need to start give the Ukrainians weapon systems, air defense weapon systems, so that they can protect their cities and their infrastructure against these attacks. Because Russia still have thousands and thousands of for example, S-300 missiles, which it can lob and continues to lob to poor Ukrainians. But then definitely Ukraine needs more offensive capabilities. They have very clearly said themselves that they need better tanks, because in order to take those areas back, they have to go on offensive, and they want to save the manpower. Therefore, you need more armor, more efficient armor. You need more ammunition. I think that they start to have amount of artillery they need, but they need more ammunition so that they continue the volume of fires, especially deep fires, to punish the Russians. But there are also some new capabilities they obviously need. I think that they need capabilities to take down Russian EW, the jamming they are conducting, especially against the Ukrainian drones and UAVs, is damaging the Ukrainian capabilities, so they need something to take down those jamming stations. They also need better counter UAV capabilities, since Russia has gotten some loitering weapons and some medium altitude long endurance class UAVs from Iran, and those have already caused some damage to Ukrainian forces. So, as I said, the big picture, something to defend the civil population against these missile attacks, something for the or let's say same old, more armor, more artillery ammunition, more precision engagement capabilities, so that they can continue the offensive. But then some new capabilities, like taking down the EW capabilities of Russia and counter UAV.
When I listen to you, it sounds to me that the NASAMS which have been delivered and those which are en route may simply not be enough. Is it time for more comprehensive anti-air and anti-missile defensive systems? And you know what I'm alluding to, I'm sure, to be brought into theater. I mean, Finland has significant capacity. You have experience in that regard. I think you have a good understanding as to what should be brought in. Is it too far to reach to say that systems which we are used to and which are guarding NATO countries yet already should be brought into theater?
Well, I have to say that I'm not air defense expert, so I don't know, what is the best systems to counter the kind of weapon systems that Russia still has and is using. Taking down something like Iskander missile attack, ballistic missile is a very demanding task, which will require very high-end capability. But on the other hand, Russia don't have those too many. They have shot most of them what they have, and what few they have, they try to keep them in storage, and they are using now as I mentioned, older missiles like S-300, older SS-21 ballistic missiles, etc., which I understand that can be shot down with NASAMS type missile systems. Don't need to be the high-end theater air defense systems. But I'd say that that's something for the air defense experts to recommend what Ukraine would need.
Of course, I didn't mean to put you into the position of operating the air missile defense. It was more a question of the logic that we are used to the fact that countries at the eastern flank are protected by Patriot batteries. We can now see that the difference between Dnipro, Poltava, or Mykolaiv being hit or being defended by a Patriot missile battery is evident in its impact on the civilian infrastructure and population, and bringing better kit into the theater. Yes, it needs to be trained up and everything else, but there are people who can help operate these things. Would it be now the time to say, Russia, we will take your terror capacity away? Because at the moment we were discussing at the beginning of the interview exactly that: fear, panic, trying to seed a new, yet another panic message into the West. If that is removed or further removed, as you indicated, would that not be the thing to do? Should we not actually bring the best kit into theater?
Well, yeah, it is to agree with that. It's they are capable systems. They would go to good cause to save civilian lives, protect the people there, and yes, it would send a very strong message to Russia, and it would be yet another humiliation to Russian armed forces and their weapon systems when their offensive capabilities would be taken down by the Western systems. I just read a couple of days ago that Algeria is planning to buy Russian military weaponry with billions of euros, and I was just thinking that don't these people really read any news? Because if you should understand already that the Russian weapon technology is not that good, and it's can't can't face the Western systems and win the fight against the Western systems.
As to Western systems, and the other part, when you responded earlier as to what should be delivered, more and better protective systems and the likes, when we discussed it with Ben Hodges here, General Ben Hodges, on at his last appearance last week, Monday, it was highlighted yet again that he was also very much in favor of anti-missile defense, air defense, and he wanted to see, of course, the IFVs in theater. Now, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, as you and I discussed once before, that Germany needs to start delivering the things which matter, not just the things that the government believes. But when it comes to IFVs, there is, of course, a neighboring nation of yours, Sweden, which, with the CV90, has a very, very decent IFV. Sweden is now changing its government, as it seems, even if it's a minority government, but it is about to change its government, or it's highly likely that it will, let's put it this way. There may be more of a willingness to send real kit into space. Who needs Marders withheld by Germany if CV90s can be given? Would that be a good option?
Well, I have to say that yes, I would take CV90, especially the Finnish version with the 30mm Bushmaster gun cannon, any day before Marder. Question is, where do we get them? In such quantities that it would have a real effect. Swedes have their own version. I think they have something like 500 of them, and everybody, like we in Finland do, everybody's thinking that how much I dare to give, because we really don't know how this will end. And the capability of the Russian Swedish defense industry is to build new ones. It's not that great, even if the Swedish army gives its CV90s from its storages to replace them, will take some time. So it's something that everybody thinks carefully. Same with the United States. They are looking at, okay, we've given over 800,000 155mm artillery grenades. Then now we can't give more because our own storages are depleted and to a dangerous level, and then the industry can't make new ones fast enough. So it's always this checks and balances thing, that what can you do, what you dare to do, and if you're not going to get CV90s, then I would be happy with the Marders. It's better what they have currently there, and it's still pretty capable IFV compared to what Russians have. So.
Yeah, the reason why this topic obviously came up is because in order to take away and chip away at these rather apologetic arguments, and what I would personally consider to be Potemkin village arguments, that the German government, specifically its chancellor, declares together with his party-affiliated defense ministry that nobody is currently delivering main battle tanks and IFVs, and that Germany would not venture out of the phalanx of the coalition and would only deliver what is accorded with that coalition of the willing. Funnily enough, President Biden seemingly does not share that vision, whilst he hasn't signed off on delivering Bradleys or any kind of main battle tanks. Still, it was very clearly stated that Germany is free to make decisions. Maybe the Swedes, as new members of NATO, and as a very serious and formally neutral country, and with a very good weapon systems industry, maybe they can make that final gift which unlocks or cuts through that Gordian knot.
Well, they have Ukraine has gotten main battle tanks from Poland and Slovakia, if I remember right.
Yeah, but of Russian technology. Sorry, if I may say so. Even the 20s, the upgraded ones, they are not what we would consider to be, current generation.
Yeah, well, I'd say that. Yeah, I don't understand the Germans, not at all. Or the chancellor, let's say that way, to be more fair. It's like tanks are too aggressive because they are offensive weapons. Well, if you want to defend your country, you need the capability to also offensive. And if you really want to take the invader and kick him out, you have to attack. Therefore, you need an offensive weapon, and there's nothing in the UN Charter, for example, which prohibits you to go on offensive to throw out somebody who has attacked your country and occupied your areas. So the German attitude is appalling, weird, hard to understand, and bad excuses. A lot of them would this example change anything? I doubt. I think that the German chancellor is capable of living in his own bubble and making excuses for himself not to act. I don't think that it would change anything. I'd say that the United States is in clearly one who has, they have a lot of main battle tanks. They still have thousands of them in storage, and even though those older ones are pretty capable against the Russian B-72s, they could give numbers that would have real meaning and make a change in the battlefield.
Yeah, very good point. One more thing, we've had a discussion with a number of drone manufacturers in recent days and weeks, and I wanted to shift gears just a little bit before we go to Hans, if you don't mind. The battlefield in itself now benefits from a completely different level of battlefield intelligence. This invasion and this war currently shows how this shifts the balance of power to a light infantry. For example, the Ukrainians have been operating often in defense against the Russian forces, but now they're using it also in offense. How do you see this change in terms of battlefield intelligence changing the face of war?
Well, I would say that overall, when I look in this war is surprisingly traditional. The fighting is pretty much the way we think that the Second World War fighting was, and there are very limited number of new technologies taken into use. The cyber didn't really have any bigger effect on the fighting. The bigger UAVs, the Male class UAVs, they can't operate if there's a defense is up and running, and so on. But yes, the drones have made some impact. But I just read somewhere that the Ukrainians have a lot of problems because of the jamming capabilities that the Russians have introduced into the fight. That they lose a lot of drones there. When they can use them freely, they have a big impact on the fight because you can use your fire so much more efficiently. And on the other hand, yes, you can use your forces and maneuver with much more aggressively, even with the light force, when you know that there's not enemy in behind the hill or behind the corner. So that gives you better possibilities to use the maneuver, avoid this fighting on the static lines where the Russian artillery can give them an upper hand. But again, there's been overall the Russians don't seem to be able to do maneuver warfare. If they are in a move, the edifices don't work properly. The EW doesn't work properly. They can't use the UAVs properly. I think their skill set is not good enough to do offensive maneuver and use all the capabilities. When the front line freezes, like it happened in Donbass, and the movement is very slow, a couple hundred meters a day on average, then they can get these capabilities up, and that's a challenging for Ukrainians. They can't utilize the drones as well as they can in more fluid situation. So I'd say that drones are promising, but you still need to, commercial off-the-shelf commercial things. They are cheap. You can use them a lot, but still, if you lose 90%, as some claims are, that in some areas the Ukrainians lose even 90% of the UAVs, drones. When they try to operate them, then it's not good enough to have a permanent change so that you can trust and plan your operations based on the fact that I have eyes in the car, eyes up, I can use my artillery better, I can maneuver much more confidently and with less risk because I know I have the situational awareness. So as they are now, it's a bit risky business. It can be denied too easily, the use of drones.
Yeah, we had this discussion actually today that Ukraine is working very hard on drones which can avoid Russian EW capacity, both stationary as mobile, as well as more and more Russian anti-drone guns. And they're working hard on it and they're making progress, but it is a key task. I fully agree. I think M wanted to continue.
Yeah, to build on your question, Axel. So, sir, there's this statement that I like too much personally. It's everything old is new again. Given the fact that we're approaching the end of September, and in no time we'll be doing winter warfare without we know it, wouldn't you say that a very good, excellent recce element would fare much better than drones, given the harsh operating conditions during winter season? Should this, well, not should this fight is going to go through winter. So how do you see the battle space developing during the season change, as well as harsh operating conditions, rain, wind, snow? Because during a blizzard, for instance, or a snowstorm, some drones would be difficult to operate, whereas a solid recce element conducting proper recce operations and going unnoticed by enemy forces can report more information back to a firing base or leadership than a drone can do.
Well, I have to say that I totally agree. The people, Finland is pretty long country, over 1,100 kilometers from north to south. And you look, for example, the small tactical UAVs, basically the Israeli orbiter class UAVs we use in a battalion level. The difference between the units in southern Finland and units in Lapland, how much they fly annually, is quite big, because the fact that the winter time is very hard time to fly UAVs and operate them. As you mentioned, it affects tremendously the usability of the systems. And I'm not expert on drones, commercial drones, but I pretty much have a feeling that mostly they are made for and built for flying in a good weather. In California weather operates nicely, but then yes, you have freezing weather and you have snowstorm and whatnot. Yep, doesn't necessarily work too well. And when you look at the Ukrainian theater of war, it's a big area. The front line is over 1,000 kilometers long. and there's not that much troops on either side. So there's a lot of possibilities for skilled Rekka units and yet Rekka teams to infiltrate through the battle front line to the enemy rear and conduct the operations there. So yes, I really, it tends to be that the warfare just gets more complex. You have new systems, new capabilities coming, but there's not that much old you can throw away because it's still usable. And I think that good old time deep Rekka done by human troops is still very much usable in certain conditions.
All right, thank you,
Very
sir.
good.
Axel, would you
Yeah,
do you
I just
going
wanted
to
to
some hands?
piggyback on this. I just wanted to piggyback on this before we go on. I think what you just highlighted is what we've heard in recent weeks from the many Ukrainian soldiers and operators who have been reporting back in. Some of them have joined us on a regular basis and highlighted exactly that the Recce troops of the Ukrainian infantry have been very, very persistently pushing themselves. I mean, very much to the limit, and that Ukraine is benefiting from their activity and their SOF activity just as well. In that regard, I just wanted to highlight that, of course, as you said, everything old is new, and as you said, sir, this is a conventional war, and it reminds us of both its seriousness and the limitations of territory.
Mm.
I think we can learn a lot from the example the Finns had in the Winter War in that regard, because I think we will see a lot of activity still in winter because the war is not over. Our friend and colleague Yehuda has highlighted that his expectation also is that whilst the Russians may well collapse, this war is far from over. Before we go to Hans, how do you see this? What is your view? How long may this take, or is it just too difficult to project?
Well, I'm afraid that this will go on. That neither side has military capability to do a speedy end of this war. Even when Ukrainians are on offensive in Kherson direction, when they get to the Dnipro River, I would be very surprised if they would have any capabilities to go across. We've seen during the fighting in Donbass how demanding it is to try to cross a water obstacle for Russians, and I don't think that it's any easier for Ukrainians. And in Donbass, where they have better opportunities, the Ukrainians have better opportunities to continue their offensive still. The farther you go, the longer your lines of communications and logistic lines are, more vulnerable your flanks are, and Russians, when they are withdrawing towards their own borders, have it easier. It's a classic example. So the Ukrainian offensive will culminate one point, and I don't think that they are able to throw Russians out from all these occupied areas before the winter comes. And I think that the fighting will continue through the winter. Not necessarily big scale offensives, especially the Ukrainians have used the light infantry in a very good way, but wheeled light vehicles in that black land of black dirt, when it starts raining and it gets wet, tends to have effects on the wheeled traffic. So I think that the fighting and operations will slow down somewhat, and we will head towards springtime, and springtime will be quite decisive. In what condition both sides start the offensive, big offensives when the weather gets better and the ground gets solid, so that they can operate more. But I'm afraid that this will this will last, another half year, maybe, unless some black swan thing happens and the Russian army just capitulates and collapses, which I don't believe is going to happen.
Yes, that is consistent with what both Mick Ryan and Ben Hodges have indicated as well. So it remains a conventional war. If you don't mind, I would like to open the floor to a number of our questions. And the first question goes to Finland. Antti.
Thank you, Axel. Hyvää iltaa, herra kenraali.
Ilta.
So I have two questions. Well, I have many more, but I realize that there are many more questions here. So first question, having viewed the Ukrainian offensive operations in the Kharkiv region with your professional eye, do you think that the Ukrainian operations have met all the different aspects of combined arms operations? And was there anything of note that you were surprised of in the way that the Russian positions seemingly were overrun with quite a lot of efficiency? Or was there anything else in the Kharkiv region that surprised you in the development of the situation?
Well, I'd say that I suspect that even the Ukrainians were a bit surprised how well it went. There's been a lot of small hints, signals about the deteriorating situation of the Russian forces, how the morale is suffering, and forces are tired because they've been fighting so long time, etc. And that we acknowledge that main forces, the Russians have moved the main forces down to south towards Kherson, so that everybody, there was a common understanding that yes, they are weaker in that direction, in Kharkiv direction, but really that they capitulated, well, let's say, run away so easily after the Ukrainians were able to penetrate the front lines and push deeper, that they couldn't put up better fights in an area which they have held for months, so that they would have been ample time to prepare positions in depth and put out minefields and whatnot. It was a surprise, definitely. I think that, as I said, I think that the Ukrainians were surprised how easily I think that they saw that the area between Kupiansk and Izium, where they put the main effort, that can be taken. But then that the Russians withdrew from north of Kharkiv, area almost bigger than the area they took between Kupiansk and Izium, which Russians basically just gave up and went home. I think that must have been a bit of a surprise, both to Russians, to Ukrainians, and everybody else watching what's happening. The Ukrainians are getting better, definitely. In the beginning of war, there were a lot of, especially in the end of March, when the Russians started to withdraw their forces from the northern Ukraine around Kiev. There would have been ample possibilities to conduct, rapid maneuver, surround Russian troops and destroy them, but they weren't able. Either they didn't have the know-how, or the forces, or both. But now they have clearly learned a lot of lessons. They use combined arms tactics much better than Russians do. They use maneuver and quite bold maneuver much better than Russians do. So I say that war has been going on over 6 months, but it seems that the Ukrainians have learned much faster how to fight than the Russians have.
Yes, thank you so much for that. And my second question, we've all seen various, or rather numerous photos and videos of overrun Russian positions and also small bases. And to your professional eye, what are the key takeaways that you have learned from these from this sort of still anecdotal evidence about the situation and of the Russian forces?
Well, I'd say that it's pretty clear. You know, when I was a tank company commander, I knew when I went around in my brigade as a duty officer, and if you went to a unit and look how the in the barracks, and you look how the rooms in the barracks, you peer in the look into the room, you know how the tanks are. You know, if the room is tidy, everybody is in the right place, it's clean. You know that when you go to the maintenance hall and look at the unit's tanks, they are tidy. Everything is in the right place. You know, it's a discipline. It starts from the small things and go to big things and all to the field. You know, and if there was a unit where the barracks were in terrible conditions, normally not very rare, but every now and then there was something that wasn't good in the barracks. You knew, and when you went to look at the tanks, you could see the same thing. Well, these guys don't take care of the stuff. And when you look at the Russian positions, how they live like in a pigsty, you know, trash everywhere, positions badly camouflaged. It's like it tells that there's no discipline in this force or this unit, and if the officers can hold the discipline, officers and NCOs, which the Russians normally don't have, can't hold the units in good field, so that the field craft is taken care. They know probably you go to the fighting positions, they are in bad condition too, and the troops don't exercise, and they don't know their task and duties. So yes, it's a clear sign on the poor condition and the poor, you know, both the skill level and the moral condition of the Russian units. When you look at excuse my friends, the shitholes they leave behind when they are running from the Ukrainians. You know, there's no there's no shortcuts. You know, it starts from small things, shining your boots to take care of tank and weapons. It's a way of life for army.
Thank you so much, and no doubt the professionalism of the Russian tank crews was not overly well advertised with the video of the singular Russian tank speeding, dropping off infantry troopers left and right, and then crashing into a tree.
True, yeah. When I look at the few combat videos I've seen the Russian tanks operating, it's appalling. I've trained the Russian tanks. I know that they are not nearly as good as Leopard 2s we have nowadays, or other Western tanks, but you can still fight with them if you know what you're doing. And when I look at the Russians, how the tanks operate with the motorized infantry, these guys just don't know how to do it. Whether it's a single tank crew, they capabilities up to the company level and above, they just don't know their stuff.
No combined arms training, and therefore no effectiveness in the modern battlefield.
No, not at all. And the you know, the smallness of their doing gets my eye. You know, back home in Finland when I was still serving, you know, the armored battalion is the minimum you use. You know, you have two tank companies, you have two mechanized infantry companies, you have the mortars and artillery and the combat engineers, AD, and it's a machine, and you practice this machine dozens and dozens of times so that when it goes, it moves and it goes fast and it kills everything on its way. And I know the Russians have a lot of tanks, they have a lot of artillery, a lot of stuff, but I've never seen any kind of battalion attack anywhere. They are single platoons, maybe company, and yes, they don't know the combined arms tactics at all.
No discipline, no hygiene, no combined arms maneuver capabilities, no proper operation capabilities. For God's sake, we had an argument a couple of days ago trying to discern whether they had actually effed up painting their own unit logo on their tank or just painted an Adidas Originals logo on the turret. So, yeah, totally feel you there, sir. Let's go to Nina and then Craig.
Thank you, Em. And moi Pekka, kiitos viimeisestä. Oli kiva. I would have this kind of question to you. As Finnish people, and we know that the winter can be really harsh. And I have heard that the winter can be really harsh in Ukraine too. Do you think that Finland could offer any kind of support to the Russians, not to the Russians, to Ukrainians, to train them in a way that they could fight the war more efficiently? Thank you.
Well, definitely, we've seen that yes, Ukrainians are improving a lot. There are some units who are very professional, but they have also big challenges because they have big reserve and they have volunteers who want to serve. But then to train them, because they haven't had to refresher training for years, if at all. So to train them to fight. That's something where Ukraine needs help, and we are, Western countries are helping, and I say that yes, winter warfare is it's a difficult kind of warfare. It's art of itself because just the conditions demand so much from the troops just to keep yourself in a fighting conditions, and so you have to fight. You have to fight the environment and the climate, and then you have to fight the enemy too. So it's a skill set of its own, and definitely we have a lot of know-how on that because we have to. Not that we are so great, but because where we are living, we have a lot of know-how on that, and that's something where I totally agree that we could help. Big challenge, of course, is that the Finnish Defence Force is a small force. We don't have too many officers and NCOs. Less than little over 8,000 uniformed professionals, and they are very busy currently training our conscripts, training our reserves, keeping up the readiness, and so on. We sent 20 trainers to UK to support. That's not much, but it's difficult. Well, I'd say it's what FDF can give. I'd say that what FDF could or should think about is to use reservists. We have a voluntary defense organization which trains tens of thousands of reservists every year, and they have reservists who are very skilled trainers. They know individual platoon company level stuff, and they know also winter warfare fighting, and that's something that Finnish defense forces should utilize better, the skilled reservists we have, because that kind of a skill sets that when you train new Ukrainian recruits and recruits just the basic soldier skills and up to platoon level, definitely